Yeah. Yep. Oh, yep. Shit. Yeah. Let's go live. Yep. Yep. Let me alert people. Yep. 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 Thank you. All right. Yep. All right. Yep. 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 Let them know. Yep. Yep. About to go live. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Hold on. Right. Yep. We're going live in 5 minutes. All right. Bye. Let's see. StreamYard up. Oh, okay. We're live here. The Groucho Orloff Show, episode 616. It's Thursday, October the 13th, 2022, in the year of our Lord. So we're live, and there's 2 people watching. That's fantastic. It's going to have a show where we can talk today. I put the link in the chat, and I've alerted several people. See if they've gotten the message. I contacted several people through the telephone devices, and yes, indeed. All right. So, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? October 13th. Oh, I didn't put the link up yet. There it is now. Come on in. All are welcome. All are welcome. Like HR Puffin Stuff, who's your friend when things get rough. I don't know how anyone in their right mind thinks that looks like a dragon. Oh, this isn't good. The blinds are making slats, so it looks like a film noir movie. Oh, that's not good. Son of a. All right. So, how are you guys doing on this wonderful Thursday? Isn't it just nice weather? We're having strong wind here in Montana. Okay, you bitch. There we go. Lead Paint says, "Hey, Gratu." Hello, Lead Paint. That's his real name, by the way. Yeah, how does that look like a dragon? This is from Telltale Books from Whitman, the good folks at Whitman Publishing. That was founded by Charles Joseph Whitman back in the early 60s before he went crazy. Yes, indeed. Children's literature. Here's a brown puppy and a falling star. Oh, Lead Paint's got some. Let's see what Lead Paint's saying here. Checked out those Monster Times I mentioned a week or so ago, and I got a couple for you. All right. Should be sending along this weekend or Monday if we can get around to the post office. That's fantastic news. That's great. Thank you so much, Lead Paint. That's great. Are they? Do you know the issue numbers? Are they handy, or are they in the other room? It's all right. I could be surprised. I'm just excited, man. It's like Christmas. That's why I keep the Christmas tree up all year long, because then you get wonderful presents from wonderful gentlemen like Lead Paint. See if anyone's responded to the invitation to come on. Issues 39 and 40. Let's take a look at mycomicshop.com and see what those issues. Oh, no, I can do it on my phone. What am I doing? Yes, indeed. So all the rest were ones that I had, I assume, Lead Paint. The place had about 8 others, but you already have them. Most were later in the run. Okay. I really appreciate that. That sounds like a cool store. Was it a comic book store or just like a used bookstore? Or because if they've got Monster Times, more than likely whoever sold those Monster Times to them had other kinds of monster magazines. I hear that Famous Monsters of Filmland is coming back. I don't know who's bringing it back. I saw a little post on Facebook. Of course, it won't be like, who knows, maybe some cool people are taking it over. You can always hope. Okay, Monster Times. Yeah, a friend of mine was visiting here in Montana, and he just got on back on the road to go back home this morning. So it's back to just Cleo, my wife, and I here in Mount Gratu, Montana. Let's see. It's a comic book store. They got a lot of magazines, but I'm one of the few who buys mags. Got the entire run of Planet of the Apes from there, all in great shape and cheap. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I bought them all when I was a kid off the newsstand. I was just as into Planet of the Apes as Shannon. I mean, Planet of the Apes was something I live for. Planet of the Apes, Star Trek, wacky packages. Those are great times. Before the dark times, before the cabal took over. Let's see here, 3940. You son of Oh, okay, cool. 39 is this issue. I don't think you can even see that. It's got Godzilla on the cover. And 40 is Phantom of the Opera. Wow, that's cool. I wish I had a store with a good selection of magazines. A lot of comic stores just don't even have magazines. They figure that people don't want them, and to a large degree, that's correct. A lot of comic collectors only want comics. They don't. I don't understand, because when I was a kid, I was just as fascinated by the magazines as the comics, if not more so. That was all part of the experience to me. It was all part of comic books. Um, yeah, did a I was on Four Color Fossils last night, and um, I wasn't in a good. I probably shouldn't have gone on because I wasn't in a good mood. I probably came across as a surly asshole, so I apologize if I did. I was just like, uh, a future for comic books? That's ridiculous. Comic books are dead. It's like, well, wait, what about these Kickstarters? These really great people that are trying to. Yeah, but that's just like someone's brain dead there, and it's like, oh boy, I saw their finger barely move. They must. It's to me, there's just no hope. And then I was real adamant that comic books are a children's medium, and I'm sure that got people pissed because people think, well, comics are for adults. No, they really. I mean, sometimes there can be someone that makes adult comics, but um, Watchmen was for adults, but it's only successful because it's all references to and it pretty much requires that you have a background in the comic books that are aimed at 10 and 12 to 11, 12-year olds to really understand the complexity of what that is. And then some of these adult comics, all they do is just degrade and uh, destroy things that were meant for children, like when they crippled Batgirl, or when they, I just don't know. I hate everything almost, but yeah, that's the way it is. Thursday, October 13th, 2022. All right, we got 2 viewers. That's amazing. Okay, people are here to see books, like A Brown Puppy and a Falling Star. Oh, this is from the same Telltales company, so they've got better graphics. This is obviously an earlier book. Here's The Puppy That Found a Home. These are all written for adults, ladies and gentlemen. These were not children's literature. They were written for adults. But when I look at this, it gives me pleasure because I look at it and it's hilarious that this was sold to 7-year-olds, and it's just funny. But then I realized, well, maybe Frederick Wortham had a point. I mean, but I don't want EC Comics to go away. But on the other hand, some of the comics, especially EC's competitors that were trying to outdo EC, pushed things so far. And I don't know. Someplace for Sparky. It's another Telltales book. Oh, it's Mush Mouse and Pumpkin Puss. I guess the ones that are this size, these smaller sizes, all seem to be Telltales. They're a little bit smaller than a Golden book. Mush Mouse and Pumpkin Puss. They're hillbilly animals. Yeah, the artwork in this adult literature is very wonderful. Here's Larry Harmon's TV Bozo and the Hide and Seek Elephant. It's Whitman Big Telltales. Yes. Other stories about your TV and movie friends are A Visit to Disneyland, Uncle Scrooge, and the Flintstones. It says it right there. Meyer Greenblatt's coming on. Wow. I had to stream.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not much. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm just kind of moving around. I'm unshaven and unshowered. I'm making myself a cup of tea.
Well, I'm unshaven, but I just showered, so my hair's still wet. We had a visit for a couple of days.
I missed the show last night, and I'll probably watch it a little bit later today.
What, the four-color fossils? Or the
yeah, the fossils.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we missed you. I think there were 9 people on. Is that the maximum?
Maybe that is. Maybe it's 10. It must be 9 because 9 fills the whole screen.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure. Not sure if it's 9 or 10.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So you had a good visit with Forrest. I saw some of that. I haven't watched all the videos yet.
Yeah, he brought several boxes of books and records. He brought a bunch of Ace Double science fiction books.
Well, I love those.
Yeah. And we went around the house and we're kind of looking at first the video. We went around the house and we're looking at some of my books, but he was holding the phone, and it might have been because I had a case on the phone at the time, or I don't know exactly. I think the microphone, I did an experiment later. I don't know. Somehow the microphone was obscured. The sound is real bad on that video. And then we did a video. Hey there. And then we did a video where we're looking at all his Ace Doubles and looking at the artwork and all that. And then I think poor Mike came on and talked about Lovecraft, and
I like poor Mike.
I can't remember. And then yesterday he was he brought all these George Clinton Parliament Funkadelic records, and he was showing those. I don't know a whole lot about him or about the band, that genre. Do you know much about it?
Well, so I don't know a ton. I had a cousin, or I still have a cousin, who was really into funk in the 70s during the disco era. And that's how I know about Parliament and Funkadelic. And he took me to a show. So not even being a fan, I've seen them live. I saw George Clinton and Parliament and Funkadelic live in Hollywood at the old House of Blues.
Oh,
One of
cool.
those free ticket situations where it's like not even a band you're into, and he's like, man, you got to come, we're going to Hollywood. So it was an amazing show, and George Clinton wore a adult diaper on stage. They had a big like stage show. For one thing, it was like a 3-hour show, and the place was packed with people, and it's an indoor, the House of Blues on Hollywood, which is closed now, it's an indoor venue that is an open floor, right? And kind of like the Cow Palace, but with a bar and a restaurant and 2 floors connected. And it was a giant cloud of smoke. And this was back when marijuana was not legal. But it's Hollywood and it's the House of Blues. And I was just like amazed. I was like, there are tons of people smoking marijuana in here. I was like amazed at the time. But it was a great show, but I wasn't a fan, but I had a great time. I probably couldn't name a song unless I heard it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know much about them, but I don't know to hate them.
Well, I got to go get my tea. Hold on, man.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, because it's the kettle's going off.
Yeah, that's cool.
That was entertaining. So Forrest is a fan of them.
Oh yeah, he's a big fan of that. And then he had them all organized, and he was working backwards, like from, I don't know, from the 80s back. He said, because I always make fun of the progressive moving forward Democrat thing. One episode, I guess I was saying I need to form not the progressives, but the regressive party. And I guess he thought that was funny. So he thought, well, we'll just work backwards. And it's like, oh. And I think he did the same thing with the Ace Doubles. I think he started around the Kennedy era and he worked back to 1950, I think. So, I mean, if he wants to do it backwards, I guess that's fine. And then he thought he was doing a prank, I think, on me with the George Clinton stuff, because he like about halfway through the show he said, well, George Clinton was influenced by the Church of the Process of Final Judgment or something on several of his albums. And then so he starts showing all these books on the Church of the Process Church and all these original magazines from them. And it's like, I don't, it's like, okay, it's an open forum, but I'm not going to be real receptive to Satanism. So they don't really believe in Satan. They just dress like devils. And so at the end, he says, I want all of you to put in the comments under this if you've enjoyed the fact that I got his goat. It's like, you didn't get my goat. I don't care. It's just like, but my temper gets up.
Was George Clinton wasn't really involved in the Process Church, was he?
Apparently he wasn't a member, but he liked some of their stuff, and then he was quoting from their literature on some of his liner notes or something, which is
gosh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah, so anyway,
that's kind of interesting.
But I don't really want to devote an hour of my show to Satanism, but it's not really Satanism. And it's like, I don't think people are tuning in to see that. And as much as I appreciate horror comics and all of that and horror movies, they're real. That shit to me is real, and it's starting to control our government, and they're the people controlling our government that want to eliminate big parts of the population because they believe in that. And so it kind of got, then my temper wasn't that great. I hadn't had much sleep during the Four Color Fossils show, and I think I sounded like an asshole during that too, because everyone's optimist. Well, some people are. They're not. Some people are just resigned to, I only buy the old comics, and some people say, no, there's hope for the industry yet. There are these people doing these Kickstarters, and it's like, that's, and I said, hey, these comics are meant for kids, and kids don't even know what a comic book is. And they're never going to care again because the comic books are never coming back, not as we knew them. So we just need to enjoy the old ones. And I don't, what I'm doing is coming across just like one of these atheists that says, no, your God is all made up. And it's like, I shouldn't try to crush their dreams that maybe comics will come back someday. But I just got all long winded but it was all just, building up, So I probably shouldn't have even gone on there last night in the mood I was. My wife had kind of warned me, you're kind of in a bad mood. You sure you want to go on there? It's like,
I'm pretty curmudgeon-y myself. Like I was talking to an old friend a couple days ago, and he is on the other political spectrum from us. And so sometimes sometimes I veer off path, and I regret, just like I regret exposing nerves, because I'm like, I shouldn't even have gone there. But at the same time, so I'm curmudgeon-y. I think that the medium died when what's his name, when Diamond Distributing took over. The medium died when they took comic books out of 7-Elevens. So
yeah, I agree. And then I start getting angry at stuff that stuff I loved at the time. I look back on it now and realize I liked that at the time, but now I look at it and realize what it was doing and where it was going, and I resent it now. Like at the time, I enjoyed The Killing Joke. The art was beautiful, but then I was like, why did they do that to Batgirl? And why is Commissioner Gordon humiliated and naked? And why is that in a comic? Well, it's not really meant for kids. Bullshit. Batman is a kid's comic. I don't care what they want to do with Batman. I mean, create your own thing. Batman's for 10-year-olds, and so it pisses people off.
The direct market affected it out of greed. They created the direct market and turned every store into a Sears and Roebuck, essentially. So every store it became a catalog store, and it took away the free enterprise of the business, and then it also took away the availability of comics to children, and it really did stop being a kids medium draw to, in the sense that they were that now they're aimed just towards collectors. And it wasn't just comic collectors, it was sports cards, it was Pogs. They were selling other things, through the big catalog. They still do.
But what I love is that
the business.
What I love is that brief period of time. Well, I love the Silver Age, but I was not really there. I was born in 65, but the Bronze Age, even though I realized there were things that I loved, but I realized, they were just slightly uncomfortable. Like, why is there a comic called The Son of Satan? And why is the devil on the front cover of Ghost Rider #2? And it's like I like it, but it makes you feel a little uneasy. And I love the Warren magazines, but then I sometimes, it's like I see son of a bitch bastard, and it's like, well, because it's really aimed at about 14-year-old level, and there's titties and bare butts, and you feel a little guilty, like, yeah, man, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I love it, but it feels a little wrong, but it's still, I love it. And then Warren comes out with 1984, which turned into 1994. And that was so extreme that it was like, it's like the cutesy nudist camp movies of the early 60s. But as soon as the Supreme Court makes a ruling that, the changing the standards of what's allowable, then all of a sudden it's Deep Throat, and it's like, well, wait it seemed kind of innocent when it was women naked playing volleyball, but all of a sudden it's this, and you can see they're going to push the limits of anything. And it's like, I love these EC comics. And the discussion was, well, they were meant for adults back. These were sold for kids because they were on the lower shelf. They were meant for kids, and that's part of what's funny when you see a Fiction House cover with the Jungle Girls, and it's like, it's beautiful art, but it's really, these were guys peddling this stuff to little kids, and
Right.
they were going as far as they legally could to sell, to make some money. And
I
then
think
you
it was
read
all
Frederick
ages.
Wortham's Seduction of the Innocent, and it's like, this guy seems like a nut. And then you realize, well, a lot of what he's saying, I didn't want those comics to go away, but he's really kind of right. You know, he's talking about Wonder Woman being a lesbian fantasy, and it's like, that's ridiculous. But then you read about the guy that created Wonder Woman, and he was a really weird pervert, and he was trying to uh, get he was trying to push things like S&M and bondage, and he was, all of the stuff that he was putting that in there. He was a psychiatrist, and he was kind of it, the Wonder
I
Woman
love
comics
that
were a little
I
bit
love
like
that
Drag Queen Story Hour. They were, it was giving little
Florida.
bits of that stuff
Yeah,
to
you're right.
kids. I love those comics, but you can see that's what was being done. And now look where we're at, man. It's, we're in Sodom and Gomorrah, and they're trying to get little 5-year-olds to change their sexes and stuff. I don't know. I just get all up. I've just been really, I guess, having a visitor that's
It does, John.
diametrically opposed religiously and philosophically is just, you know, gotten my dander up, which she's proud of. And he was kind of like, it's like, I got your goat. Well, let's see. Let's see. It does make a good case for there being a slippery slope. Speculators run the hobby. Virtually 100% of all young kid entertainment has been reduced to being electronically delivered. Yeah, that's true. Because video games aren't physical objects anymore. I realize. I don't think they are. I don't think you buy a CD. I know they're not cartridges anymore. So
No,
because a video game the way it is now couldn't be contained on a CD, right? It's
no, it's all on your device. It's all on whatever device you're playing on. If you've got a PlayStation, it's essentially on your television, and you purchase it through the app on your phone, or it's on your phone or your Nintendo Switch, and you purchase it all on the device. It's all, everything's online and connected now. The idea with video games now, kids are playing with each other and interacting with each other, but they're doing it virtually. And they're doing it in these. Do you know about a game called Fortnite? Have you heard of that before?
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah. I mean, that was a huge thing about 5-6 years ago with kids.
The most popular games are these open world battle royale type formats where you've got essentially 50 or 100 different players all together at the same time playing one game that lasts 10 or 15 or 20 minutes long, and essentially trying to kill each other. And while they're doing this, they can chat with each other and or text with each other.
Yeah, that's yeah. That game is, and I guess some other games, they're free, but it's like a drug dealer. They give it to you free, but then you got to buy your all the little accoutrements that make you cool. You've got to get buy money that doesn't exist to buy objects that don't exist, which is probably what the World Economic Forum is really previewing, when someday you will own nothing and be happy. You won't technically own anything, but it will all be virtually there inside your goggles. And then you take your goggles off and you're in a little cubicle where you exist, and there's a toilet, and you're in some fluffy chair, and you live entirely through your virtual goggles. And
they made that movie Ready Player One, or based on a book about that.
I've heard about that, but I haven't seen the movie.
It wasn't. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't. There's nothing that comes out that's interesting to me, and but I assume that's one of that Western game, Red Dead Redemption, couldn't exist on a CD. You'd have to imagine it. How much memory does that take up on your PlayStation or whatever?
I don't think it takes up like anything. It's like there's so much memory there. The game you mentioned, though, Red Dead Redemption, some games you can buy on CD, and that game, I play that game, and I have that game on CD, and I bought it with my PlayStation 4, which was about 5 years ago, maybe, and since then, I think most people don't even buy the CDs anymore. So that was the last game that I bought on CD was Red Dead Redemption
The
2.
thing
And
is,
it's
when you don't own the physical object, it can just be taken arbitrarily off of your device by the manufacturer, and then it's just gone. I
right.
mean, isn't that right?
Yeah, well, especially if you're like falling in line with the social credit score type thing. So the PlayStation Network, if you've got a PlayStation, is all connected. So I think it's a part of owned by Google or Amazon or something. I don't even know. It's owned by one of those 5 companies that own everything. And if you said the wrong thing on the that I was just describing to you, if you were a little kid and you were like whatever, like based and red pilled, if you're like a 12-year-old that's based and black pilled and you think that it's still like not 2014 and you're a 4chan kid and you want to go on there and say whatever you want and say the N-word and everything, that you would get banned, maybe from the whole network. I'm not sure, but they would ban
you. Couldn't play the game anymore.
Maybe they would first they wouldn't let you chat, and then if you continued to troll somehow, they would probably eventually ban you. I'm just guessing. I don't know for sure.
Oh well, I just miss the days of Risk and Stratego and
right.
But
Hey, did you know what? Can we circle back as Jen whatever her name used to say? Did you ever have the Planet of the Apes treehouse? You know, the Mego treehouse playset?
Yeah, I've got pieces of that everywhere, and I think I have all the pieces. I just need to get it all reassembled back. Of course, once you have it, it's nothing like anything in the movies. It's really the treehouse for Dawn, I think. It was a girl doll.
It's kind of like the TV show. So
Didn't Battle for the Planet of the Apes, they kind of had tree houses.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Battle for the Planet of the Apes and the TV show in that it's like they're like where they're teaching the kids, you know, where they have the school and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
But I had that. I got it for Christmas one year, and it was right around. So parts of my family, the stuff that I was into, which was our stuff, you know, was embarrassing at the time. So you weren't proud to be a geek. Like in my family, at 12 years old, I was not proud to be openly carrying a big gym and a stack of comic books. That would be embarrassing because a 12-year-old in my family would be working already, would be or be focused on nothing but sports and work. And so it was an unmanly thing to be doing, right? That's how it felt. So I had to kind of like hide it. You know what I mean? It was embarrassing in a way to still be playing or interested in toys like Micronauts or the new Star Wars toys that were coming out and be 12 years old. So this particular Christmas, we spent it at my aunt and my uncle's house. And that Christmas, so my mom brought my gifts to their house. And the thing that I was most excited about getting was that tree house. But I was embarrassed at the same time as being excited because my uncle is there smoking his pipe right in their living room and I'm opening my Christmas presents and they're childish, right? In my mind. So the next day, the day after, so I put my tree house all together and everything, and I got my figures and I'm playing with it in the back bedroom and everything. The next day, my mom takes off, like she goes somewhere, and I spend the day with just my aunt Millie, and my treehouse. But I'm kind of embarrassed about being into playing with my treehouse. But my Aunt Millie does something really cool. She calls me in the kitchen and she says, "Hey, let me show you. Let's make some stuff for your little men." That's what they called them. Your little men. My mom called it the same thing.
She knew better than to say dolls, which is what they were.
Go pick out some of your little men. So I go in the kitchen and she makes this crude clay in the kitchen out of like water and flour and maybe something else. And we make little dishes and cups and pieces of fruit like apples and oranges and bananas. And then we paint them with food coloring and let them dry. And then I go and I play with these new like things that are kind of like dollhouse like, but I'm playing it with my Planet of the Apes, but because of her acceptance of the whole thing, I was no longer embarrassed by the situation, and I felt like accepted for the whole thing. And I kept those little dishes and the pieces of fruit with my playhouse all the way up until the end, till they got sold at a garage sale. But that was a rare situation. Usually, you were embarrassed to have an action figure or a comic book in my family.
Yeah.
What did Lead
When
Paint
did
say? I missed what he said. I'm sorry.
what did yeah, Lead
I
Paint
keep missing
said
the chat. I'm
virtually
sorry, guys.
100% of all young kid entertainment has been reduced to being electronically delivered.
Right.
For the younger kids, it's the online games outside any gaming system, social networking, etc. You would be
Yep.
shocked at what younger kids think of virtual assets. They feel as though they are valuable, or more so than physical assets. It's strange. Yeah, it's all
That's
part of
interesting.
the
Yeah.
um
So
yeah.
kids don't experience what I was just describing at all anymore. They don't play with toys like we played with toys. They don't have an imaginative story and world like we did. Like I had a whole storyline thing going with all my different guys and all my different types of action figures and toy lines and everything like that. And my kids, well, my oldest son did as well. My younger son didn't. He did, but not in the same way that my older son did, which was similar to me, in that I would walk into his room and he would have his Star Wars toys and I would catch him like mid whispered sentence between his guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kids don't do that anymore.
Well, one thing in the 80s, they would come up with a tie-in cartoon series for a new toy line. And to me, it would ruin it. And by that I mean, I remember when I first saw the He-Man figures, I thought these are pretty well made. And then they have the cartoon come on, and it's like now kids see the cartoon and they have to imagine the characters to be like this. If they had just come out with that line of toys, then the kids could have done anything and imagined, whatever. So I think it's better to let them have some imagination. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe so.
I don't know.
Oh, and then the other thing, so we love collecting comics. Like you mentioned that earlier before I came on stream, you mentioned that last night you were like kind of going on your little tirade, maybe a little bit, and you were telling them that comics are for kids or were for kids. Like these are not for adults. And you're right, because I still read comics and I read the comics that I'm into and that I buy for different reasons. So a lot of the comics that we read are for escapism. Like if we're reading comics from the 50s and 60s and 70s, let's be serious. It's not, I mean, it's not this. Okay. It's not Kurt Vonnegut Cat's Cradle. Let's be serious. It was written for children. And, but there's something about it because it is, memory related and there's so much, that's just like the most rudimentary way of saying it. I'm searching for words. It's very deep. The experience is really deep. It involves the smell of the paper. It involves the feel of it. It involves a lot of different things about the experience of reading the comic. But in most instances, those moments of brilliance are few and far between. Like you've got EC, you've got like some of the Dell stuff, like and like the Tarzan and the Turok stuff is really good, and the Brothers of the Spear still holds up. Some of that stuff, but a lot of it is just really childish. Like the DC stuff that I love to read from the '60s, right? The really cool, inexpensive stuff that's still cheap, like the Legion of Superheroes or Action Comics, Adventure and Exact Action Comics. They're very, very childish. I even identified it when I was a little kid. Like that's why I liked Marvel more, because Marvel was more adult. It took place in real places and it was life experiences. Spider-Man was always sick, right? He was always depressed. So that was the, where a bit of a transition went from comics being just for kids. Now they're for young adults. Maybe that started in the early 70s. But it's a kid's medium and a lot of it doesn't hold up. A lot of the stuff that we love for the cool art on the cover, you try and read it on the inside, and it's not Kurt Vonnegut Cat's Cradle. It's not. So certain stuff is few and far between. Like a couple weeks ago, Graphic Man mentioned Bone, so I picked this up and I started reading it, and he's right. This is really good. This is good. But what this is it's an homage to Walt Kelly and Dell Comics. It's an homage to the to what would you call it? The it's like the pablum of comic books. It's like something. It's like it was like I don't know. It's hard to say what it is, but it's for everyone. But it's not childish, but it is at the same time. And this still holds up. I've been reading this Batman from the 90s,
Yeah.
and I enjoy it because it's comic books. It's like, it's Batman, and it's, the one with Bane and everything, and but it's still good. But most of the stuff is like, it's childish, you guys. Honest, I know that might seem, but it's because it's the experience that it's not necessarily, so we each have our stuff that we like. Like there's we have certain writers that we like, or different artists, or different genres. And some of it, like the Western stuff from Dell, is just, it's super simple, super formulaic. It was meant to be picked up one issue at a time. Like what it was meant for kids who bought 3 or 4 comics for an entire year, who got a comic at Christmas, got one on summer vacation, that sort of thing. So it was very encapsulated. It wasn't like sequential, like comics became. But it's just because we're into it and we like the experience doesn't make us childish. It's just like what I was talking about my Planet of the Apes treehouse. So at 12, I'm still playing with dolls, but I trust me, I was not a childish 12-year-old. I had been through, like, shitty stuff had already happened to me. I had a weird, fucked up childhood, like many of us did, or all of us in a certain different way. But comic books and toys were just a part of it, and they were a part of the escape. And so that escape, that experience, like a lot of people have, I've heard you mention it, and I had the experience as well, is every time I was sick, when my mom would go to the store in the morning, like to get whatever, like she might have needed for that day when I was going to be home from school sick, she would always buy me 2 or 3 comic books. And so that experience was tied in to my life experience and memory of being sick, or pretending to be sick, home, school, and in bed, and have to stay in bed because I'm pretending to be sick, but getting to read comic books, getting to go watch Bewitched in the living room, that sort of thing. Part of cutting school was watching TV as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you own slabbed comics?
I don't have one, not even one.
Okay, I have one. I just because
I remember how you got
a homeless guy. I'll use that defense.
If I had one, it would have been the same experience of how you got yours. I've never intentionally sought one out to try and buy one.
And Buddy Saunders, who owns mycomicshop.com, although he could be retired now, it may be his son or wife that runs it now. He doesn't have a slabbed comic. I heard him say that at a convention.
Wow.
I see, you showed those Batman with the Bane with the tiny head, and what was that what was that artist, something Kelly?
Yeah, Ken Kelly, I think. Not
Ken Kelly. It's
not Ken Kelly.
Something. I was thinking, I forget his name.
Kelly Jones.
Yeah. I mean, his style is crazy. It's like he was trying to outdo Bernie Wrightson. But I never read those comics. And the 90s, I just wasn't reading comics. I was reading. I was trying to buy older comics, and so there are several decades, like more than a few decades, where I really don't know what happened with all the characters that I loved, because the comics looked unappealing. And that sounds good that those comics are. I mean, I have some of those from that time period that I picked up at a dollar bins, but I honestly don't think I've read them. I just picked up some that are interesting, and I figure someday I'll read them. But will that someday ever come? But it's I mainly just it seems like people today are just like big game hunters. They're going out looking for these certain issues, and then they're slabbing them, trying to get a 9.8, put it up on their wall, and it's like, look at this, and it's like, I've got a whole wall of all the Marvel keys, and I got all these, and it's like,
what is it? Philatalism. So they're like the stamp collectors of comic books. I'm not going to knock it. I think it's a great hobby.
Well, I mean, it's fine, except that And you really, yeah, I need to be like these YouTube people that say any way you collect comics is fine. It's all okay. You know, everyone's got their own different way of doing it. But to me, uh, it's like the difference between someone that sees a beautiful deer. It's like, I want to shoot that and put its head on my wall. And are you going to eat the meat? No, I just want to shoot it because it's beautiful and put that beautiful head on my wall, as opposed to someone that takes that deer and they bring it into their backyard and feed it and make it a pet. And those are the people that don't slab their comics. It's my
I
little
love that analogy.
because
That was a great
and it's like, well,
analogy.
people say I don't need to have them. I can have them all slabbed because I have the omnibuy editions and all these masterworks, which
Right.
the coloring isn't the same. It doesn't have the smell of an old the advertisements aren't there. The omnibus books at least put the letter pages in, but the house ads and all the wonderful ads aren't there, which to me is 50% of the experience. And
Right.
so I just and so I would rather someone show a comic and then talk about how their mother bought it. This issue, my mother bought it for me when I was sick, and talk about what this particular issue, this particular copy means to you, or how you went about finding it, as opposed to, here, I just got this back. It's a 9.6. This is an 8.0. I don't know how it just came back. I wish it was higher. And you just show a bunch of plastic with something in it that has no real connection to your childhood.
Right.
And of course, if you're collecting Golden Age or stuff from the 50s, it can't really have a connection to your childhood because it came out before you were born. But at least express a love for this. And I think the Four Color Fossils do, even the ones that slab their books, they express a real love for it. But you know, if it gets, you know, sometimes it's like you hold up a book and everyone goes, "Ooh, ah, boy, that's great! Wow, man!" And it's kind of like you're in a strip club and you're looking at a stripper. It's like, wow, she's beautiful, as opposed to seeing a beautiful girl and talking to her and going out on a date and marrying her, and she's a wonderful girl, as opposed to just looking at some nude. That, to me, holding up a slab is just being in a strip club. Wow, that's great. There's no ticks on the spine. Look at that black cover with no ticks. Wow. It's just like, look at the tits. You know, it's like, it's to me just like the same freaking thing. I don't know.
I think that's a great, well, I thought about it before, and I even have made a stack before, but the stack got too big. But I think that would be a great topic for a Four Color Fossils, would be to everyone to go through their collections. I mean, if they have a collection like we have, like we're talking about, and to try and make that early stack of comics that you had, make it again. Like try and put 20 or 30 comics together unbagged that used to be your unbagged collection before you even knew that bags existed.
Yeah,
you know,
I could show you exactly the piece of furniture.
And then talk about the history of the books. And I think that would be great. You know, where this book came from, where I bought it, who gave it to me, that sort of thing.
I would like to do that. Like, here are my earliest comics, but I'm starting to segregate my collection into too many different. It used to be all alphabetical, and now I've got the independent comics. I've separated DC War comics, and then I've got the Silver Age over here and the Bronze Age and up here, and then I separated Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, and I separated the Bronze Age Fantastic Fours, and it's like, maybe I shouldn't have done all that. But that would be, I remember exactly the shelf where I kept my comics. It's in a secretary downstairs. And yeah, I can remember the earliest comics that I had and how much they meant. Just the cover showing plop number 1, how much that meant. That I bought that at the 7-Eleven on the day that we were like pulling out of the driveway to move from Virginia to San Antonio, Texas, and how much I kept it in this little traveling case. And it was so beautiful. I felt like I was a kid. A kid must have felt in 1952 getting an early Mad EC comic. It was so different from anything I'd ever seen. And a lot of it was because it was some of the old EC people. And I'd seen EC. So I guess that I had seen EC Mad because when Plop came out, Mad had already done the special edition with Alfred Newman with the flat top haircut on the front, and it had the nostalgic Mad insert that reprinted stories on in color that you could supposedly take out, and that was a separate comic. And so I knew the EC Mad, and I'd seen the Wally Wood Super Duper Man parody of Superman. And so when Plop came along, it's like I could see the same DNA in that was in that.
Right.
And it was less than 20 years since those early EC Mads. So the people that did that were still relatively young and working on Plop and stuff. There was a picture I found of Al Williamson and Maurice Severin in the EC offices yesterday. Did you see that on Instagram?
No, I didn't see it.
It's really cool. Just realize how young they were. Let me find it. I'll hold it up to the camera.
She must have been, when she started with EC coloring, she was really young, right? And
yeah, she's probably
John Severin's little sister, essentially. And she must have been working full, like 40 hours a week plus, just coloring, like page after page after page.
I suppose so. She was the only colorist, right?
That's what I've heard.
Every book.
Paulo might know more, but I think that she was the only one, and it was every book.
Let's see.
She was probably in her 20s.
Yeah, I think so. So
for me, my first
president, don't you love his hair? Isn't that great? Oh, people wonder if that's even the same guy because his face is so different. But I said, well, he's had brain surgery, and they may have had to like peel the face. I don't know if they do that, but I think they've done a lot of work on the guy.
Yeah, he's had a lot of plastic surgery.
Yeah, it didn't work too well.
That was from that picture's from 87 when he was he was openly calling him a plagiarist at that time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, look at this. I mean, they weren't dating or anything. It's just they're just playing around. She's got a gun in her hand.
Oh, who is that with her? Who is that?
That's Al Williamson.
Oh, that's Al Williamson and Maurice Severin. She's got a big 45 Colt 45.
Yeah, they probably had it as a prop. It's probably her older brothers that he used as a reference for his comics.
I imagine he probably had lots of props like that around the studio. People worked in the office at that time, right? Like they weren't drawing at home, were they? Were they drawing at work? That's such an amazing concept to me. The idea of the Marvel bullpen, or the idea of like the Eisner House or whatever they would call it, like where guys can actually draw comics for 8 hours a day.
That's a good question. I don't know if they did it in the offices or not. Lead Paint says it's fine. Obviously, you can do what you want to do, but the problem is that it's running up the price on the comics that I want to read. Yeah, that's true. And pretty soon everything will be slabbed. I think Kurtzman was coloring his own books. That's true. Kurtzman colored his own stuff. So that would reduce the workload. All the war comics and Mad would have been done by Kurtzman.
For me, when I saw Plop and there was a DC special or Superstars edition that was like a giant size Sergio Aragonis that I bought. This was about 1975 or 76 when I discovered that and one issue of Plop that I bought off the stands, Yeah. And for me, I was reading Mad Magazine a lot, so I recognized Sergio's art immediately. Yeah. And the stories were like horror stories. It was making fun of DC's horror books, and so that was very entertaining. Horror comedy was something that was interesting to me. Them, making fun of the witches, the sisters and the cousin or whatever,
Yeah, this is the link if anyone wants to come on. This morning I was watching yesterday's broadcast of Alex Jones, and he was in Austin watching the verdict to be read in his trial, and they're giving like this one parent $50 million, this other, I don't know how they came up with what amount to give. 40 million. He was just laughing hysterically. He says, I don't even have 2 million. They ultimately came up with like 970, close to 970 million, basically $1 billion that he has to pay.
That's what I heard too.
For
defaming people on the radio.
I remember hearing those broadcasts. It wasn't that he was talking about it that much. He would sometimes wonder, did things happen? And when I think it was the one of the fathers came out of the building laughing, and then got up to the microphone and immediately turned real serious and started crying. And it's like suddenly his face changed, and that was what I think was the initial thing that made him wonder, what is this? And anyway, we probably shouldn't talk about it, but it's just amazing that they're like they're trying to crush him, so
because of her
wonder, is he just is he the real thing, or is he? And it's like, if they're going after him that hard, I don't know. It's just unbelievable what's happening in our society.
Do you remember Alex from early on? I mean, you're from Texas, so do you remember like when he was in that Richard Linklater movie, the one where he was in that rotoscoped version of himself?
Yeah, I knew him. I knew of him before that. Yeah. I knew him. I remember when he was young and skinny. He looked like he wasn't even 30 years old. Yeah, he's changed incredibly, and his voice has gotten. He's now like this pro wrestler. But that's something. And then did you see Tulsi Gabbard come out? She changed. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was one of the mistakes I made when I talked to my friend the other day. Is that I said, wow, so Tulsi Gabbard, she was the only Democrat that I liked, and it was like crickets on the phone.
Yeah, because they've always hated her.
Yeah.
There was this ultra Democrat that I worked with, and I was friendly with her. I'd go to parties at her house, and she was super woke. And I remember years ago mentioning Tulsi Gabbard, and I don't know what war we were involved in then, but she says, well, she's against the war. And it's like, well, so since when are you pro-war? And that's what it is now. She's against the fact that we're almost in a nuclear war with Russia, is because we keep poking them. And it's like, you're really trying to fulfill the Georgia Guidestones and reduce the population to half a billion, aren't you? I mean, it's like this, and we're closer than to me, this is worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis, when everyone was panicked and nobody even thinks about it. It's like, what's going on? I mean, this is pretty serious. Wouldn't you agree? What's going on? I mean, you're ex-military. I mean, it's like, if my dad was still alive, this is a big deal. That Putin's getting pretty pissed, and we're sending billions of dollars over there for weapons to kill his people, and he's supposed to just be not ever retaliate against us. And meanwhile, and it used to be Russia was the big atheist communists. They'd shut down all the churches, and he's over there saying United States needs Jesus Christ, and our government's all like, we're in dresses. Well, what happened? I mean, guys wearing dresses. It's not that there's anything wrong with that. But
did you see that story about that trans soldier at Fort Bragg that ended up being a spy and got arrested?
I heard about that. Yeah.
And also, did you see the story where they're going to rename all the to these ridiculous names? Like Fort Bragg is going to be Fort Liberty. Yeah, they're renaming.
Bragg was the general was he in the world Civil War? I assume a lot.
Yeah. I don't even know the history of the name. It's because it's just so traditional.
It's got to be someone from the Civil War.
Yeah. I think all the bases, like they're renaming Fort Benning too.
Oh man, these are all the places that my dad always. I've always been household names since I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Here in this state of California, where I live, up here in New York, where I'm at, they have all these war memorials. When I was in Des Moines, New York. Did you see what I filmed that did a short video. You probably didn't see it, but uh, the memorial was like something out. It's like I was in Atlantis or something. It was so beautiful, this memorial, and it was for the War of the Rebellion, but it wasn't like it wasn't, because I'm used to living in the South where war, it would be from the Southern perspective. This is like all the guys that died. So I assume no one's ever going to want to tear this down because it's from the other side, the guys that died trying to get rid of slavery.
Mhm.
And but boy, is it a neat memorial. And it's weird because it was built in the 1890s, but they didn't formally dedicate it until like 1940 because there was a controversy about it. It's got this nude woman holding her boobs like this in the front because she's supposed to be nourishing the people of Iowa or something. I don't know. But I
I gotta
imagine
see
people
that.
looked at that and went, what the
I gotta
fuck?
check that video out. Is that when you went? I saw where you went to that comic shop in Des
Yeah,
Moines.
it's there were a couple of videos before that. I
All
was in
right.
this town called Winterset that was a real trip because
I saw that when you went into that little drugstore.
the drugstore was cool, and there's a video before that, and then I go to John Wayne's house in that same video, but I didn't go in the museum because I was broke. But then the video before that, I go in a five and dime, a Ben Franklin five and dime that's exact. I mean, it's perfectly preserved, and they try to make it the same, even though they're not the same kind of the same mold of plastic army men and dinosaurs. They still stock those right by all the model kits. It's just the model kits are now $27.99 instead of $2 or 99 cents. And it's just like walking back into 1962 in there. But I shut the video off as soon as I walked in because they're playing this loud music, and I just get a copyright claim. And I did get a copyright claim when I went in the Rexall Drugs because they're playing music in there, but it didn't cost. Sometimes it depends on who the artist is. If it's one of the big ones like the Beatles, they won't even let you upload it. It'll just keep it where no one can see the video. So I thought I'll just stop the video. I wish I could have kept going. I don't know how to like strip the video of the soundtrack and put on different music or edit videos together. I don't know anything about really. I suppose I could learn, but
I feel the exact same way. So I did take a couple editing classes, but it's already been like 10 years since I did that. And so any editing that I would do would be, on my phone or on my laptop, and it would be with some basic program. And I mostly just don't have the desire or drive to do it. I know that it's just essentially following steps, but I'm too lazy and I don't really have the desire. I'd rather just keep making my videos the way I make my videos.
yeah.
And I like leaving the mistakes in. One of the things that irritates me about people's videos that are like, I watch, as you might imagine, I probably watch more toy videos than you watch, right? Like there's a whole like toy community on YouTube.
I'd like to watch more toy videos. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that do like similar to what I do, where they review old toys and such and talk about toys. And some of them are like just jump cut after jump cut after jump cut because they don't want to have themselves making a mistake in the video, and it can be distracting.
That's how you get to be a famous YouTuber and actually make money, is because those kids that live in this virtual world, when they watch YouTube, and which they do, their attention span can't handle just a stream of like this. They want like 5 or 6 edits during a sentence. You'll say 2-3 words, there'll be a cut, and it's done intentionally. It might be to cut out and but I think a lot of times it's just done for just to make it look exciting and like you're on caffeine. It's the sugar rush. It's like everything's quick cut, and or Comic Tom is just frantic. Is just like he's spazzing out, like he's a shell shock victim or something. It's like Don Martin, and it's like people like that because it's exciting or something. I don't know. Nothing wrong with Comic Tom, but you know, it just you know, you were talking about on Saturday mornings you try to recreate the Saturday morning experience, and
Mhm.
and I've discovered some guys that do this. And I was looking at at your playlist and to see you've discovered the same people. There's a guy with a beard, and he puts together different cartoons, and
Yeah,
I think he
yeah.
puts the commercials in them. And then I found another guy that I'm sure I might have gotten from you that tries to recreate certain years,
Mhm.
and puts all all the cartoons together from that network in 1974 or whatever, and tries to get commercials from that
Yeah,
year.
that's
And
probably Moan Media. You're talking about Moan Media, and the Room Show Uncensored is the first one you're talking about, I think.
the Room Show Uncensored, is that what it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I found it and I subscribed to it. I just don't remember its name. That's the guy
yeah,
with the
both of those
beard.
are great cartoon channels.
So I sometimes I wonder how he's just flying under the radar with copyright on some of that, because he's sometimes says Hanna-Barbera stuff, and I wouldn't think that you could do that. Oh, Bronco Bears saying, what's a Saturday morning cartoon channel called, Grot? Um,
One is
oh,
called Moan Media, Mone Media, and
Mone,
yeah, Mone space Media.
and that's pronounced
That's
Moon.
Moan, Mone. I think
Moan
his name is
Video,
Damone.
and
Yeah.
that's the guy with the that talks a little bit in between the different cartoons, right?
No, no,
Oh, that's the
that's
other.
Room Show Uncensored. The guy with the
Moon.
big gray beard that sits at the desk and does like he starts early in the morning. He starts every Saturday morning about 5 a.m. It's a live
So it's
stream.
a live broadcast every Saturday morning, and
It's
the other
called the
guy
Room
is not
The
the
Room
other guy
Show
just has a.
Uncensored. Yeah.
So the other guy is just
The other guy
Moon.
he creates he edits together old cartoons and makes entire lineups. Like he's got pretty much everything. Like you could watch like the ABC lineup from 1969, I think. And
Yeah,
maybe he has like the 70s, 80s, maybe even into the 90s, I think. But
yeah.
he's got most
Some
everything.
of that doesn't. I don't recognize it. Then I'll have it on, and my wife will say, "Oh, I remember," because she's 13 years younger than me. She'll
Mhm.
recognize some of that stuff, but you know, like it'll have Cubert, and I remember the video game like yesterday, the first time I saw Cubert, but I never watched the Cubert cartoon. I was, but
The commercials are a big part of it. He edits all real, period commercials into between the cartoons. So
do
it's a
both
it
do
can
the commercials? Do
What's
both
that?
of those, do both
Yeah, they both
channels?
do commercials. They both put
Okay, yeah,
commercials
so
in.
that's great. I think the one with the beard, what I'd want to do with him is selectively record, because some of the cartoons are interesting to me, and then there'll be a dud, and I'd want to edit him out too. No offense to him, but so because if you don't, I just have to record this stuff, and because it disappears. How do we even know that YouTube will be here in 5 years, or that we'll be here in 5 years with the threat of
Yeah.
uh, but I don't know. And so, is there anyone else that does a similar thing, or are those the two main guys?
I think those are the two main guys that I've found.
And then you had a huge playlist of Eric the Eric the actor. I don't know if we're allowed to say the
Yeah, I like
word for
Eric the
short
actor.
people on YouTube.
I don't listen to him that much anymore, but for a long time, for like a couple of years straight,
Yeah.
maybe not that long, maybe a year, maybe about the past year, I've used Eric the actor to fall asleep every night. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, I put it on, I put it on my phone on the nightstand and I just let it play for like 6 hours straight. If I'll wake up and, I'll wake up to, Jackie Martling or to Howard Stern talking to Eric.
That show was
Mm.
so great, and I don't even think about him anymore. And then I'll occasionally hear a news blurb about him, and he sounds like a completely different person, like a body snatcher had taken him over, hanging out with all these people that he used to have would have hated,
Yeah.
and talking about, I finally got out of the house and I had so much anxiety, like he's afraid to get out of his house because all this is over. This stuff. I mean, and
It's
you're
weird
still
when
scared.
sad.
He used to be so brilliant. I was more of a Beetlejuice person. But Eric
Oh,
the actor, was he on that much, or some of that stuff just stuff he recorded on his own?
no, he was on a lot, but it was he was on probably after you stopped listening, and he was on after I stopped listening. So because of my job, my Howard Stern listening habits changed when I went from a morning shift to a night shift. So
Yeah.
one of my so I used to listen to Howard. So I used to work in a psychiatric hospital, and I used to be in management, and I worked the day shift, which involved getting to work at 6:30 in the morning. It was like essentially 6:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon. So, but you're on call 24 hours a day. Sometimes you have to come in even earlier because of late night or early morning admissions. So I would listen to Howard live, and this was in Sacramento. So I'm 3 hours ahead of New York time. So I would be able to listen to Howard on my drive to work, and while I was at work, I had him on in my office throughout the morning.
Yeah.
So like 9/11, like it may sound kind of morbid, but the 9/11, the Howard Stern 9/11 broadcast to me is some sort of like mark. You know how those older people always talked about the JFK when they heard about when JFK got shot? So for me, I was driving to work stuck in traffic at about 5:30 or 6 in the morning, driving through Sacramento and listening to what was happening in New York on 9/11 live. Then I got to work, and it was, and I continued with Howard in my office, and then but the whole unit had the TV on and everything. So for me now, one of the broadcasts that I actually listen to over and over and over again, like I don't even know how many times I've listened to it.
Yeah.
I listened to the 9/11 Howard Stern broadcast here on YouTube many times. It's like
Yeah,
six or
I
eight
do
of
too. It
them.
was and I recorded it at the time. It was the best coverage of that.
Was.
And yeah, you know what I would, I stopped. I guess I stopped listening after he was on satellite radio. I got satellite radio because of it, and then at some point I just canceled my subscription, and then at some point I just kind of forgot he existed. But I was fanatical. What I would do every morning is I would get an old VHS cassette, and I would hook up the VCR was hooked up to the FM tuner, and I would put it in the 6 hour speed, and I'd record the whole broadcast. Then I'd come home from work and listen to it and fast forward through the commercials. And if something was really stellar, I'd dub it from the that's insanity, from the VCR to an audio tape. And then later, when you got CDRs, I would make CDs of it. But then I didn't always have enough time in the evening to listen to the morning. So then I had boxes in the garage when we moved, and they're here, probably still in the garage here. And of VHS cassettes that are labeled something else, that are Howard Stern broadcast from 15 years ago, whatever. And I don't know if ever in my lifetime I'm going to put those VHS cassettes in and listen to them. But I've got a bunch of old Howard Stern shows I've never heard because I was at work, but I was fanatical. And now it's just weird how things change,
Yeah.
But he was funny. I swear he was hilarious, and he was brilliant. And then just something happened to him, man. He snapped. It was hysterical.
So he became, betrothed to corporate interests. So
I think when he started making like in great many millions of dollars, yeah, and then also on satellite radio, there's not someone keeping him down that he can argue. He's angry about his competitors, or he's angry about the boss not letting him do that, or I kind of liked that. And he's not, he has to kind of part of the fun of those old pre-code comics is they were getting away with as much as they possibly could without just being thrown in jail, and he was getting away with what he could. But it's the difference between like an EC comic, which is a lot of fun, and like an underground comic where they can say whatever and do whatever in the comic. it's more fun when is restriction on you and you have to fight against that. It's more fun. Like, how far are they going to push it? And to me, but when you can say the F word and then you just say it all the time, and then it just gets old and not funny, as opposed to coming up with something as a substitute for it, and everyone knows what you mean. That's funnier to me. I don't know.
Well, I loved the Whack Pack. So
Yeah.
So the Whack Pack at least remained a constant. So even when Howard was kind of going downhill, and every once in a while, like something would shine through, and you'd kind of you maybe kind of started to dislike his personality. The Whack Pack would always bring me back. That was a part of the show that I liked. Is the unscripted weirdness. I like the weirdos. I mean, that's why I was there.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But to me, and then I realized that Beetlejuice is not. I guess he hadn't been on the show in decades, and it's like, wow, how did all that time pass? I don't know.
Well, he's still around. He has a YouTube channel. He's still living with that guy Sean, and they still post stuff, every week probably.
I've seen that, but I that's how I realized that he
Howard Stern is essentially gone. What the edginess of what Howard Stern used to be doesn't exist in mainstream media anymore. And so now it's like on places like YouTube or Twitch, there are these broadcasters who are edgy and who are live streamer type people who are confrontational or who are funny. Like, maybe, have you heard of Sam Hyde? He's really funny.
No.
He makes videos on YouTube, edgy and funny, poking fun at the status quo, right? Which is what Howard was doing at that time. Howard was pushing the edges and challenging the status quo by having chicks, by throwing baloney on up against girls' asses, right? He was like challenging the E-channel censorship or whatever, right?
Yeah, there's more comedians now that are becoming popular, that are real edgy, and
like Alex Stein.
And that's because I think a lot of the kids now have been programmed, but they're all, I don't think they're all being programmed by their teachers. They've got to rebel. All their teachers tell them, the more they tell them about pronouns and stuff, I think they're going to just rebel. And
they do, but
getting to the point where,
so my sons were that percentage. So it's like us being into punk rock in 1978. So there are those kids that rebel against the system, but it's like 15-20%. You know what I mean?
Some of them are being driven to this Andrew Tate, that's an ex-kickboxer, that's this bald guy that lives in Transylvania or something, and he's but he's very well spoken, proper. He's part British or Australian or something, and but he says outrageous things, and it really threatens the control they have over the kids, because he's teaching boys to be masculine, and they don't want that. So they, at least the Chinese overlords that are really running our government behind Biden, don't want that. So they banned him off of everything. Currently, Rumble, you can get away with a lot, but Rumble is, some people are saying it won't be that way long because it went public and it's on the stock market now. But there's some guy these two guys out of Florida that they call themselves Paint the Trump. It's this guy that always was on the corner in Florida waving flags, and
I've seen that guy.
Yeah, and he paints portraits and paints murals and stuff, and but he does a show where he's in a studio with this younger guy that I think is Egyptian, and they just talk back and forth, and it's so politically incorrect. It's really funny. It almost gives you the feeling of the old Howard Stern show.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man.
Yep. So it's curmudgeon-y stuff. It'll never be the same, that sort of thing. Like, things changed for a reason, and Project Mockingbird.
Oh, the FCC. Well, I don't think the FCC is anything to do with satellite, but I think it's just now everything's so politically correct that his humor would he doesn't want to piss off all the who knows what. He's just
Well, he signed a giant deal for that TV show, America's Got Talent or something. So in order for
he
him
was
to
on
get
that, wasn't he?
all those TV deals, and in addition, not just that one, a bunch of other TV stuff, he was really branching out and rubbing elbows with all of these, rich people in Hollywood and New York City. And he had to become a part of their clique in order to keep being in their pie, right? And so
Yeah.
he believes all this stuff because he's a part of them now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't leave his house for 2 years. He's a real I think he's hardcore left.
Yeah, he
I
is.
think that he will go along with whatever they say at this point. I mean,
Yeah. Did he not? He didn't leave his house, but he broadcast from his house during.
Yeah, he's got a luxurious studio there inside of his house.
Oh, okay.
I mean, probably a more mansion than a house, like an estate, I imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he has to behave in a certain way because his money is tied up with these people, and he had to hate Trump, even though he loved Trump before.
Yeah.
Trump was on the show so many times, and
He'd call in from his limo. Yeah, he was like his buddy.
He was a recurring character that many times would come on and be edgy himself. Like he would push the envelope about New York politics, and Howard would be aligned with Trump. I remember the calls. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I remember all that. Yeah. So, what are some other good YouTube places to find fun besides those? Anyone else do the Saturday morning compilations?
I'm trying to think of who else I watch. Let me see if I can find this channel. So there's a channel that right now is posting like every episode of Spectre Man. So before that, they posted like every episode of this Japanese show called Space Giants. Do you know about that show?
Yeah, I know both. Yeah.
So let me find it on my channel.
Is it in Japanese or English?
It's in, I think it's dubbed, but it might have subtitles. I forget. Let me look.
Okay.
But you'll like the channel. I just got to find it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've always been into that since the 90s. And Kamen Rider.
Yeah. Let's see. You know what I watched the other day? I watched so there's a pretty good creature features that's on YouTube. And I think they're from Santa Rosa here in Montana. And they show pretty good movies with minimal interruptions, with like only one interruption in the middle.
Yeah.
And I think last week I watched Damnation Alley for the first time. For the first time since I saw it like in the theater, and I watched it all the way through, and it was surprisingly good.
I never saw that in the theater, but I remember clipping the ad from the newspaper. Actually, I think it was a full page ad in the newspaper. They really promoted that movie, but they sure didn't fund it very well.
Well, that was so the channel I'm looking at right now is called Son of a Space Ape. That's the one that has Spectre Man. Okay. Son of a Space Ape. So on that creature features show, the guy that's the host has been in the business apparently for a long time. I can't think of his name, but he has pretty good stories. So he knew about Damnation Alley. So the thing about Damnation Alley, according to him, was that it was the same production company as Star Wars, and that George Lucas kept asking for more money to make Star Wars, and so they kept dipping into the Damnation Alley budget and taking money from Damnation Alley to put into Star Wars. So in addition to them taking money from the special effects budget, then they ended up releasing in the summer of '77 or something, the same time that Star Wars was in the theater. So they didn't do as well in the box office as they thought. And then another interesting story was, what happened was they thought they had more money for the movie, so they spent a large portion of the budget on that vehicle, on that real mock vehicle that they use in the movie. And so it was like 80% of their budget or something in the end. It turned out that they took a bunch of money away on the back end, so they had spent too much money on that vehicle. So that's why the special effects are so shitty.
Right.
But
yeah.
The host of the show also said that some years ago when he was in LA, there was an opportunity to purchase that vehicle. That vehicle was up for auction or something, and he went to go and look at it and perhaps to buy it. But when he got there, they wouldn't let you look at the inside of it. So people were just buying it, were willing to spend like $20,000 or $30,000 on sight unseen on this thing just by how it looked on the exterior. Like it didn't run. It was fucked up on the inside. But then he said somebody did buy it, and then the person that bought it completely refurbished it, and now it's all tricked out on the inside like an RV.
Huh.
But the movie held up. I was surprised at how fun it was, and it was a good adventure. They don't make movies like that.
I'm already subscribed to Son of a Space Ape, and I've already saved the playlist of Spectre Man. I just haven't recorded it yet.
There you go, perfectly. So that's not the channel that I've been watching, but that's just another channel because I can't find the channel that I've been watching for some reason. It's not showing up on my.
What about the Creature Features channel you're talking about?
I think it's just called Creature Features.
Oh, oh wait, Horror Mike's saying something. I missed a bunch of comments here. Michael Taylor says, Zachary used to live in my building. Michael Taylor, I love Creature Features. Horror Mike says, it's Vincent from Creature Features from North California. There's also the Monster Channel online on Roku, etc. 24/7 horror hosts from all over. I think I have that app on my Roku, but I've never clicked on it.
So that's exactly him. His name is Vincent. Hey, what's up, Michael? And Horror Mike is correct. That's the guy, and it's a good show. I mean,
Horror Mike says during the 80s, he used to drive by the Damnation Alley vehicle, which was parked at a lot right off the 5 freeway in Los Angeles.
There you go.
Isn't the kid from Bad News Bears
Features on YouTube? He only has 61,000 subscribers. It seems like he should have more.
That sounds like a lot to me.
I guess so. Yeah.
What are you up to, subscriber wise?
At 400. I'm at 400 and something. Low 400.
Yeah, I've gotten a few in the last couple of weeks. I think
I get one or two, and then I lose one or two, and then because I don't make videos anymore, my subscriptions don't rise. Like if I was making videos every week like I used to, then my subs would rise up. But because I don't get put into the algorithm.
So the more you make, the more they'll put you as a suggested video.
Yeah, I think with toys it's that way. So a lot of the times with me, it's the toy that I make a video about. And it's also the title of the video. So because a good portion of my videos are Mark's toys, I pretty much always title like if I'm doing a Mark's toy, that'll be in the title. And so there's a large community of Mark's Toys collectors that are on YouTube that will watch anything about old Mark's Toys. So that's a lot of it. And yeah, I mean that's a lot of it.
There's Avanaf. I am not subscribed to that, so thank you.
I'm gonna look
Fireball Comics.
Avanaf.
And Michael Taylor says the opening to Creature Features was great.
Yeah, it was classic. That the theme song and just the editing was amazing at the time. Like it was a whole experience as a little kid living in Northern California and having Bob Wilkins and Creature Features, and then later John Stanley after Bob retired. They were both great, but it was a whole thing, man. It was a ritual. And like watching Night of the Living Dead on Creature Features was a big deal. Like because he probably showed it twice a year, maybe, I guess. And so that was a big deal. Like Monday morning at school, people were talking about what had been on Creature Features on Saturday night. And it was happening at the beginning of Saturday Night Live being born, at the birth of Saturday Night Live, was at the height of Creature Features. So you had to make a decision. You had to choose or switch, but back and forth. But you just had to make a decision. For me, I was more of a Creature Features guy.
Meyer, is there much interest in MPC toys like there is in Mark's toys?
Not as much, but it's there. Like there's interest in all of those play sets that Michael has an incredible collection. Like his collection would draw a lot of viewers, in my opinion. But the stuff that people are sometimes interested in it's almost always old stuff, and it will be as simple as like old plastic figures for MPC and Marks from the 50s and 60s, like the old original like Tom Corbett Space Cadet figures, the original Space Aliens, Mystery Spaceship. There's a draw for anything old like that that's become rare.
Lead Paint says, hey, Meyer, you have any of the old Mark's World War II play sets? I used to have the Guns of Navarone and the Desert Fox play sets. Got the Desert Fox set in like 3 Christmases in a row because I loved it so much.
Great. Well, that's great.
Yeah,
I
had more vehicles you got,
had
right?
Battleground, but I don't have them anymore. I just have figures. So I've reclaimed or I rebought original figures. So I have the Germans and the Americans and some of the accessories from those play sets, but I haven't spent the big money to try and buy like a Navarone with the box. I would love to get a Navarone play set with the original box and everything. And I'm a cheapskate, I kind of just bounce around, and a lot of the stuff that I buy in my collection is just there because of price and because it was available to me at the time.
What does one of those World War II play sets cost now?
Probably a couple $100, maybe a little bit more, depending on the completion and how nice the box is. The packaging is a big deal.
I've got a Ford Apache that just came, and it just has a generic box that I guess was how Sears sent it. It doesn't have writing on it, or
yeah, some of them came like that. Probably a little less expensive. People like that. One of the toys that is sought after is that Navarone playset in that big purple blue art box that shows the toy. It's giant, right? You remember how big that box is? Like it was up in our rafters in my garage, like throughout my entire childhood, that big box, but she ended up selling it.
Is that something that was before our time, from the 60s?
No, it came out early 70s, I want to say.
The Guns of Navarone did?
Yeah, the Mark's Toys Navarone playset, the mountain, with
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Maybe 74, 72, I don't know. I can't remember exactly, but right around then.
Yeah, I never had that.
Yeah, I loved that playset. We would set them, me and my friend would our deal was setting them all up and then shooting at each other's guys with the disc guns or with rubber bands or with the little catapults, or even when we're outside throwing little rocks at each other's guys. And it was like a game, trying to knock whoever could knock each other's men over, first. It was like we were like creating little wars, and we were like killing each other.
Yeah, my older brother, he had a little rubber band gun, and sometimes we could use those little tracers that came out of the Star Trek gun, and whatever guys those or a little plastic dart, and wherever the soldiers get knocked over, they were dead, or the vehicle gets knocked over, or whatever. There's a play set I've been looking for that. Do you know about the King Arthur play set that came out of Germany?
I don't think so, no.
Here, let me open up a window here. Yeah, it was from a company called I forget what is it called. I think it's called Spielware and Fabric. I don't know, but it's I'll show you. Let me where are we? I'm trying to remember how to do this. How do I invite
I haven't been into this collecting all that long. Like Michael Dodd is like a far more advanced collector than I am. Like this channel that I started and the collecting of vintage toys for me only started a little over 2 years ago. Like the idea of replacing my childhood toys only started a little over 2 years ago. And the expansion of what my apartment looks like and my comic books and everything fairly recent, because I was always a parent. Like I had 2 sons that lived here, so my money was not spent on myself and my hobbies. Like I didn't have that mind frame for years. For like 20 years, I didn't buy myself things. So that's kind of why this has happened for me. Wow,
Well,
this
this
is
is
great.
something I had as a kid, and it
Wow,
has
I've
a
never seen this.
bridge and a
Do you have those
drawbridge.
rocks? Are those plastic? The rocks underneath the castle?
Yeah, they're plastic. It's 4 pieces that fit together, and it's got see all those knights are the knights I was showing you the other week, I believe.
Wow, that's only $99.
Well, is that a bid, or is that?
Oh, I see. It isn't. It isn't
Yeah, I'd
$99.
rather just buy something
There we go.
that's complete. And see, the
I
thing is,
understand.
I guess certain pieces broke, and it was just on the back porch. And I guess at some point, my mother threw it away, and I was not real happy with that. But yeah, we were living in Germany at the time, and I don't know if it was bought from Germany or if it was she got it through the Sears catalog, but it's a German company. But these are the little knights that went.
Yeah, I've never
I
seen
still
them.
have all the knights. I just don't have the castle.
Maybe she got these at the PX or something.
That's very likely. She would order a lot of stuff from the Sears catalog, and yeah, I was showing you these, I believe, the other week as I was pulling them out.
Yeah.
This one, so he's got this club with like nails coming out of it. But this one, I think my brother painted blood on it. But I think he painted yellow on the helmet too. I think I have all the knights that go with it. I just need that castle. That's something I want. And I got that magazine you showed. Did you see that I got a copy of it? The one
No, I
that
didn't
Great
see that.
West with the guy getting shot.
Right.
Somewhere I had to get that. I was laughing for 5 minutes when you showed that. I never dreamed. How did you discover that magazine? You were just looking at Western magazines?
No, I think I was just looking at magazines on mycomicshop.com by era or year maybe. So I used to just look for magazines by like 1960s or 1970s magazines purposefully, mainly looking for men's adventure magazines, because I'm mainly looking for Stag, because that's my favorite magazine.
Stag is
find as many Stags as I can. And so by going through looking for those, I found the Erie stuff, and then I was reminded of the Great West, because I remember that magazine as a kid. That was a magazine that my Uncle George had with his weird stuff. Like he had True Detective, Great West. He had that type of stuff in this kind of I guess it's like a mud room or a boot room. It was a guest bedroom that I used to stay in sometimes when I would go to visit them. It was a really cool place to stay because it was where he kept all of his duck hunting stuff. So there were all these shotguns, all these guns, and all these muddy boots, and all these duck toys, and then all these cigars and cigarette ashtrays, like the big stand-up ones from barbershops, like that sort of a setup with all these magazines. And so it was a very manly situation that I wasn't used to at my
like
home.
a man cave. I've never heard of mud room or boot room. That's an interesting. Is that a regional expression?
What?
Mud room or boot room? I've never heard anyone use that.
I don't know if it's regional. It's a California thing. So I don't know if it's even a California thing. I mean, I'm from California, so we've always called it that. But it's a room that connects to the outside of the house to the kitchen. And in between, there's usually a potbelly stove, and it usually has a tile floor. It's for taking off your muddy clothes before you
Okay.
go in the house, for taking your boots and leaving like
Oh,
your things,
okay.
like your guns. Like that's where he kept all of his hunting stuff, fishing equipment, all that stuff was there. Yeah.
I'm trying to
And then
type
it was
in
only the
Lord
only house that they used to
Bloodraw.
let the dog in. So like if you had a hunting dog and you lived on a ranch and had a dog, that was the only room in the house that the dog could come into, maybe only in the wintertime when it got cold.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, that's how it was in my family. That's what the boot room or the mud room it was. And I think it's from houses built in maybe the 20s or 30s. I don't know. Because all those houses that I'm talking about are old.
So I was looking up Lord Bloodraw. He just dropped dozens. Yeah, I like the old radio shows, so I think I've subscribed to him. Let's see. Michael Taylor says list is too long to go through. Go away is looking at something.
Yeah, go away.
He says check out Tales of the Unexpected.
I saw
Great.
Go Away a couple weeks ago come on your show. He had some
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
I
it's some
love
cool
those
stuff.
wacky racers that he had. I'd never
Yeah,
seen those before. Yeah.
no, I hadn't either.
Yeah, there you go. Jackson Roykirk. Mudroom equals utility room. Basically,
Okay, like where your washer and dryer are and stuff.
kind of, but it wasn't that way in these houses. But it's like a utility room that's between, sometimes it's like between the carport and the kitchen. Like it's like a utility room between the carport and the kitchen. That's, I don't
Yeah,
know, it's hard to explain, but yeah,
yeah, cool.
indoor
So,
garage maybe. I don't know.
yeah,
But yeah, those magazines were something. Like I remember opening up True Detective and seeing like dead bodies with that black bar across the lady's eyes, that sort of thing. And yeah, I was like, wow, this is, I probably shouldn't be looking at this, but nobody was supervising me, so I was able just to rifle through it all.
the worst one I ever saw was a picture of a guy that had been killed by Indians. The worst photograph. I mean, this guy had been stripped naked. He must have had 100 arrows in him. They'd
Wow.
cut his privates off. They'd scalped him. He was like, they were making sure he was dead, man. They were like humiliating the guy, and it's like, I saw it in a book about the Old West, and it's like I've got it here somewhere. I'll find it one of these days. I don't know if I should show it on YouTube or not, but I've
Do you
never
remember?
seen anything like that.
Do you remember those commercials for Time Life books? Remember, like the Old West. John Wesley Harding. He once shot a man for snoring.
Just for
Remember those?
snoring, yeah, just for snoring, yeah. Yeah, I've got those books. Yeah, I think I've got 2 sets of them.
Yeah, my
Um,
relatives had those books. That Great West magazine was doing like this thing that was like, what I mean, it's sensationalistic. It's what's his name? Marvin Foss or something, the Erie guy.
Marvin Fast, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like this sensationalistic, uh, like voyeurism, and at the same time, it was so recent. So like it's like 1965, like it's like 80 years. One grandma ago, people were like shooting people and leaving them in the desert to be eaten by ants and stuff like that. So it made a great like idea. The Old West has this real creepy aspect to it, right? Because it's so recent. It was so close,
Yeah,
it was, and there's photographs of it. So
right.
that's the creepy part, is that you've got those pictures, and no one is smiling.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything looks dirty. Nobody is smiling. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people were, that was just the thing to not, it wasn't necessarily that they were miserable, but I think they were told not to smile. Or maybe it's just so unpleasant to stand there for that amount of time it took to take the picture.
Yeah, I think maybe that was part of it as well. They had to stand still for a lengthy period.
I'm looking out at there's really strong wind today outside. So, yeah, Horror Mike, are you busy, or can you come on here? I could put this. Anyone wants to come on, you can put. I'll put the link here. You may be busy. Let's see.
What else? Let's see. Did you watch? So do you have? Are you watching? Do you have Netflix or not?
We have Netflix, yeah.
So I recently just got Netflix again, got it back again. I cancel it from time to time, right? If there's nothing, I just, or if something pisses me off about it, I'll cancel it.
Yeah,
So
they tend to do that.
I resubscribed for that Dahmer show.
How is that?
As creepy as it sounds, I enjoyed it. So here's part of the bad part about it is that I find myself recently more recently doing this where the politics of these people, the young people that are making this entertainment, is injected so frequently that I've developed a sort of resistance to the political injections of bullshit. Michael Taylor.
He said he had all the cool stuff.
Yeah, it was the best stuff. A lot of it's still out there. So like you could watch anything now and find some messed up politics injected into it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Even a show about Jeffrey Dahmer that took place in 1990, they've found a way to add political angles into the story and to hyperbolize certain portions of the story that aren't even true to further their political angles. That's kind of like in everything now, right? Like everything becomes a show about politics, like She-Hulk. Everything. So I've kind of gotten used to it. So I look past it in certain instances, and I did that with Dahmer. Because you can see that the makers of the show are trying to push different agendas and things. And I was just kind of there for the facts. Even though that's another interesting part of the story is that we already know all the facts so well for the most part. And I'm not even like a Dahmer or serial killer, like aficionado type guy. I was just alive when it happened. Yeah. So I know a lot of the sequences of what happened and everything. So, and they've made so much media about this guy that at the end, it's anticlimactic that he doesn't get away and that he dies. I almost wish that there was a way that the story continued. I wish that there was a way that he at least didn't die in prison, because the guy was fascinating. I know it's going to sound creepy and weird, but he stands out from a lot of the other serial killers in that he was somewhat non-violent. Like, he didn't kill people until they were sedated. And the weird thing about it as well is that he came clean, right? Like, I mean, he came completely clean. He did multiple taped interviews telling everything, the background from when he even was a kid to committing all these murders and horrible atrocities. And so that's like a really interesting point to the story to me, is that he's so much different than like somebody like Bundy or Gacy or Manson, who continue to obfuscate, who never came clean about anything. And Dahmer was he was repentant. He even found Jesus and was baptized in prison. So it's a really fascinating story. And the other aspect to the story that I think that the reason why I resubbed to Netflix and I watched the show is because I saw the news release that the show had been originally Netflix had placed it in the LGBTQ genre section.
I heard about that, and it pissed people off.
Yeah, so that really interested me, because I was like, okay, well, now I want to. I never thought of it, because I hadn't thought about the Dahmer story in this new world that we currently live in. I never thought of it as a story about a gay man, right? But now I was like, okay, now I'm interested. I want to watch it again and see. And so it is a story about the LGBTQ community. Like, I mean, it's right on. That's all it's about. The Gacy story is also about the LGBT community.
How both explicit does the show get?
And so it was a motivator for their crimes almost. And so it seems to me like it should be addressed. Not their gayness should be addressed, but they should be identified as, it should be an LGBTQ story because they murdered gay men. Like, maybe not Gacy as much, but Dahmer definitely did not. He was directed towards murdering gay men, and so and he was gay himself. So that makes it an LGBTQ story. I think they should identify.
I think they want that banner to be for positive representations of the community. I think that's why
it's history, though. But it's history. It's like
I think they just like put that under the true crime section is what they're hoping.
Right.
Michael Dodd's trying to get on, but it says devices not connected on my end. So it keeps changing. Let me see if I can click on it. It says add to stream. No, it says devices not connected. Michael, maybe if you use a different phone or computer, maybe it'll come on. My dad had Marilyn Monroe and Arthur Miller in his cab. Huh.
Oh, wow, cool.
It's history. But how explicit do they get with the violence? Do they really show what he did in detail?
Not very much. They don't show very much. Like they don't show, a power drill going into anybody's head.
Do you hear the sound of it, or?
Yeah. You hear the sound of it. The actor does a great job. The actor does a great job of emulating Dahmer's speech and mannerisms and movement. So even if you've only seen Dahmer walking in and out of court, and you remember that this guy is doing that, he's walking like Dahmer did in the moments that we have of him being captured on film. So by doing that, he makes the connection really well. You feel like you're kind of watching Jeffrey a lot.
It's that actor that played Quicksilver and X-Men, and he's always on American Horror Story. He's a good actor.
Yeah, he did a really good job. I saw an interview with him that I thought was interesting because he's a young guy. He's probably in his late 20s or early 30s or something, and he had very little knowledge of Dahmer and no interest, and he wasn't alive when it happened, and all he knew about it was all in his memory. All he had was seeing that bit of film footage of the guys in the hazmat suits wheeling down that big barrel down that flight of stairs, and so he just knew that he was like this cannibal or something. So I think that that's in a way kind of cool that he came into it blind and didn't have any preconceptions about who Dahmer was. It's a fascinating story. The movie does a good job, or the show does a good job, but since it's Netflix, they do this weird stuff where they go off track and they make an entire episode just about a fake Jesse Jackson coming and visiting the building and talking with this character in the movie or in the show who is supposed to be his neighbor, but she's really an amalgamation of about 3 different neighbors that really existed in real life. So they kind of took this fake character and made her a large portion of the show. Like they made this woman exist who was a real woman, but in reality, she lived across the street. And they made her in the show Dahmer's next door neighbor, and they made her stories include the stories of 2 of the actual neighbors of Dahmer that lived in his building, even though she didn't. So they added this weird political aspect, and the whole episode with Jesse Jackson talking to her, which was kind of weird. That's what I'm saying about modern media. For me, I've gotten to a point where I almost look past the bullshit. Luckily I can fast forward through things.
Yeah. Well,
but it's all there in everything for the most part.
Or the alternative is just not to watch it. I mean,
right.
I really was loving those Marvel movies from Iron Man right through 10 years of them. I had them mapped out when the ones that were coming out that year. It's like they were so much fun. And then just at some point with Captain Marvel right around there and the Eternals, and it's like all of a sudden they're all so shitty that I don't even go. There's only one theater here, but I don't even bother seeing them. And the ones like I saw the first episode of She-Hulk, haven't watched anything else. I see they had Daredevil on last time, and it didn't look. It just didn't. It looked. I just saw a clip of it. I have no interest. Let's see. Horror Mike's here.
Hey,
how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Did I come across as an asshole last night on the show, Horror Mike?
Pardon?
Did I seem like an asshole last night? Because I was in a bad
You're
mood.
always an asshole, Groucho. No, just kidding.
No,
Just
seriously, I didn't. Because it's like
no.
I was like, it's like
Yeah,
there's hope
but
for the industry. It's like no, there's not. It's dead.
yeah, no. I mean, I think. I mean, the greater argument was the whole thing about who are comics for. What we were talking about
Well,
there,
that
and
was the part of I think where I came across as an asshole because I think the common assumption is no, comics can be for adults. But I'm just saying the comics that we love, that we collect, in my opinion, were aimed at kids. And but in the 50s, they were really pushing what they could give to these kids.
and that's why they got banned.
I know, but that's why we see these Fiction House covers with the Sheena, and it's like the long legs and the boobs.
They weren't aiming. They
we
were
laugh
aiming
because
for kids.
we realize this was meant for kids, and it's wonderful, and it has an innocence to it now.
Yeah, but they were trying with Sheena and all that stuff, Jungle Comics and so forth. They were trying to get an adult percentage of the market.
Yeah, but
there is no doubt.
But I was telling Meyer they had them on the lower shelf. It was down with the kids' reading material. I mean, adults could have grabbed them, and I'm sure they did. Just know, slum. But I didn't want to come across as an asshole. And then it seemed like Comic Collector Geek was saying that no, there's lots of kids or something. He said something. I said, no, there's what? I just like the industry's dead. I mean, it's like to me, it's dead. But you're right. These people doing these comics independently, that's great. But I just think the comics, as I know them, won't come back until it's a kids' medium, and that will never happen ever.
Well, maybe I can help resurrect the industry. Check out the private chat. I just sent you a link.
Oh, let me see what's going on here.
This is a mock-up of something I've been working on.
Oh, wait. I got to figure out where. Okay, hold on a second.
It's in the private chat.
Okay, I'll find that. Let me see what I'm not getting caught up here. That show Mindhunter, I think it's called, had an amazing depiction of Edward Kemper the Third. Here's Michael Dodd.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's called, had an amazing depiction of Edward Kemper.
Oh, there's Michael Dodd.
Probably turn the sound down on your.
Hang on, let me. Yeah.
Just turn the sound down.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
Let's see.
I was trying to get on with this Logitech camera, which is much better, but for some reason it wasn't working. So I had to go with the front-facing webcam.
You're in a different room. You're not with the refrigerator anymore.
Right. I'm downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the same thing with you, Michael, but I have had numerous problems with different devices when trying to connect through StreamYard. It's just like a nightmare. Something like, for instance, I might get the image, but the sound suddenly my microphone isn't picking up, or vice versa, So for the time being, I'm using my laptop camera with this headset for the audio, and
see, I use my laptop, but I don't have earphones. I don't know, but I'm sure. Oh, there's I've been looking for the private chat. There it is.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been working on this now. This is a forthcoming Ashcan. That I'm going to be launching a Indiegogo on this thing. This is a mock-up, so it's something I'm still, of course, working on.
Okay, let me get this up where we can see it. Michael, did you watch Four Color Fossils last night?
No, I didn't.
I was just the reason I'm asking is I'm just wondering if I came across like a total asshole. I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I would say no, Gratu.
Because there was a show I did earlier in the day that was uploading for hours, and it finally dropped onto YouTube right as the Four Color Fossils was ending, where I'm sitting with my friend and he's showing his Parliament Funkadelic records. And then he says, well, here are all the satanic books that are the cult that influenced George Clinton. And then at the end, he says, guys, comment down below if you think that I made a he didn't say a fool. He said if I look like I got his goat or something, and it's like you get my goat. I'm not gonna endorse satanic shit on my show, but
Yeah, I didn't see him. Did he have his Maggot Brain Funkadelic album
yeah,
in
he
there?
had that. He said that was one of the ones that was influenced by this Church of the Final Process or something.
Weird.
I don't know. Oh, here it is. Let's see. This should be popping up now. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Well, there we go.
Oh, there it
looks
goes.
good, Mike.
Yeah, so this is just the black and white. Now, let me explain the process here.
All
The
right.
drawing itself is it's an actual drawing, right?
Right.
Here's the drawing. And so, oops, can you back up for a second?
Yeah, I don't know what I did. All right.
There you go. I know so, and then the fog and the titles are digitized.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the format of what would be an Ashcan comic. Now that is basically an 8.5 by 11 folded in half. So it's roughly like this size.
Okay.
Small, in other words. So the theory of the Ashcan, the whole thing, you get it out there and then later you do the actual comic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so this is the mock-up. Now, I just put in the color version into the private chat. If you could click on that one.
Okay. Let's see.
So this is me just playing around, and once again, it's digitized colors.
Okay, hold on a second. So have you worked on the inside story too?
Yeah, well, I've written it. Yeah, I mean, it basically.
Oh, what did I just do? Oh, sorry, Michael. Add to stream.
There he is.
I don't know if I did that or what.
No, it was me. I tried to change my camera, and this is actually the right camera now.
Oh, okay.
So I got it working.
Yeah. So so Vampire Women from Venus. There we go. So that's a color mock-up. Okay.
Oh, that was good.
And
I love the purple and green.
Pardon, Meyer?
I like that purple and green together. Looks
Yeah,
good.
thank you. Yeah, I think that color scheme works pretty well. Now, it's as I said, this is like stuff I'm still playing around with in a variety of aspects, but it's going to be like I'm going to do an Indiegogo next year, like probably March, to get this project off the ground. I may even end up making a movie of it.
How does Indiegogo work?
Well, it's a you launch a campaign and you say, look, I'm selling this comic book or whatever you're doing, and you get people to back you. So let's say that I'm going to sell this comic book for $10. So people go in there and they back you for $10, and then you get X amount of backers, and you try to hit some kind of goal. Like let's say you want to hit $3,000. And so you get, let's say 300 backers, $3,000, then your goal is met. And then you go ahead and you print your comic book out and you send it off to all of the backers.
So the people contribute, and then the 3,000 stays with Indiegogo, and when it reaches a certain amount, then it's released to you.
Right. When the campaign is officially over, when it's ended, you get the money, then you start processing the actual, the whatever you're doing. You can be printing comic books, or it could be a variety of things, of course. For
what if it doesn't reach the goal? Is the money refunded?
Then you failed miserably, and it won't work.
But I mean, what happens to the money? It goes back to the people.
It goes. They don't get charged, or they either don't get charged or they get reimbursed. But the thing is, you can also have a flexible goal where you don't have to hit the goal that you want. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be like, let's say you wanted 3,000, but you only got 2,000. But you say, okay, I can still work with 2000 and do the comic book. Then since it's a flexible goal, you can still go ahead, and print those comic books and send them out, for the backers.
These friends of mine back in Texas, they were started doing these line of comics. It was just a husband and wife, and they get them. I guess some company overseas. You pay them a certain amount of money. They print all these comics. They look perfectly just as good as any other comic that comes in the comic store.
Yeah, sure.
There's several companies that do this. I didn't know it was so easy to make your own comic now. It's
yeah, there are a couple of companies that you can send them the raw files, and they will actually assemble and print the comic book out for you.
Is that what you're going to do, or do you have some other way of doing it?
Well, for the Ashcan, I'll probably do it myself. Now, if it is successful, I'll probably after that, do a campaign for the actual comic book, at which point that would be probably printed by one of these companies, but in Ashcan, it's only going to be, as I said, you fold a 11 by 8.5, it's small. So there's your comic book.
What would your print run be on something like that?
It depends on the backers. If I got 300 backers, I'd print 300, roughly speaking, but that way you can, and of course with an Ashcan, you're only talking like typically, I don't know if you have any of those, but they're typically like 10 to 20 pages maximum. They're short. Yeah. The idea is to get the basic idea of what you're trying to do out there as quickly as possible.
Well, if it's black and white, you can just print it on a photocopy machine and then get a stapler that staples, the adjustable, and you can just make your own. I was doing that when I was a teacher. Yeah. I was making these little books for the kids with their writing in it, and I'd do all the art design, and I'd make it something amazing looking, taking images from old famous monsters and everything that we love, and then it would have the kids writing, and then they felt like they were, 6th, 7th graders felt like they were published writers. And then later I changed when the school an archive of the school newspaper from like 1935 to the Kennedy era was found, and I realized, that school used to have a paper. I'll start that paper over again, and so I did that, and I used the same format, the same logo and everything, and started it again 28 years later, but I used old ads from everywhere. I should show you some of those. But yeah, that was fun. Let's see. Broncos says, I've been dying to check out your horror film, Horror Mike. I'll try to pick up a copy when I'm back in America.
Yeah, I was just responding to him.
Okay.
Yeah,
1 second. Keep talking. I can hear you.
So the premise of this whole thing is, are you guys aware of the Russian missions to Venus?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, the Russians sent 14 probes to Venus. Several of them landed. The last few were able to take photos before the probes burned up. I'm gonna send one of the photos. Yeah, there we go. Let me see if I can. Yeah, they only have one photo, but well, it's pretty good. I don't know. That's not too good. There we go. It's pretty interesting. Here's one of the better ones right here. I'm gonna send it in the private chat.
Okay.
So.
I'm back.
But in any case, so they were able to take photos of the surface of Venus before the probes burned up. Now, Gratu, are you aware of the Venera probes, the Russian probes that landed on Venus?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. I just sent you a photo.
Yeah,
And
I'm blowing it up here. Let's see what we can do here. All
so
right.
so they took these photos, and the probes, relayed the data back to the Russians. And so the premise of my story is that the probe saw more than what they shared. There we go.
Okay.
There's the foot of the probe right there. It's just taking a shot of Venus. And so the idea is that the photos capture something else on the planet. And of course, the Russians don't want to disclose that. But there's data that's still on the probe they were not able to retrieve. So they send these like Model-esque cosmonauts back to Venus to retrieve the data on these the hard drives on the last probes of Venera 14. And of course, all hell breaks loose when they land on the planet. So that's the idea of vampire women from Venus. And yeah, it could be pretty good. It's definitely going back to like that type of 1950s sci-fi, interplanetary type of idea.
Yeah.
And so
And you've got that angle of the government space fraud situation, which is
that.
Did you ever read that book by Buzz Aldrin, the one where he like slips up, and I forget the name of the book, but it's the one where I think shortly after he wrote that book, he was approached by the American Psychiatric Association or something and became a speaker for them regarding depression. They kind of tried to make him seem like he was crazy after he wrote this book, saying that things didn't add up, that the amount of material that they brought back from the surface of the moon did not equal the amount of material that was actually, there in person, and that it wasn't a sterile atmosphere on the flat top when they got picked up from the return capsule. So when they got picked up from the return capsule, Buzz Aldrin said they were taken out of the water and kept in the capsule, and they tried to keep them in a sterile type atmosphere, and they put them in this mobile home that was on an aircraft carrier and transported them to Hawaii and isolated them, except the inside of the mobile home had ants in it. Like it wasn't actually sterile. And so the question Buzz Aldrin was raising in his own book was whether or not he even really went to the moon or not. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he was saying that there was no reason, that they were pretending that they needed to be kept sterile, when in reality they weren't being kept sterile. And
they're just typical government, negligence, because they went to the moon. They landed on the moon. I can guarantee you. I would bet my life on it. My dad worked on the moon missions. He was one of the chief electricians on the missions. I mean, when you watch those rockets go into space, they're going to the moon. They landed on the moon. There's no argument. People just have to be idiots if they think there was no moon landings. And it wasn't even that big of a deal. It wasn't. I mean, look, all they did is land on the moon. I mean, we've got probes. If you think that, then we didn't land probes on Mars. The Russians didn't land probes on Venus. All of this is total bullshit then, which is a joke. We have the technology. We have jets that we have rockets that are moving at hypersonic speeds. We have the technology. We've been doing it.
The only thing I couldn't figure out, that I think some people are suspicious of, how did Nixon talk on a phone like this to the people on the moon? I never got that,
Well, there was some kind of a, interplay between the phone and the system.
I'm sure, but it just seems like with 1969 technology, how did they do it? But maybe there's a lot of technology we've got that we aren't supposed to know about, Well,
the Chinese just landed on the moon. They just, they're doing. I cannot believe you guys aren't hearing
Not
this stuff.
people on the
It's like
moon.
Okay, what? Okay, yeah, no, they've landed
People,
probes
when you
on
say
the moon.
landed on the moon, yeah, put stuff
Well,
up
that's
there. Yeah.
that's landing on the moon. Ray Bradbury famously said, when somebody asked him, when do you think we're going to land on the moon? He said, we already have. And that was when the first probe landed, and that is absolutely true. Humans have landed on the moon vis-a-vis the probes.
And the people there said, don't come back because you haven't been back in a while. Let's see. Lead Paint says, I spoke on an Army radio in the Saudi Arabian desert to my mother on a regular phone in 1990. Oh, well. See, did you guys hear about NASA knocking that meteor off target? No, I haven't heard.
I saw something about that. Yeah. Did it really knock the meteor off target though?
They said it was a success. So.
Oh wow!
Let me show you something real quick. This was the first issue I did of this in 1998.
There we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
See, this is stolen from Amazing Adult Fantasy, the magazine that respects your intelligence. And I drew this cheerleader, and I took all the heads from the border of a Warren magazine ad, and
that's beautiful.
It's all cut and paste with literally scissors and glue, Elmer's glue, and then I would type up, some girl wrote about the Spice Girls, and then I put together a bunch of pictures clipped from here and there. They wrote stories, but I would be taking these old ads and putting them in there, which and it's just let's see. Then kids did different drawings, and I stole this probably from issue of Weirdo and just changed the name on the sign.
I like that.
But yeah, just all kinds of stuff.
That's really cool.
A kid, I introduced the kid to Sergio Aragonis, and he wrote about him. And this illustration was actually done by my friend Joe Riley, who was really into Japanese monsters and stuff.
That looks great.
Kids illustrations. This is the first issue. I did a bunch of them before I converted it into a different format.
Well, that is kind of the idea right there, Gratu. It's like, you kind of start off. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, you do these types of things.
This is issue 3,
which would be
right. And you build an audience, which Gratu, you've already built an audience, and I mean that's what Horror Mike is doing right now too. We're all on the periphery of Comicsgate, even if we don't even realize it.
Well,
we're on the periphery of Comicsgate, and we're interweaving with people that are already using Indiegogo, and some guys just write, Gratu. There's guys that are closing giant campaigns, like this guy Cecil just closed like $250,000, and he hasn't even really finished the book yet, has he, Mike?
I don't think so, but I think he's really close.
Yeah, and he's hilarious. The guy's really talented,
he is funny
and
as hell.
A ton of people are buying his books. John Malin just writes, I think, doesn't he? Does John Malin pretty much just write? And he does like campaign after campaign between $50,000 and $100,000, basically, right, Mike? And the audience has been built up on YouTube, just on streams like what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, I've got a million of these things. Maybe I should do an episode about them sometime. I don't know. But I was just cutting. I was thinking, what happened to Michael Dodd? Device is not connected.
He may have once again lost his connection.
Oh.
Here he comes.
There he is.
Okay, I'd like to ask you guys, I'm trying to figure this out, and maybe you can help. Okay, it's using the mic from this Logitech webcam, and but it's using the picture from the webcam on the computer. And I keep trying to get the Logitech to use the picture, but when I do, it says that it gives me a code for an error, and it says it's being used by another app, but I'm not using another app.
maybe your laptop might have a microphone built into it that's okay. That's what I'm using. I'm not using a separate mic. When I do this, these are always just props.
Yeah.
So this
So,
is from a
Michael,
CB.
when you go in, Michael, when you go into when you first start when you enter StreamYard, do
Yeah.
you check both your video and audio setup at that time?
Yeah.
Okay, because it has that settings thing, and you can check both your video, and then you can see like what can connect and what can't
Yeah.
on there. Okay, all right. So what is it telling you at that point?
It's telling me that the camera is the one that's on the computer, but it's using the mic on the Logitech webcam because I have it plugged in still, trying to get it to work right. But
Okay, and
it won't work on the picture, but it worked on Graphic Man show twice.
Well, what if you disconnect the mic and try to use the mic that's built into the computer and just see what that's, because maybe the computer's getting confused because the picture's coming from one place and the sound's, I don't know. What do I know?
Okay, well, I tried that a minute ago and it kicked me out.
Oh, okay.
So
well, that's not a good way to go.
No.
right. So when you tried that a minute ago and it kicked you out, how did you try it? Did you go out of StreamYard completely, then unplug your device, then plug it back in, then enter StreamYard again?
No, I just unplugged it. I was still in StreamYard. I
You
didn't have to
go
re-enter.
out of StreamYard, unplug it, then plug it back in, then enter StreamYard. Because then I found that then if you enter StreamYard after you've reconnected the device, it should show both of what you're trying to connect with. It should be correct. But you've got to have it, you've got to enter StreamYard with it, plugged in.
Already plugged in.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll just come back in and do it like this for now.
Okay, it doesn't sound bad.
Well, I just wanted to get it to work like it did for Graphic Man because this Logitech is high definition and it's a much better camera than the
Yeah.
one on the website.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I'm going to go all the way out and then I'll go back into YouTube and click the link and after I've plugged it back in and all that. So we'll try that.
That's good.
But so that's the idea with this Ashcan thing. It's just to and Meyer is absolutely correct. The whole quote unquote comics gate thing is just all over the place. You could have comic book artists, writers, a combination of both. And there is kind of a funny thing, Meyer. I don't know if you've noticed this, but of course, in Comicsgate, there's a lot of really high end artists that are just really good, right? Then you have artists like me or other people that are what we call the CG slums. Have you ever heard of this term?
No, I haven't, but I think a good example is Narwhal. That's a guy who has an unusual style, a minimalistic, like Cal art kind of style, but his writing is so good that it propels his books to top sales, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a good example of a guy who's like maybe not a super talented artist that would be working for like a regular company.
I don't know him.
Yeah. You're right. And there are other people that have, various projects, and they're kind of, how should I say, they're either amateur or maybe semi-pro artists, so you just that aren't that great, but they want to do a project and get it out there. And so so kind of what happened is that I don't want to say it's a split exactly, but there are these other artists that work in what is called the CG slums. That's what they call it,
Okay.
So that's kind of like where I'm at. And
does that mean computer generated?
No, that's Comicsgate.
Oh,
That's
Okay.
the political thing.
Okay.
So-
Kind of, well, or at least born out of a political type of deal, but you know.
I mostly just watch those big guys. Like I watch, Ethan, and I watch
Yeah.
Malin, I watch Anna, and I watch Cecil. And Michael
Yes.
Bancroft. I like Michael Bancroft. I like Camel Moon. I watch Camel sometimes.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so I watch the big hitters of Comicsgate for the most part. So I'm not like familiar with like if I wanted to write a comic, which I do want to write a comic, and I think what you're doing, I have great respect for what you're doing, Mike. I think it's a great move, and I'm a creative, artistic guy. I've always got ideas, and so I'd like to make that move myself.
Yeah. Well, the first thing, really, it's kind of like, I don't really have to tell you this, but I mean, I was just inspired by the Venus probe, and I started thinking in my mind. I always do that. I take something that's real, and then I'm like, well, what if this happened? And then I kind of warp that to the point where it's like, yes, well, what if these beautiful cosmonauts were sent back to Venus and to retrieve this data from the probe, and they were there are these creatures on the planet that are vampiric in nature. That's what the cameras saw, and so
Oh,
the
Michael Dodsbeck.
so then you just the first step is to do get a cover, do some kind of visual anchor, that and that's what I'm doing now. So
I got it working now. Thanks, Mike.
oh, cool, very cool, man.
Yeah, it's just a better camera, and I can take it off of there and move it around and show stuff.
Yes, much
good.
better.
Yep.
Yeah, StreamYard is kind of weird in that respect. It's like, you've got to kind of totally disconnect, get out of it, and then come back in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Did you see any of that show last night with Hart D. Fisher, the guy that wrote that Dahmer book? It was on Ethan's channel.
Yes, I did see. Man, they just got into like this circle jerk though, because the guy was trying to figure out why Ethan Van Sciver didn't have a gay character in Cyberfrog.
Wait, where was this? What is this?
Oh, this was a Comic Artist Pro.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
on his
channel.
channel?
Yeah, Comic Artist Pro.
And he had a guest on?
Yeah, he a guest, and that guy did he write the novelization of the Dahmer thing?
Yeah, I think so. This was the guy that, I remembered him because I remembered these books from the early 90s, and I even remembered those cards that what were they, like the sadistic maniac trading cards or something, serial killer trading cards.
Yes.
I remember that stuff being like marketed in the in previews. I remember it being at my comic shop under the glass, like you had to like ask to look at it and stuff because it was
right.
like hard R or something.
And so what was
what does
that guy's the novel has something to do with the TV show? Is that the deal or no?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the TV show. Other than he had told the story a couple times before, and he has a lot of inside information. I think he's even from Milwaukee, maybe, or has a background with it. So he had a lot of knowledge. He's kind of like a Dahmer expert. He's also kind of a Gacy. He made serial killer comics in the early 90s. He was like pushing that envelope, and he went on like Sally Jesse Raphael or Phil Donahue, and they tried to make him out to be a bad guy. They tried to make him out like, oh, you're monopolizing and monetizing like murder and grief and horror,
So
I came in late on that show, so I missed that whole thing with the talk shows and so forth.
He's an interesting dude. He'll probably be back, maybe, I guess. I don't know. He's a little odd, that's for sure. He was having fun. He was interesting.
Yeah. Well, also, two other channels Man, Gratu, you might even dig this. Being, I know you're getting back into doing the paintings and stuff. There's a guy, an artist, Aaron Lopresti, he's a big CG. I think he's one of the best in the entire group, in my opinion. I think that guy just does some amazing work, and he does a lot of horror stuff. He's got his current project is like a horror western kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic art. This guy is just phenomenal. And what he does is he'll do like draw streams where he'll be like, okay, now we're going to draw the EC Crypt Keeper. And so he's like, got the camera on his drawing pad and he draws the EC Crypt Keeper. And he's talking about like what he does, his style, what he uses,
That's interesting.
stuff like that. It's just really, it's very educational for artists. And he's one of the only guys that does that.
How do you spell his name?
Aaron with 2 A's.
Right.
And Lopresti, Lopresti.
L-O what?
L-O-P.
P-O.
Presti.
Presti.
R-E-S-T-I.
Oh, I never would have guessed that spelling.
And I don't know what his channel is. What is his channel anyways?
It's just Aaron Lopresti. I just subscribed, right? Is that him? Or
Did you find it?
I assume I did. How there can't be two guys with that name.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. That's it.
Okay.
So he does these great draw streams, and he has other, I don't know, he does other stuff as well. But he and also Graham Nolan, you guys may be familiar with that guy. He's another artist from the late 80s going into the 90s.
That's the reason why I started reading this book was because of seeing Graham Nolan recently on Ethan's stream a bunch, and I wanted to read his old stuff. Yeah,
there he is drawing the EC. Yeah, there he is, man.
Looks like the old witch.
It's it could be.
It
could
was
be the old witch.
One big eye,
but yeah, Graham Nolan has also got a really great project. I think it's called The Ghost of Matacumba Key, which is a current project he's doing. Once again, it's supernatural horror kind of thing. And that's kind of like, I really like that. I gravitate towards that more than like superhero stuff.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed. I see. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. And Graham Nolan is another guy you may want to subscribe
that's
to.
The one I just.
You got both of them. Good.
Yeah.
Cool. It's very good. Very, very. I mean, they're just some really top-notch artists, And Ethan Van Sciver, he's like kind of like the, I don't know, granddaddy of all the guys or whatever you want to call him. He's the
living sunbeam.
He's putting on some weight, so he's eating well. I hadn't watched him in a little while, and
I think he's. He's by now. I think he's probably through Indiegogo and so forth. I think he's racked in over $2 million. Okay. So he's doing much better, I think, doing his own thing than of course when he was working for Marvel or DC or whatever. It was DC, I guess.
Yeah.
And of course he's working for himself, so he doesn't have to worry about working for people that hate him. I mean, and they just despise that guy. Oh my God. It is hilarious, man. I mean, it's pretty entertaining, actually. Like some of the things because they just continuously, there's always some jab, they're always trying to get that guy. It's kind of like, the guy we were talking about last night, Eric July, who's got that comic book Isom. Okay. And he's not part of the Comicsgate thing, but he's definitely aligned with them. I would say politically, I guess, for lack of a better,
He's a libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's aligned with us, with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, so
Michael
Would you guys
Taylor.
like to see some Halloween junk?
Yeah,
Would you like? Okay.
sure.
Now that I've got your camera hooked up, I can actually turn it around.
Oh, wow.
all right, cool.
Blow
There you go.
mold. And
Very good, man.
there's the mantle downstairs. It's my mom's grandfather clock. Those are Basil Gogo's prints.
Yeah.
Some old Halloween noise makers, you know, and just some Halloweenery, man.
Where we normally see you is a different part of the house, I guess.
Yeah, I normally, when I was doing those two shows with Graphic Man, I was upstairs in the kitchen, which isn't really even a kitchen anymore. It's like overflow where I shoot my videos. It's overflow for my monster junk, and I have a big table in there, and there's room to shoot videos, you know. But I'm downstairs now. This is where I live, actually.
Oh, cool. Well, Michael Taylor, I don't know how many did any of you see the Munsters movie?
No.
I haven't watched it yet.
It's terrible. I mean, the guy Rob Zombie has all the same influences we do. It's just he doesn't have he just can't write a comedy. His sense of humor just doesn't function. And his wife is terrible as Lily Munster. The guy that plays Grandpa is pretty good. It's just a movie that doesn't need to exist. A prequel that explains how they got to the United States is not necessary. It's so they can't have Marilyn or Eddie. It's the bright colors. Apparently, he was not allowed to film it in black and white, so instead he decided to make it look like a Basil Gogos painting with different colors all hitting their faces, but it doesn't work.
Did you feel like
I don't know what to say. I wouldn't waste my time, but if you're like me, I mean, I had to watch it just because it's Munsters. And
But it's interesting because the guy that plays the grandpa, that's Daniel Roebuck,
Right.
I believe.
Yeah.
And he's been on. Have you guys ever watched Steven Crowder?
Mhm.
Louder with Crowder. He's been on the Crowder show. I don't know, at least half a dozen times. He is a staunch conservative.
He's got a huge collection
guys
too.
that knew Forrest Ackerman. He's a guy that went to the Acker Mansion when he was like a teenager, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. And he has trouble getting a lot of work in Hollywood because he's kind of an outspoken conservative. I mean, you know, all you have to do is say one thing and you're pretty much screwed. You know,
Ron Howard's brother too, right? Clint Howard as well.
Clint Howard.
He's in that same kind of group where he's and then recently Rob Schneider came.
Yeah, Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider just came out, right?
Yeah, it kind of made me wonder with Daniel Roebuck. I mean, because it obviously Rob Zombie knows this. He knows Daniel Roebuck. You know, he has to know his politics.
Well, yeah, isn't he part of his repertory group?
Yeah, so it makes me kind of wonder, you know, where Rob Zombie is coming from politically.
You know, a few years ago, I met Sid Haig at a convention, and it was in about 2008. So it was between Obama's terms, and Sid Haig was running for president as a write-in, and at all the horror conventions wherever he would go, he was selling his Sid Haig for president merchandise, which was a Hope and Change T-shirt, but instead of it being Obama's face, it was Sid Haig's face with in that color, that black and white, that red, white, and blue silhouette, and it just said Haig at the bottom. So I met him. It was a 3-day convention, And it was this really long, elaborate convention that had live music and after hours parties and stuff. And so I got to spend a lot of time and actually meet and talk to Sid Haig, right? And he was a libertarian, and he gave a Q&A at this convention where he did nothing but talk politics for like an hour. And he was talking about legalizing pot, and he was very libertarian, and he was very anti-Obama. So that's interesting in that, I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of Rob Zombie's top guys. He was, or
I
was,
bet.
you
I
know.
have a feeling that Rob Zombie is pretty much like that. I mean, he never says anything about politics, and that's probably the reason. He just, stays out of it and he does his stuff. But it's because the people around him, I mean, at least he has no problem with conservatives working for him. So this is to me, it's like that's a huge deal, because he's hiring and he's, kind of in effect supporting these people,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where his politics are at all, but I kind of think people that are into old stuff tend to be more conservative, because the conservative, what it really means is you want to conserve the way things, preserve the way things have traditionally been in the past. As opposed to, let's tear down all the statues and rip up all the books and go straight 1984 and live in a cubicle and eat bugs and obey Klaus Schwab and have this liberal new world order and all this. And I think, and they would have no interest in 1960s or 50s comic books. They would find them repulsive. I mean, I've seen them scorn just looking at, because that Shang-Chi movie was coming out. So, and this girl was looking at this 1970s comics like, oh, because his skin was colored yellow, which was the typical way to do that. But it is kind of jarring to see that now, to see how they used to color. But he wasn't drawn in a negative way. He was the hero of the comic. It's just how they did it back then. But they have no tolerance for the past. They want everything gone, and they would just as soon throw everything that we have in our collections right in the dumpster because it represents the past. So to me, but I don't know. He's a big pot smoker, and he just wrote a song about it. And he it's a cartoon music video, and it has some really pretty blasphemous stuff in it. I mean, I don't think he's like I don't really know. I just know he's into a lot of the same stuff. It's like he
may just be apolitical.
The heck was that?
Who did that?
What
was that? That wasn't me.
I didn't. Hey, look, man, I'm not doing it.
That was me.
Yeah.
Was it Meyer?
Yeah, I've only got a couple of alerts, and they're when my kids text message me.
Oh, is that a text message? No, okay.
Yeah.
Say, Lead Paint asks, he says, have you seen Bone Tomahawk?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sid Haig is great.
Whoa.
I like
Yeah.
that.
That's
Sid
really
Haig
awesome, man.
does the opening scene with David Arquette, where they're scavengers or whatever, and they're like, I mean, it's such a great opening sequence,
I've heard of that movie, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they are just low scum, and they get theirs really quick.
They do. It is
So cool.
It is great, man. It's a great movie. It's one of my really. I mean, it's kind of a horror western, but it's one of my favorite recent westerns, no doubt about, hands down.
Yeah,
that film is just fantastic.
yeah, it's excellent. It may be a little gorier than it has to be, but man, overall, it is freaking excellent.
Yes. Now,
I don't mind the gore, if it's part of the story, but they lay on the gore,
Well, they especially at the end, towards the end, it gets pretty gruesome.
I didn't see what you held up, Meyer. What I missed it.
Oh, it's just so he was a really nice guy, and he wrote this. He signed this for my kids. It says to Simon and Dylan, those are my son's name. Take some fried chicken home to your mama. That's what he wrote.
Oh, that's so great, man. Yeah, you
And
see, now
fun.
I'm one of those guys. I loved House of a Thousand Corpses.
I did too. I liked it.
When I saw that film, I was like, man, this is bringing back kind of like the 60s, 70s grindhouse type
Yeah,
of
it reminded
thing.
me of Toby Hooper of the first Texas
Yes.
Chainsaw.
Yeah, but with like this amazing fantasy element that unravels in the film. It just like, as the plot kind of moves along with the whole thing with Dr. Satan and
And
everything
all those
underground.
tunnels and that
Yeah.
vast complex. I mean, that was freaking awesome, man.
Yes. Yeah. It just becomes more than like this weird, freaky family in a house that abducts these, kids.
Yeah.
It becomes like this entirely different kind of supernatural horror thing. And I really loved that one. Then he had to, Devil's Rejects was just like, okay, now we're just going to have them as sadistic killers.
Yeah, and we're going to glorify the villains.
Right, exactly. They just
He was
kind of like,
awesome on Devil's Rejects. Huh?
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not really sure why they went that route with that. It was really disappointing. And then like, the Halloween films, not a fan of those really,
I don't think I saw enough of House of a Thousand Corpses. Did it start weak and get better?
I'm sorry.
Did the movie start weak and get better as it went?
Well, it was kind of a
builds up.
slow. Yeah, it builds up. Right. That's exactly
Okay, so
it.
maybe I didn't give it enough of a chance, and I haven't
Sid
been
Haig's-
impressed with any of his movies. But I need to give that a full watch then.
Sid Haig's scenes in the gas station are just hilarious.
And it
man.
had that little dark ride thing, and
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
so awesome, man.
Yes. Yeah. He really got, Rob Zombie. He just hit it. He was firing on all cylinders with that film. Okay, let's see. What does he say? Mont Comics.
They let him do more than one Halloween film.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
I never watched the second one. I got enough of the first one. So.
There was no point to show his origin story.
It's no fun if you take the supernatural out of Michael Myers.
Right, exactly.
God.
Yeah.
So as he say, I love House of a Thousand Corpses. Yeah, I never even saw the third one. There's a third film
Oh, really?
that ends the trilogy. And I just haven't seen it because that's when Sid Haig unfortunately passed away. And so
okay.
he only has this bit part, very short, apparently, towards the beginning of the film. And then he's, because it was the trio. It was him and Sherry Moon and Bill Moseley.
Yeah.
They were like the trio, right? That after the House of a Thousand Corpses. And unfortunately, he passed away, so they had to get another guy in there. And I was just like, this is, Sid Haig he's the man, really. He's the guy if you're going to,
He was in Spider Baby.
Yeah, Spider
Yeah.
Baby.
Yeah.
And Jason of Star Command.
Huh?
He was in Jason of Star Command.
Okay.
Right.
Which one was that?
He was on that show, Jason of Star Command. He was the villain.
Saturday morning show.
Wow, right. God, man.
Spider Baby's a great movie.
God.
It is great.
It is awesome, man.
Wasn't he the villain in Star Crash too?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
He had a long career, man. I mean, he was I think in the early 70s, he was in a lot of cop shows on television. He played like a thug in a ton of movies and a ton of TV shows. Yeah.
He was in a lot of those Filipino flicks too about the women in prison type
You're
genre,
right.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
He worked for that guy's name, the Eddie Romero or something.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right. And he was also in it was either called Galaxy of Terror or Planet of Terror with Aaron Moran and all. And weird film, weird science fiction
Oh,
film.
man. Wow. One of the things that I thought was really, I mean, it's an aspect of the new Dahmer movie that I really liked, and it was something that I hadn't heard before, was that he watched The Exorcist 3 multiple times, like every day. So he watched The Exorcist 3 every day and also Return of the Jedi. So I thought that was an interesting aspect of Dahmer that I hadn't heard before.
I remember watching the trial, and I think I recorded some of it off of Court TV, and they got into stuff he watched as a kid. I remember they were talking about how he used to watch Gilligan's Island.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't know
It's
that.
like, well, how does that factor into anything? But they went into his complete life, the shows he watched as a kid and stuff.
There wasn't much to watch back then, so.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Everyone
so
watched Gilligan's Island.
I kind of missed that a little bit. Who was watching The Exorcist 3?
Dahmer. Dahmer said
Oh.
The Exorcist 3 was his favorite movie and that he used to watch it every day, which I thought was
Wow.
interesting. It made me rewatch The Exorcist 3. I watched it on Prime recently because I wanted to see if I could figure out what it was about that movie that made him want to watch it every day.
Yeah, because it's nowhere near as as graphic as The Exorcist. It's more like a kind of just a creepy, it builds suspense through
It's like a
other
detective
means.
story with George C. Scott as the main character, like investigating a serial killer that is possessed by a demon.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's a great film. The Exorcist 3, they really screwed up because they had to do that stupid Exorcist 2 with Linda Blair. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah,
It
I
was
saw that in the theater, man.
just horrible.
The funny thing about that
Just
is
an
all these
awful
theater
film.
owners booked Exorcist 2 because they thought it was going to be a surefire hit.
Yeah.
And they'd never heard of Star Wars, so they they were stuck for weeks with Exorcist 2 and the theater down the street at Star Wars.
That's funny. Well, William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist, directed Exorcist 3.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed
Yeah.
he wrote it and directed
So-
it. Yeah.
He, like, you talk about a great person to key in, and I've read the book. The book of that is Legion. It's called Legion by
exactly,
Blatty.
right.
It's a
Mhm.
great book. It goes even into more detail, like, for instance, the dialogue between the priests, the friends. He gets into more detail with that, and it's fascinating because they get into, like, philosophical arguments and so forth that, of course, aren't in the film. And it's just really it's a great novel and it's a great film. It's really too bad that William Peter Blatty didn't do more films, didn't make more films. The guy was really good. I mean, he was no William Friedkin, but he was still really great.
Yeah.
I saw The Exorcist when I was fairly young, and I don't think I saw it at the theater. I was too young to go and see it at the theater, but I saw it not too long after that, and it scared the hell out of me, man. It's still the only movie that really has an effect on me for some reason. I can watch everything else, the cannibal movies, everything, and it's no big deal, but something about The Exorcist, I guess because I was religious at that point, and it really had an extra effect on me for that,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
That's what
12, and my second oldest brother was 14, and we somehow convinced my mom to take us to a drive-in showing of The Exorcist, and I was still Catholic, right?
Yeah.
So I couldn't even sleep for like 3 days after that. I was just scared shitless. I mean, it really scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, that dude Blatty, man, he hit it out of the park with that. Just
He did.
the shock value and the whole thing about it being a kid and the language and some of the things she did, and God, it was scary.
Yeah, the atmosphere is just so. I mean, like, it's not even like there are those scenes that, of course, when she's possessed, but there's the other scenes that I think are just as powerful. Like, you know, when they're having the party in the house and the priest is like playing and he's like talking about, yeah, you know, I imagine heaven is like this great like bar where everybody is like singing and they're, you know, we're doing like show tunes. And
Yeah.
she walks down the stairs
Yeah.
and she's like, you're all going to die, or you're going to, no, she points to the one priest that dies, that gets thrown down the stairs, and she says, you're going to die up there. And then she urinates on the carpet.
Yeah.
That was just, I was just like, holy Jesus, this is like,
I thought she
intense.
said that to an astronaut. Am I
No.
completely?
She says it to the priest that, remember the priest that babysits her? And then like they find out that he's been thrown out the window and his head is, I mean, he broke his neck, but it's so great the way that it's described without showing it, because the cop is like, this is something that was never released in the, you know, the official, you know, the news reports, but his head was twisted completely around. And you just, when he says that, you're just like, holy shit, that didn't happen from a fall down a, you know, flight of stairs. That,
I
you
tell
know,
you what, though, man, she was hot. You remember when she was in Night Patrol and some of that other stuff after she got old enough, you know? I always thought Linda Blair was really hot, man.
Yeah.
yeah,
Hey, Gold Key Gazer.
yeah, she was great. Gold Key Geezer.
Go Geezer.
You might need to turn his sound down.
I grew up Catholic too, and The Exorcist and The Omen both terrified me, but Catholic Church had already terrified me. So like I was already scared. Like just when you went inside church, it was kind of scary. There was something spooky
Yeah.
about it already. So then those movies just made it even more spooky and scary to me.
There's nothing scarier than religion, man. I mean, religion
Hey,
is
guys.
hard to get right down to it.
Hey,
Hey, Geezer.
Hey, I'm not in a position to be on camera. I'm like in my car. But anyway,
Okay.
I was trying to type something. You guys were talking about The Exorcist, and I'm like a huge fan. And Linda Blair does speak to an astronaut when she comes downstairs and says, you're going to die. And the reason I say that is because Blatty wrote another novel called Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and a movie called The Ninth Configuration. I don't know if you're
Yes.
familiar with that movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stacy Keach is in it. The character of the astronaut is in that movie. So they kind of all take place in the same reality. And it was an astronaut. I don't know if he dies on the moon or not, but that's the prediction she made.
Because there were a bunch of celebrities. Because wasn't the mom an actress or?
Yeah, she was a movie
So
star.
that's
Yeah.
why they had famous people at their party. That's how I kind of remember it. Yeah, the Ninth Configuration and Twinkle. It was Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane and Ninth
Twinkle
Configuration.
Twinkle Killer. Yeah, that's right.
It was the
Yeah.
same movie though. It was like
Yeah.
slightly altered
Well,
or just a different title.
I thought Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane was the novel.
Oh, well, you know, it was when it first came out in theaters, it was called Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane, and it didn't do well. They figured that people didn't know what the title meant, and then they re-released it
I see.
maybe a month or so later or I don't know how long, or as the Ninth Configuration. So it did have a theatrical release as Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane. Yeah.
I see. But I always thought it was interesting that it kind of takes place in the same universe as
I
The
didn't
Exorcist.
realize that. I didn't
Yeah.
realize.
And because that one character that's in the mental hospital is that astronaut,
Okay.
the same astronaut that's at the party. And
It's not the same
did you
actor.
guys watch the Exorcist TV show when it was on NBC? It was
No.
actually very good.
I don't think so. No, I didn't.
yeah, but that doesn't sound right, Gold Key Geezer, because
What's that?
it's the priest that's playing the piano.
Right,
And
that's hot.
he's talking about being in heaven, and it's
No.
like they're playing show tunes.
Right,
The
and
girl
they
comes down the stairs. She points at him.
no,
and
she
says,
looks at
"You're
the.
gonna die up there."
I'm not going to argue about it, but she looks at the astronaut, and it doesn't really say that. It doesn't really tell you that in the movie, but if you read the novel, she's talking to the astronaut. She's not talking to Father Dwyer. who is the guy playing the piano. She's speaking to the astronaut.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, saying
But anyway.
up there kind of makes more. That's how I interpreted that she was talking to the astronaut. I mean,
Yeah, because she says you're going to die up there. And
Yeah,
I know
she's
you can
pointing
perceive
to
that
the
as being in the bedroom.
second floor.
Right. But I'm just going from the novel and the fact that in the movie, the guy's standing there holding the drink and he kind of looks puzzled. That's the astronaut.
But
The astronaut, as a matter of fact,
is he even a character in the film? They never call him or say that he's an astronaut.
Yes, they do, because the piano playing priest, Father Dwyer, earlier in the party is speaking to him, and he says that one of his goals in life would be to be the first missionary on Mars. And he's speaking to that astronaut in that scene. You should have to go back and rewatch it.
Are you sure that's just I think that's only in the book.
No. They have the conversation at the party. It's a very brief scene, very, very brief, during the party before Reagan comes downstairs.
Huh.
Excuse me. So yeah, that is an astronaut, and like I said, it is a character from the Ninth Configuration that she's speaking to. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Oh well.
Excellent. So yeah, Exorcist 3 definitely holds up. I knew that I had seen it when it first came out when I was a kid or teenager, but watching it like recently, just the other night, the scene, and you guys were just talking about like from Exorcist, but there's a scene in Exorcist 3 that takes place in heaven, right? Remember that with Patrick Ewing is in it with these big angel wings. You guys remember that?
Yep.
It's a good scene. It was creepy.
Yeah, I believe it's a dream.
Yeah, it's a dream.
And there's some people on the internet, someone saying, then Reagan pees on the carpet. Who is the man singing next to the piano? She says that too. And why? Did he die off camera? At first I thought it was Burke, but he left in a cab drunk. And he died off camera a short time later. Any theories? And he says, no theorizing really needed. The piano guy is the astronaut that Father Dwyer was seen talking to earlier in the party scene, where they're discussing the load capacity of a NASA space capsule, and Dyer quips that he wants to be the first missionary on Mars. So we were told that the guy is an astronaut, which makes the demon's prophecy the more chilling. You're going to die up there. The demon says it to rattle the astronaut. Chris, so small. Dyer and the other guest, and then the demon underlines it with the floor peeing. We don't know if the astronaut dies in space. Some say that he quits the NASA program and reemerges as a character in Blatty's novel, The Ninth Configuration. That's not too important. We know now that Reagan's disease is probably something whose cure will take much more than a dose of nerve pills.
Yeah, but it's the priest playing the piano. It's not the astronaut. I don't know where they're getting that from.
No, the priest playing the piano is Father Dwyer.
Yeah, but that guy just said what.
I think they were saying he was singing next
that it's
to
the astronaut playing the piano. That is incorrect.
Yeah, well, these are just idiots on the internet, but I think the astronaut was next to the piano is what they were trying to say. I don't know. I can't even read that tiny print.
He's standing there in the foreground when the camera is at Reagan's perspective as she's coming into the room. You see the astronaut with the drink in his hand. He's not really singing. He's just kind of rocking the drink back and forth, but he's in the foreground. And then she turns and looks at him. I know it's kind of ridiculous to be arguing about this.
There'd be no real point to having that dialogue in the movie about, they have to set up this guy as an astronaut. Otherwise, there's no real point to that unless it's paid off with that line. That's at least how I remember the movie.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to hold to my theory on that because she's looking at the guy at the piano, and that's the priest.
No, well, that priest at the piano is in The Exorcist 3. It's just a different actor. He's the one that's has all the blood removed from him. That's how he died.
Oh.
That's Father Dwyer. Lieutenant Kinderman, who's played by George C. Scott in the second film. He was who was it in the first movie? Lee J. Cobb
Yeah.
becomes after the whole ordeal of The Exorcist. You know, like at the end of the Exorcist movie and the novel, Lieutenant Kinderman and Father Dwyer become best friends. And that's why he goes, they have those conversations in The Exorcist 3. He was never killed until The Exorcist 3, which is actually the true sequel to The Exorcist, Legion, as I mentioned, or as Horror Mike mentioned as well.
Okay, that's right, because William O'Malley, you are correct, plays Father Dyer.
In the first movie, yes.
In the first movie, that is William O'Malley, who later becomes, as you were saying, who is that actor?
I don't recall his name.
I've got it. Hold on. Yeah, he's really great.
Okay, this is someone. It says, as someone explained, she was speaking to the astronaut. To be fair, it should have been made more clear in the movie. For the longest time, I thought she was talking to the priest, telling him that he was going to die up there in her bedroom, as in during the exorcism. And so I always wondered why he was never up there at all.
Yeah, that was Ed. Geezer, that was Ed Flanders.
Ed Flanders, that's right.
Yeah, that's the in Exorcist 3. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and we were just talking about before that. It's like why they did Exorcist 2.
Oh, right. Well, cash grab.
It's a horrifying. I mean, it was like the worst move they could have made because it was so laughable that after that I was just like, God. I mean,
was it John Borman?
I thought it had some good visuals, and John Borman, pretty good visual director. I mean, but yeah, the film, the screenplay and the premise was awful.
Yeah. And so, finally getting it back on track with Blatty directing Exorcist 3 was a stroke of genius, just getting it back to its roots there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he did a good job for the first, I believe it was the only film he directed, wasn't it?
That's great. Well, he wrote the novel Legion.
Right.
Right. And so he was very much married to the material, the source material, and it's a fantastic film. It's definitely much different than The Exorcist, but as we were discussing before, it's like less graphic, far less graphic, and far just the impending dread and creepiness of The Exorcist 3 is hard to beat.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. Yeah. Well, Blatty and Friedkin cracked heads all the time on that first movie, I mean, if you saw the one in the 90s, the version you've never seen, that was Blatty's, I guess it was basically Friedkin caving to Blatty's wishes, I don't think that was a very good version. I like the original better. I liked how, Friedkin came from a documentary background, and I believe that first film had a very documentary feel to it. You know what I mean? Like it kind of, just the way it was edited and the way the scenes were shot, it kind of had a feel like you were right there, like it was a documentary.
Totally, like the whole protest thing. There was so many, it was just like you're in the moment kind of stuff. And Friedkin, he, for a long time, I think he was perhaps the greatest American director. I mean, the guy, if you look at his catalog of films, Sorcerer is incredible. The French Connection.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he definitely had a streak there for a few years.
Yeah, To Live and Die in L.A. blew my mind. That was like one of the first cop films that showed cops turning bad.
Right.
And it was like, what? What the hell, man? It inspired just like, unfortunately, a whole wave of those films. But, great.
Didn't that inspire like that horrible 1980s Miami Vice stuff? Or am I thinking of another movie?
Well, this is, the thing about To Live and Die in LA is that it's like your main characters, the cops, they just become more corrupted as the film goes on.
I might be thinking of another movie with all the bright colors and the 80s music. I hated it.
Yeah, this was,
Yeah.
I think this was like, I want to say like 1987.
It was in the late 80s, and it had a great first time I ever saw him, Willem Dafoe had a great, he was the villain in that.
So good.
Remember that? He was the counterfeiter, and they were actually, I guess, Secret Service agents.
Yes.
Right. Trying to chase down this counterfeiter. Yeah, it was,
I haven't
great
seen
film.
that movie since the night it came out at the theaters, so I don't really remember it that well.
Yeah, he came back years later. He did a film called Bug.
Yes, I was just going to mention that with Ashley Judd.
Yeah, with Ashley Judd, right?
And she was great. She was great in that movie, I thought.
Well, yeah, it is just like, it's like one of those movies that it's really good. It's a great film, but I don't know if I'd want to see it again.
Yeah, it was kind of disturbing. And
it's a disturbing film.
The guy, I can't think of his name, but the male counterpart in that movie. He played played Zod, right? He plays Zod in the what's that?
Michael Shannon.
Michael Shannon. Yep, that's it. Yep.
And he's great. He is really intense in that film as well.
Delusional parasitosis or something like that. I had a patient in real life that actually had the same disease that is dealt with in that movie, and she used to dig into her skin like chunks out of her flesh about the size of a dime, and she would bring these chunks of flesh in a jar to my office
and wanting
me to find the bugs in the skin.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
But there were no bugs in her skin. It was all in her head.
Well, I'm parking, so I'm gonna have to
Okay.
get off.
All right.
I've been driving this whole time.
All right. Well, that's cool. We'll
See you guys later.
All right. See you later, man.
Take care, man.
It's a wonder she even lived, Meyer.
Oh, my patient?
Yeah. I mean,
it was a long ongoing situation. It was something she'd been dealing with for years. She had scars and constant open sores on both of her arms.
Whoa.
Dude, I mean, she could hit an artery like that, and
oh, she was like digging like this deep into her skin. She was like a centimeter down into her skin.
Oh, okay.
Thinking that there were bugs burrowing underneath there. It wasn't like super deep chunks. It's like
I had a Super 8. I have a Super 8 reel of the movie Squirm, and I didn't see it in theaters, but the first time I saw it was a Super 8 reel, black and white, silent, and it's so much more effective in black and white. This guy's trying to pull these worms out of his face, and it's black and white without sound. It's horrifying, and they're crawling up his face, and he's tugging on.
I also have another. This is a great story about worms. So this is when I was working family practice and pediatrics, right? And so I had this couple that had recently adopted a baby from Central America. This baby was about 2 or 3 months old, right? They had the baby for maybe a couple weeks, maybe a month or so. I forget how long they'd had the baby. But she calls me one morning because there is a worm in the crib with the baby near the baby's face, and the baby's choking. So I tell her to make sure that the baby's airway is cleared and to bring me said worm and to bring the baby into the office like ASAP. So they do that. The worm that they bring in is this giant white worm. It's called a verruca, and it's a parasite that can live inside of your stomach. Babies or children get it directly from their mother's breast milk, and it stays in their stomach maybe forever until we give them this medicine called Vermox. Well, this worm, I took it and I put it inside of one of those urine specimen cups. It was so big and fat that it curled up and filled the whole specimen cup, and it was all white from just drinking the milk from this baby's stomach. And it had been in this baby's stomach the whole fucking time. It was really gross and disgusting. And it freaked this couple out. But we just give them these little pills called Vermox, and it kills it off. But it was freaky. I had never seen one in person like that, like out of a baby's mouth.
That is pretty. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
That's a horror movie right there.
That is a horror movie. Yeah, no
Wow.
doubt, man.
So I've heard about these worms before when I was in Honduras, because when I was in the Army, we were attached to this U.S. Army dental detachment in Honduras that was giving dental aid to these indigenous people in Honduras. And I was in the 82nd Airborne, and we were security for this little encampment. And we were hanging out with some of these dental technicians. And this girl told me that when they would clean little kids' teeth or give fluoride treatments to these little Honduran children that had never been to a dentist before, when they would treat their teeth with the fluoride, the worms would sometimes crawl directly up out of their esophagus to get to the sweet smell of the strawberry flavor that was in the fluoride or something. And she said the kids would start coughing and you'd have to reach in there and pull the worms out. I never saw it. I just heard the story. But then years later, I ended up seeing one of the worms. But creepy,
Whoa.
huh?
I heard in the old days that people these people that did their own
Yeah,
doctor,
LP.
would hold a potato in front of somebody's mouth if they had a tapeworm, and the tapeworm would smell the potato and eventually crawl out and they'd grab the thing. I don't know if that's true or not, but that was like an old wives' tale that my grandmother told me.
That probably true. I mean, it was it's really gross. But yeah, lead paint, I've been there too. Me and LP were in division, I think, at the exact same years, just in different units, and had maybe even on the same deployments at the same time, I think. Just didn't know each other.
That's cool. That is so coincidental, man. to be here in this forum.
Yeah, very coincidental. Considering that where I live, I've been here for all these years, and like I'm sure LP is listening. When I walk around with an 82nd baseball cap, I don't see anyone. My car is the only car I've ever seen in the city that has an 82nd Airborne veteran license plate. No one else has them. But where we come from, like Fort Bragg, North Carolina, every other car is a paratrooper with a sticker on his car with a baseball hat. But here, nobody. I'm like the only paratrooper in the freaking city, it seems like.
Well, maybe they just don't settle in San Francisco, you know.
That's what you just nailed it on the head. Yep.
I find a cheaper place to live, maybe.
I'm kind of stuck here. It's where I'm from, and I'm kind of locked in. I've told you before.
All right. Let's see. What happened?
And then Christopher too. I forgot. So, yeah, the time I think I was in Honduras, maybe 87. I can't remember the exact year, but it's like in between the time when both you guys were there.
Paulo.
I thought he said, "You're still alive," but he says, "You're still alive."
We're still here.
Yeah, I'm just killing time.
The foreign correspondent.
Let's see. I'll put the link in case he wants to come on.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the show last night on fossils. Anything noteworthy happen or?
Let's see. There's a new guy on, that guy Comic Collector Geek, that is a huge collector. He has every Warren magazine ever published, including the Ashcan of Erie, the first Erie. Seems like he's got every comic that was in Seduction of the Innocent. It seems like he's got everything. I mean, this guy must have $5 million worth of comics in his room. I mean, and a lot of them are slabbed, and he's a major collector. I mean, and I think he's in Canada, but he came on.
Yeah, there are two Warrens that I will never own probably, and that's the Ashcan Erie #1 and the Illustrated History of Heidi Saha.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to own that either.
Expensive as hell,
Just
man.
in case the FBI comes in or something.
Don't
Well,
even search for it on eBay.
yeah, the only one that's been popping up on there, the guy has a minimum bid of $750.
Oh, is it because it's super valuable? Is it rare? Is
That's
that
really
the
rare, and people go after it. But I'm into the horror, so it doesn't break my heart.
I'd be a
to
little
find out.
embarrassed. That's kind of one of those embarrassing things.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got to take this call.
Yeah, I'll never own those two. I've got a reprint of Erie #1. It's not an Ashcan of it. It's a full-size version of it. But, it's Erie #1. That's as close as I'm going to get to that Ashcan because those things have been going for like $1,500 or $2,000, when they pop up.
Shit.
I've got pretty much the rest of the Warren stuff. I think I'm missing a couple of issues in 1994 and a couple of issues of, well, I don't have the two Western titles that ran 8 or 9 issues or something like that. Wildest Westerns and Greatest Westerns or whatever. I don't have those, but I got the stuff that's important for me. Creepy, Eerie, Vampirella, Famous Monsters. I'm into the horror. I have some of the Fringe stuff because it was cheap. Any of this Fringe stuff that's like really expensive, I just do without. But I have the Tiny Tim magazine that Warren did, and the Flintstones at the World's Fair, and the teen magazines. I've got 2 issues of that teen magazine that Warren did. I don't know if he did a 3rd issue or not, but if he did, I don't have it. I tell you, another one's really hard to find is The Origin of Famous Monsters, which is he did a Playboy knockoff, and the 4th issue of that has an article by Forey Ackerman that's like the genesis of Famous Monsters, and I actually have that. It's really hard to find. It never pops up on eBay anymore, which is weird.
Okay, was that a magazine that came out before Famous Monsters?
Yeah.
Was that After Hours?
Yeah, After Hours.
After Hours,
He
right.
printed 4 issues of it. It's just a Playboy knockoff. And the only issue I have of it is number 4 because of the Famous Monsters connection.
That's interesting that it was titled After Hours because wasn't that it was Playboy After Dark. I was trying to remember the name of the TV show. That great
Playboy
TV
After
show,
Dark. Oh my God.
Playboy After Dark, where they're all sitting around like a like what was that? Like a sunken living room with a piano bar, and there's all these hot chicks, and maybe OJ stops by or something. It was
Exactly. That was I think there may be at least some clips of that on YouTube.
I'm sure
know.
it
on
was.
YouTube. Do you remember when the Playboy channel was like new? Like it was like at the beginning of the Playboy channel. I remember that I had this buddy whose dad used to watch the Playboy channel, and this is like the early 80s. And it was like a 24-hour cable channel, and his dad was this retired shell-shocked Vietnam vet, and he would sit in his chair and just drink beer and smoke cigarettes and watch the Playboy channel like all night, every night. He had quite a run going there, like from like 1980 to 1983, I think, just watching the Playboy channel.
So,
But it was just topless chicks. There was no like sex going on.
Oh,
they
right.
used to run movies like El Topo and stuff on there.
Oh, Apollo's in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Hey,
Como estás?
Yeah.
Amigo? Did that sound halfway Portuguese?
Halfway Portuguese. You need to get in touch with your third cousins and uncles.
But they're in Quileta, Qualeta. I can never say it right. That little town in St. George.
In where?
George in the Azores.
São
Qualeta.
João.
Yeah.
Cayeta.
Cayeta. There you go. That's where my grandfather's from. Cayeta.
Mhm.
All I know is food, man. All I can say is like soupage and vingadage and
Yeah. The funny thing is, Azorians have a very thick accent when compared to us in the mainland.
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So my grandfather really, even though he moved here when he was 18, he spent his whole life speaking broken English. Like he became a citizen and he went to like citizenship classes and did all that. But
Mhm.
he was not fluent in English, even though I think he learned English from watching television. So
It happens.
he had a thick accent. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I learned English in a language school, but it was a British language school, so I should have a totally different accent, but I don't.
So what's been going on? What's happening, Paulo?
Well, this weekend I'm going to drive my dad to a meeting with his old Navy buddies.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, my dad was in the Navy during the Portuguese colonial war, and then on Sunday I might catch some races. We have an international event in the Algarve for sports prototypes.
Has it cooled down over there, Paulo?
Is it what?
Has it cooled down, the weather?
Not really.
Still that hot?
Yeah, in the last couple of days it's been not summer scorching hot, but we're all wearing t-shirts outside.
Okay.
It gets a bit chilly at night now. That we're deep in fall, but apart from that, yeah, there's no point in taking out the jackets.
Have they gotten those fires under control somewhat?
Yeah, they did. Right now, we're more worried about the droughts because it didn't rain much this year. Our dams are pretty much empty. About if you are under 10% capacity, you can see where the riverbed used to be. So it's
Hey, Micah.
There he is.
Hey,
And-
is he coming in?
Well, I put the link there. He can. It should be great if he did.
Yeah.
I don't see him yet. He may still be at work.
And as I said in the show yesterday, we're gonna have a not a comics convention, but a comics festival starting next weekend. So exhibits, but we're gonna have some people over, and a bunch of Portuguese authors are gonna put out new books.
Cool.
And I'm gonna see if I get a book by a Canadian artist who works in France, and see if there's anything new on the French Tarzan graphic novels. The French are doing all the cool stuff with Tarzan and Conan.
So it's a brand new Tarzan.
They're adapting the novels, although they're wokifying them a little bit, making Jane a little less dependent on Tarzan.
She hasn't taken over as Tarzan, has she?
No. No, these are direct adaptations of the novels, or as direct as possible. They're taking a few liberties on Tarzan the Ape Man. They've taken a few liberties on how Tarzan learns to read, which is described very thoroughly in the novel. But in order to portray it visually, he's actually being even smarter than he's supposed to be, understanding visual cues that he's not supposed to. He learned to discern the meaning of words from reading them, but he's not supposed to understand how to properly vocalize them. And they're making him do it, which is not the way that it's in the novel, and shouldn't even work. Even if you learn how to recognize the words by reading them, which in itself is miraculous enough for somebody who's raised by monkeys. associating them with sounds it shouldn't be able to because it doesn't have a correlation between them. It did have, I think it did have a record that it would play in a Victrola, but even then, it should not be able to compare words to sounds. So they're overdoing it with that.
Wasn't the first language he learned to speak French in the book?
Yeah, because he knew how to read English, but when he meets Paul Darno, he doesn't know how to speak, and it's Paul Darno who teaches him.
Yeah.
So he learns first French and then English when he gets back to civilization.
Right.
Darno kind of teaches him a lot. Darno teaches him about civilization. Like he's his first human friend.
And he adapts very quickly to civilization, which is why in the debate on whether Tarzan counts as a superhero or not, I have to, because his intelligence is super, and adaptability, they're superhuman. But since if you go with it, yeah, it ends up working, especially in how every time he gets put in a strange situation, like going to Pellucidar or meeting La the priestess, he just goes with it. He doesn't think about it too much. He doesn't go, where am I? Oh, this is very weird. I have no frame of reference. He doesn't care about frame of reference. I would have drawn the Mangani as more human-like, maybe like an Australopithecine, but so they look too much like chimps in the French graphic novels.
I liked the way Bern Hogarth drew them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they were like kind of like you described. They almost look like Yeti or something.
And they're publishing the novels out of order with the adaptation. So the first one, it stars in The Ape Man, but the second one he goes to Pellucidar. So I don't know when they're going to introduce Korak or La. But as long as it's fun, it doesn't really matter. They published the Conan stories out of order, but that's okay. There are Conan story collections where they try to put the stories in chronological order, but it's different. The story collections that I have, the Conan stories are published in publication order, so you can see the evolution in the way that Robert E. Howard portrays Conan, and you lose that if you put them in chronological order, because some stories are better than others. But it also works, the justification that the editor had for doing them in publishing order instead of relying on a chronology. It's like an old soldier telling war stories. They tell them out of order. So, when I was in so and so place and we did this, and then it tells something that happened. Oh, when I was a rookie and we had to go there, and then I was about to retire, and this was going to be my last mission. You can do that. If you do that out of whack, it sounds more real than if you try to go for an artificial understanding of what Conan's chronology is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I would still like if they did adaptations of the non-Conan stories in France. That would be interesting. Because there are some characters that have had very little treatment in comics. Like Elborak. I have a story collection of Elborak. I don't have one for Sailor Steve Costigan. And I didn't buy those one. I ended up not buying the ones that had story selections with characters who did not appear that much. And include, and especially because I really want to read The Shadows of the Vulture, which is the actual Red Sonja story that doesn't have anything to do with the Iborian Age.
Is it true there's a Red Sonja movie somebody's making with some? I saw it somewhere. The same actress is doing a Barbarella movie. She's not very attractive lady.
No, and she's not redheaded, and they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna put a wig on her.
So she's not gonna have red hair.
No. Here's the thing: a proper portrayal of Red Sonja in the Iborian Age. She would have to look like she's from present-day Kazakhstan. So she would have Turkish Mongolian features.
Yeah, but the Red Sonja, Red Sonja is really more a creation of Roy Thomas than Howard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's the way she's always looked, except even I never really understood how. That's more of a Marvel creation, and
right.
Yet when the rights to the Howard stuff went somewhere else, Red Sonja stays the Marvel creation going to them. Mm-hmm. It's like, I guess whatever changes you make to the characters, they own, I guess.
Yeah, it depends on the contract and what you put in the stories.
Yeah.
For example, when Marvel had the rights to the Transformers, they introduced a character called Circuit Breaker, a human who gets turned into a cyborg. And in order to retain copyright, she has a cameo in Secret Wars 2. Just by appearing in that panel, Marvel is able to retain copyright.
Really?
And they did the same thing in Marvel UK with Death's Head, character who the first story was in the Marvel UK made Transformers, Target 2006, but they put him in a one page vignette in one of their anthologies, just so they could retain the copyright.
That was a real hot character in the 90s with kids, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared.
Every once in a while they try to bring him back, but it's not the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like Death's Head too. It was fun,
I liked the character design. I had a T-shirt. I used to have a Death's Head 2 T-shirt. It was really cool.
Death's Head is like the metal version, and Death's Head 2 is like the new metal version.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lead Paint has a question there for me.
Oh, sorry. Let's see.
Is there anything else between the original language of, say, the original? Not that. No. The way that translators in Portugal work, they insist on keeping it literary, late 19th century literary style when using words, which is not out of place in the way that Robert E. Howard wrote. But it's not a natural flow. It's not a natural flow through conversation, so it all looks very artificial. When I'm reading originally English language novels in Portuguese, there even pulp stories that were published in the Coleção Vampiro detective series. They do that, and it looks so out of place. Once I was reading what's the guy's name? The guy who did all the good pulp detectives, Mickey Spillane. So I was reading Mickey Spillane now, and there they were. Mickey Spillane obviously wrote something in slang here, but it's like this person is speaking with that in the translation. It comes out in full etiquette language mode. Mm-hmm. It's and for someone who can tell even from a translation, who can tell the original intent of the writing. It sounds very, very forced. I don't know how other people reacted to it, but yeah,
Well,
to
he would
me,
use slang that no one knows now, that from the 40s and 50s. I mean, like, I remember one of his books, you know, when you're out drinking and then you like go to like a Denny's or some late night restaurant to kind of sober up and eat. He called it putting a roof on my load. It's like, I don't know how you translate that into another language.
yeah, if you're not used to dealing with period slang, and there's the thing, most translators they're not very good because translating does not pay well. So they sometimes they go with something that's very close to a literal translation, which after translation makes it completely meaningless. Or it's something that they're not used to if it's a technical book, and they don't recognize the original the original meaning of the word and what. So no expectations in regards to translations.
How do they translate William Shakespeare? How do they do that?
Right, I think they try to use that as close to a 19th century translation as possible because it's in the public domain and you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, because most kids, you know, they don't understand that here in English, much less I don't know how you.
Man, I hated freshman English. We had to read, I think it was Julius Caesar. Remember that? It was like the first time I had to read Shakespeare, and I was like 14 or 15, and it was that play, Julius Caesar. And it was torturous. It was horrible. None of it made any sense to me, and then we were supposed to pretend like we were figuring out how to decipher it, and it just wasn't not for me.
Well, Shakespeare would make up stuff if it was more dramatic. It's kind of funny that centuries later you end up doing scholarly work over those plays when they were the pop culture of their time.
Yeah.
You know, they were meant to be disposable entertainment.
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was all over the top stuff. I mean, Supernatural and Grand Guignol, and I mean, just crazy stuff. And now it's like this high form of art, you know.
Yeah, it's like what we have to study in school is a Portuguese poet of the late 16th century who basically ripped off the Odyssey. so he turned it into the Lusiad. It's about the Portuguese navigators. But yeah, it's the story is completely ripped off from the Odyssey. Everything, the meeting monsters by the seaside and going to an island of pleasure, which is meant to represent the Ulysses being tied to the mast so we can hear the song of the sirens. Although this being a Portuguese writing about Portuguese heroes, now let's make sure that all the Portuguese heroes have sex.
Hey,
Oh, Micah.
Hey guys,
You come in just in time for me to hear the words say, "Let's have the heroes have sex."
Yeah, I was thinking that.
that's my timing. Here's a little Tarzan poster.
Hold on.
That's this is like some sort of comic shop news
Mhm.
a few years ago.
very nice.
It's a crazy looking thing.
Yeah, that's Kubert, right?
Cooper, yeah.
Well, it's a big old. There's your. It's like a W.
Looks like a W.
Oh yeah, what was the
Probably a kid that went to Kubert school, because a lot of those kids draw
Yeah.
just like him.
Mhm.
Looks like Cooper.
It's talking about Jurgens going to write this.
Mhm.
Jung, I guess this must be old. I just found it laying around.
Oh.
I don't even know why I keep it, but here he is swinging.
Mm-hmm. That look.
So the article says, written by Dan Jurgens and illustrated by Benito Gallego. or Galago.
Mm-hmm. Never heard.
Yeah. So
Wow.
it's the only
Very
comic
cool.
shop news. I don't even know why I still have it. I usually just throw these things out.
After a
That's
while,
comic
you
shop
wonder,
news, Graphic Man.
Yeah. I never got the thing, but it must have been included in a stack I got.
Let me take a look here.
At the LCS, they stick those in your books sometimes.
Yeah.
Tarzan
So,
spread, maybe.
but if I were going to frame this, this would be 12 by 11. So, it's kind of an oddball.
Mhm.
So.
I got to speak on the phone with Danton Burrows twice. It's kind of a weird story about this, but early or maybe about 2006, 2005, in the early 2000s, I was dating and living with this girl that worked for the city of Fresno, and she had a friend that worked for the city of Tarzana. And how it all started was that this one summer that I was working construction, this girl I was living with had this really nice swimming pool, and I had this huge collection of Tarzan books and Warlord of Mars. So I was sharing these books with this girl, and she was a reader, and she had never read Burroughs before. And I turned this unlikely girl into a Burroughs fan.
Yeah.
So my birthday comes around. She makes an effort to arrange with her friend who works in Tarzana to have to meet for lunch with Danton Burrows at the Tarzana estate. And my girlfriend becomes, in arranging this with what was going to be a surprise lunch in Tarzana, she becomes friends with Danton Burrows. And he calls me one time. She has him call me like surprise, like, oh, here's the phone, it's for you. And it's Danton Burrows, right? And so all I did was tell him, that I had been a fan of his grandfather since I was a little kid, and I read all the books and I loved all the comics. He was really nice. He told us we could come down and have lunch, and he was going to show me stuff around the house and everything. And then, like maybe a year after that, there's a big fire and he dies of a heart attack right there, like at the estate. He ended up dying like really young, like in his early 60s or something. But he was a super nice guy, and we had these plans, and he even said that he was going to give me something. He goes, yeah, man, it's going to be great to have you guys come up, and I'll even let you like pick out maybe a book or something. I've got so much stuff here. And he was telling me about all like the different, he had boxes of books that like were just, back stock of stuff that had been printed, and then he just had boxes of. But he was a very nice guy that died way too young, and I never got to meet him, but I got to talk to him 2 times. But that girlfriend was great. What a great girlfriend, huh?
Yeah.
I broke up with her. Yeah.
No.
Didn't work out. The Burroughs part was one of the best parts of the relationship, was that she actually read Tarzan and got into it and realized how good it was.
Then when you can convince her to dress up like Deja Thoris, then you've got something going on there.
She looked pretty good in a bikini, and that was like her daily outfit was pretty much a bikini. Times were good. I wasn't doing too bad at that point. Yeah. But I mean, it was her house and her pool.
Wow. Good gig, man.
I can't remember if my first contact with Tarzan was the Filmation animated series or the Johnny Weissmuller movies. Because I remember both of them when I was about 8, but I can't remember which one I saw first. The thing, it's kind of ironic because the Filmation series is still considered one of the most faithful adaptations of the universe. But Johnny Weissmuller, which is has absolutely nothing to do with the Edgar Rice Burroughs stuff, is the most famous portrayal of Tarzan in other media.
Right.
Yeah.
I talked with
like both.
He asked me what my favorite stuff was that had been made, right? And I told him about how I liked the John Buscema comics from the 70s, you know,
Mhm.
and he's a little bit older than us. So at that point, I didn't know about the Jesse March, Gaylord Dubois stuff for Dell and everything, but it seemed like his position was he was in his job essentially in his whole adult life was basically trying to wrestle money into the right directions for things that would faithfully represent his grandfather's creation. And that was a very difficult struggle for him, I think. I think it was one of the things that bummed me out about this. I remember when I talked to him, I was like, because in my mind, I imagined that Tarzana, like the high school team, was going to be like maybe the Great Apes, and that maybe like the stoplights were going to have like maybe or the street signs were going to have maybe like a gorilla on them, a set, you know, like a silhouette of an ape or something. And I was really disappointed to find out that when I asked him about this, that the city of Tarzana essentially like removed itself from the Burroughs mythology, really, unless you like really go looking for it. So like people that live in Tarzana don't even know that they live in a city that's named after Tarzan himself. Like they don't even realize that the city is like, it started out as an estate, like his ranch built into an entire city in Los Angeles. And it's kind of interesting. So I was disappointed to find out that nobody really cares that much about it anymore, at least in Tarzana, it seems.
I've never read Jules Verne in French. I have mostly read Jules Verne in Portuguese. Although my first contact with something Jules Verne, there's a Spanish-Japanese animated co-production, which is called Around the World with Willy Fogg, which uses funny animals to do the Around the World in 80 days. And that is most likely the first, I think that was really the first contact I had with Jules Verne. But it was financed by a Spanish studio and animated in Japan. And the same studio also did something called David the Gnome, which has nothing to do with Jules Verne. It was not. No, it was them who did the Dogtanian. Dogtanian was an adaptation of the Three Musketeers with dogs. No, it had the best theme song. Everybody my age knows that theme song. All you need to do is start humming the melody, and they will start singing the song.
Have you ever seen the Dogville comedies?
I don't know what those are.
It's the same director that did a lot of the Three Stooges comedies.
And the Three Stooges were never big here.
Oh well, they were black and white shorts. These were hardly ever shown here. I've only seen a few of them. Like they used to run them on American Movie Classics, and then I got a DVD of all of them. But it's all real dogs acting out these scenarios where they're in bars drinking, and they're all walking on their hind legs. I think they've got them all with clothes on and talking, and they're really funny. I'm sure they're torturing the dogs. They've got them probably on wires, I'm pretty sure. But there's like crime ones where they're shooting guns at each other, and there's romance ones where this guy's seducing this poodle. I mean, it's really they're great. And they're not on YouTube unless, let me check and see if someone's put them up. But they're from, I guess, Columbia Studios. But if you like Three Stooges, you'd like these things.
Yeah, the Three Stooges were never really famous here. Laurel and Hardy were, but although by the time I was born, there was really no place to watch it.
Yeah.
Then I never got. When we got satellite TV, we ended up having TCM, and so I watched a lot of the Our Gang shorts.
Yeah, these were run on Turner Classic Movies. Yeah, these were.
Yeah, Paulo, how are the Marx Brothers over there? How are they received?
The Marx Brothers, they're for people with taste, and most people ignore them. They don't know that they exist.
No.
Although I once read something, and this appeared in it was a book about about weird stuff, and there's something they're talking about cinema, and there's a line there from Woody Allen. So this book is from 1977, and it's Woody Allen describing that he had an audition with this girl, and she said that she had never watched any of his movies, and then that she didn't know who the Marx Brothers were, and Woody Allen said, I'm not surprised that you don't know that you've never seen any of my movies. Nobody watches my movies. I just think it's ridiculous that you don't know who the Marx Brothers were. And this was in the 1970s and doing an audition in Hollywood. So
That's insane. Wow. God, man.
Yeah,
I've got a great collection of the Marx Brothers.
Yeah, I have a box with six movies, although I haven't watched all of them. But I
It
love
might be the same one. It's 6 movies.
Yeah, but I love watching that game. I think all the episodes of that game show we did in the 50s are on YouTube, and I just love watching them. But if you try scouring for the one where he says I love my cigar, it doesn't exist. It's an urban legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Groucho
there it is. Oh my God.
It was so funny. That show, You Bet Your Life,
Yeah,
so
You Bet Your
funny.
Mhm.
I showed that to my kids. So my kids, like I introduced things, to my children that weren't of their time. And Groucho and You Bet Your Life were one of those shows that my kids absolutely loved that show. Like they thought it was hilarious. They loved, the aspect of that show is that you get to see what people looked like, acted like, and talked like in like 1956. And when you're a kid in 2006, that's like a major thing. They were like, wow, people look so much different. And look at all the old people. And I was like, yeah, they don't put old people on TV anymore. And you're like, oh, you're right. Old people aren't on TV anymore. And I said, yeah, see, old people used to be all over TV.
Yeah.
And yeah. And also the same thing. I showed them Lancelot Link and the Evolution Revolution, which was this, you guys remember, Paulo might not know. It was a Saturday morning children's show that used just chimpanzees and dressed them up in clothes and then did voiceovers. So my kids thought it was hilarious, but they didn't think it was hilarious for the same reason we thought it was hilarious. They thought it was hilarious because they had been raised in school by like environmentalists and like hippie ladies that loved animals. So they thought it was funny that a TV show was produced torturing all these chimpanzees and dressing them up and like making them play instruments. They thought that was hilarious. That
it was a hippie band, and they had like all these hippie groupie monkeys dancing around.
Yeah, that was great. I watched it.
I can imagine what they did to that poor kangaroo in Skippy, in the Australian TV series Skippy.
Oh man,
it must be very difficult to teach a kangaroo to do stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. They've revived that show
in 1991.
You Bet Your Life.
Oh, You Bet Your Life.
Yeah, it's new. With Jay Leno now.
Oh no.
Okay.
2021. I have not seen it, but I've got it. I've got it saved on Tubi, so I'm gonna have to watch an episode just to see what the hell.
I don't know. They probably have a team of writers, so he can come up with one-liners and the stuff that Groucho did. It sounded so natural. I'm sure that he had something planned because they screened the people that they're going to put on the show and this kind of stuff. So we can lend some of the one-liners, like when he's asking, so where were you? So where were you born? Where do you live? And they say, and then he throws the one-liner, but it looks so fluid, like it's part of the conversation, and I can't imagine that in a modern setting you'll do. Going back to the old people that they had on TV, what I found like I imagine that they screened the people, but everybody doesn't matter what they did for a living, and all the men, they were very articulate, and all the women were very soft-spoken.
Yeah. What was the other? There was another show around that time I think it was called What's My Line?
Mhm.
Was that was a show back in the same period where the people tried to guess what the job occupation of the person was.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty interesting just from like, that kind of historical perspective, just to see what people were doing. Many jobs that no longer exist. These people are describing their jobs and so forth. Very interesting. And I think Frank Zappa was on there.
Yeah, they did celebrities. I remember the Picasso. I've seen the Picasso episode.
Yeah.
And the
Frank
one with
Picasso was on.
Yeah, and the one with Nat King Cole, where he gets so because his voice is so recognizable, he could only answer in whistles.
Yeah, God, man. Yeah, that was interesting. Interesting
Yeah, I
show.
saw a show like that. I don't know if it was that exact one, but it had John Zachary on it. You know, the horror host, John Zachary.
Yeah.
And nobody knew who that guy was, man.
Now,
There was another show called I've Got a Secret that was almost the same premise. And
Yeah,
I think
that was the one that Zachary was on.
now, Michael, were you mentioning that you lived in the same building with Zachary? There was somebody that was talking about that, I believe, yesterday.
Huh.
Oh, no, I think it was Michael Taylor.
Probably.
He lived in the same building with Zachary. And that kind of like we started getting on to talking about some horror hosts. But that was pretty interesting. I think it
horror
was.
hosts were interesting. There's such a gamut, right, Mike? I mean, of like you had understated ones. Like my horror host here was Bob Wilkins, who acted like a regular guy. His bit was he was like a TV newscaster type of guy, just a regular guy who just pretended like he was super normal, but he was into all of our weirdness. But then you had people like Zachary who were like over the top, who dressed up like the undead or Zombo or
right. Yeah. We had well, when I was living in Los Angeles back in the 80s, of course, Elvira was huge. She was like the our horror host for
they called it Shock Theater, I think was what was in LA. It was Shock Theater, wasn't it?
Shock Theater.
I feel like that was their version of Creature Features in the 70s. I think it was Shock Theater.
Maybe it was. But now Creature Features, that's who took over after Bob Willis?
This guy named John Stanley.
John Stanley.
Really talented. He wrote some good books about the topic. I've got a couple of his books. Yeah.
Right. And now Vincent, that guy Vincent, is kind of taken over the mantle. He's the new host. Yes.
Yeah,
but that was really cool aspect.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
I was just going to say it was a cool aspect that whatever city you lived in, whatever station you watched all over the United States, you're watching the same Night of the Living Dead, but you're getting this different local announcer, who's just doing whatever he wants. Basically, they're just letting him do what he wants. Danny DeVito made a good movie about the topic called what was it called? Something Bear in the title.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've seen it.
So Danny DeVito made a movie that is his character is a Creature Features host here in Oakland, and it has let's see, Gary Sinise plays the villain in the movie, and it's really good. I mean, it's about what we're talking about. It's about growing up in the 70s, and it's these kids, his kids, and he's a single parent, a single dad. What is it called, man? I forget.
Man, I'm gonna have to check that out, man.
What the heck is it called? It's quite a good movie, man. Something Bear.
Al Gore, Jack the Bear.
Jack the Bear.
Jack the Bear.
1993.
Yeah, good movie.
Good one.
Check out Jack the Bear.
Very cool. Well, as I told you guys, there's that channel. I've got it on Roku. You can watch it online, themonsterchannel.com, and it's 24/7 horror hosts. So they have, it's either brand new horror hosts that are hosting movies, or they have like hosts from years ago, they replay their stuff. You know, like you guys may recall, like Shilling Shockers was one that was out, God, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Stuff like that where they replay the, you know, the episodes.
Right.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, I got
I'm
a
gonna have
bunch
to
of
watch
those
that, though, Jack the
episodes
Bear.
on DVD. I've got a bunch of those episodes on DVD of Penny Dreadful's Shilling Shockers.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's it. That's the one. She's really funny.
Yeah.
Really great.
it's a good show. Yeah, I was going to say the horror host that we had was Dr. Shock and Dingbat. And Dingbat was a little puppet of a bat, and he would talk in a real high-pitched voice, and they would make fun of people around Chattanooga, which is where it was based out of. And they had characters of, it was real people. Like one guy was, they called him Blackjack Blaylock, and they had another one called Mean Uncle Floyd, and Red Bank Arena, which is like a suburb of Chattanooga, is Red Bank. And there was some woman named Red Bank Arena that they would bring into the conversations and make jokes about, you know. And me and my cousins used to always watch that show, man. It was great.
What was that? What was the name of him? It was Dr. Zog, you said?
No, it was Dr. Shock.
Dr. Shock and Dingbat?
Dingbat, yeah.
Okay.
And the name of the show was Shock Theater. Of course, how many shows were called Shock Theater over the nation, you know, but that's what it was here too. But it was unique in that it had the Dingbat character, and they
Yeah,
had
that
some
sounds
pretty funny
familiar.
stuff. It was Chattanooga. It was back in the 70s.
I may have seen some of those. That really sounds familiar with the Dingbat character.
Yeah.
You guys know how the Geeky Puppets will read a comic story. I wouldn't mind sometime maybe some of you guys reading some parts, and I would like to be can't think of his name, Abel from House of Secrets.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be great.
I think
I think it sounds
I think
great.
I have enough, you know, jowls and to pull it off. But
So you got,
A comic
Now-
reading?
yeah.
Like
You're talking about like just like a comic reading from one of the issues, Graphic Man?
right,
I think it's a great idea, Graphic Man. I'd totally be up for that. And
cool.
Yeah.
one you're doing or one for the puppets?
I was just coming up with an idea. I wouldn't mind being Abel from House of Secrets.
Well, if you did a whole issue, then you'd have several stories, and that would give more people different parts or chances to play different parts.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Halloween episode.
Yeah.
No, good. Man.
Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to read comics like I was watching a movie or a TV show in my mind. Like I would, as I was reading in my mind, I would do voices in my head. And then when the ads would come up, they were kind of like commercials to me. So I would read the ads that interested me all the way through, almost as if they were commercials. It was a weird thing, but I don't know. I did that. Did anybody else kind of do that? Like,
Yeah, when I read, I always imagined the comics were movies, and I would imagine the music that was playing, and I'd have soundtrack albums playing. And so to me, you know, the perfect theme song for a Fantastic Four movie would be the theme to Airport.
Oh.
The original Airport from 1970. I think that's like a perfect superhero theme. But that's the problem with these superhero movies, almost all of them. I mean, we had what's his face from Oingo Boingo write the Batman music in '89, and then every other superhero movie got him to do the theme. He only had one good theme in him, which he basically reworked from the Batman serial, and then but you know, no one can write good music in Hollywood now. There's no John Williams or anything. It's like all the music's generic. I mean, in those Marvel movies, there should be an Iron Man theme and a Hulk theme, and when the characters come on, there should be something recognizable, like the Indiana Jones theme. You see the character, and that theme swells up, but there isn't. I mean, the Avengers kind of, after a while, it takes you a while, but then you remember the Avengers theme, but it's not as memorable as the John Williams Superman theme, or
Right.
but
Yeah.
that's the big flaw. Now there's many more flaws with all their wokeness and everything. But.
Well, yeah, I think the appropriate MCU theme, Gratu, is someone farting in eternity. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be pretty much the MCU theme.
As far as a superhero theme, I really liked Danny Elfman's 1989 Batman.
Danny Elfman, yeah.
Yeah, Danny
Well,
Elfman,
great.
that's the
But-
guy.
But
Man,
then, so they got him for every other movie. We're making a
Is that who you were talking about?
That Elfman guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know who you were talking about. Oh.
Yeah,
I would-
I
I
said
would
Oingo
agree.
Boingo. Yeah, because I forgot his
Oh,
name for a
okay.
second.
yeah, he was much better as a musician with Oingo Boingo than he was, in my opinion, doing the soundtracking.
Well, the
Because I
Batman
love
89
the
theme
old
was
Oingo Boingo stuff was fantastic.
Well, if you remember the Batman from '89, when he's got Vicky Vale in the car and they're headed towards the Batcave, the music is really building, and I thought it was a good touch.
Yeah.
It seemed like he caught the feel for it. Now I don't know if he's good in anything else, but I remember really liking the music.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at some of the early Batman films now. It's been years. I have not seen any of those, the Tim Burton films.
Yeah.
Just to go back and see, because I thought a couple of them were pretty good.
there were only a couple. There were
Right.
only
Yeah,
two.
but they get a really bad rep. I mean,
Yeah.
people just rip them.
Oh, no, it's with the third one that they got bad.
it was. Now, was that Tim Burton too?
Well, he was like an executive producer, but
Oh,
it was a horror show. Yeah.
oh.
And then in the fourth one, it was just unbearably bad. Yeah,
Guys,
so,
that was your-
it's just people that have never read comics doing it. He was adapting it like it was a pulp, and almost no one can get it right. And then I hear all these people talking about in this character that no one knows who he is, not even most comic fans. Black Adam. It's like, oh, he kills all these people in the movie. It's like, but Batman is a killer too. It's like, well, they think Batman is a killer because all these movies, he's machine gunning people. Tim Burton didn't understand the character, and Batmobile shouldn't have machine guns built into it. And then he's like in the second Batman movie, he just blowing up these clowns, with explosives. I mean, it's.
Well, they've got, apparently they're planning a new Doc Savage film. And I guess
He'll be an Eskimo.
they have The Rock. The Rock is supposed to play Doc Savage.
They've been talking about that for 20 years,
Really? Yeah, it's on the IMDb slate. So I don't know.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, and besides that, it's just kind of like, what kind of expectations could you possibly have? It's like,
Well, for it to be good,
considering
but
the
that's too
garbage
much,
that keeps coming out, it's like,
Danny
We talked
Elfman.
about the Rock gonna be the Submariner for a while, but that fell through, I guess.
Well, he's in the new Black Panther movie. He's seen in the trailer. But he's not Atlantean. He's some Mayan. So they've got a Hispanic actor playing him, and he's got like something through his nose and gauges in his ears, and he doesn't have the widow's peak.
Oh
And
my God.
because they figure, well, Atlantis was done in the Aquaman movie, or maybe they just needed more diversity, whatever. So,
Well, they're screwing it up to start with, making him Mayan.
Yeah.
well, they do have all of the race all blue skinned except for him, and he does have the green trunks, and he does have wings on his ankles. But other than that, he's pretty which
It should've
don't
been
look good in
Portuguese.
CGI flapping around.
He should
It's
have been
amazing.
Portuguese because Atlantis is right there by like the Azores Islands, I think.
It should be what?
Right? I think Atlantis was supposed to be like off the coast of Portugal.
If you believe in sunken continents, the Atlantis would have been where the Azores Islands are. The description
yeah.
looked like it was in Upper State New York.
Yeah,
Hey,
actually,
Danny
Garage
Elfman.
Radio he mentioned the Danny Elfman soundtrack for Darkman, which was really good.
Oh,
I
yeah, that was good.
enjoyed that film immensely too.
I
And
was
that
gonna
was, that was
mention-
Sam Raimi, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Sam Raimi. It was
Yeah.
like maybe the first time we ever saw Sam Raimi. I mean, well, Evil Dead was out there, but
Yeah,
Danny
yeah,
Elfman
of course.
and his brother made this really good avant-garde underground movie that's called The Forbidden Zone. Have you guys ever heard?
Richard Elfman, man, I've got it.
Yes.
I've got it
Damien,
on
his
DVD.
brother and his wife at the time, this French girl, I forget her name. It's a really
Yes.
good movie, man. It's pretty
Oh, it's-
hilarious, and the music's amazing. And
It's
it kind of
awesome.
holds up.
It's
Yeah.
actually, you guys, if anybody's interested, it is on Tubi. The
Oh, Forbidden
problem
Zone?
is, yeah, the unfortunate thing is that they colorized it.
Oh, I've seen that colorized version too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can still enjoy it. I mean, especially if you haven't seen the film before, I guess it would be fine. But it's just really better in black and white. I mean, it I don't know, visually it works
They're
better.
trying to make it look like a Fleischer cartoon, right? Is that what am I wrong?
It kind of has that.
Because
does.
all the
totally
characters,
has
they
that.
never stand still. They're always bouncing like
Yes.
Betty Boop and Coco or all those characters.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
does
and
like
the music
Danny
is
Elfman
Cam
does like
Cowboy
Minnie
kind
the
of something.
Moocher.
Yeah.
And stuff.
They're
You
Got
know.
Herbie Villachez in it.
Yes, Hervé Villachez, yeah, and Susan Tyrell is in there. You know,
Oh, yeah, she's great.
a great cast, an amazing cast of characters. You know?
I also remember seeing them on the Gong Show. Like the first time I ever saw Oingo Boingo, they were an act on the Gong Show, and I believe they won. You know, they were the mystic knights of the
Yeah,
Oingo
it
Boingo.
was
and they
the
came out
Mystic
on
Knights of
Gong
the
Show.
Oingo Boingo, right? When they were actually a performance troupe
Yes.
before they became just like a music group. You know,
Yeah, before they were even a band, they were like met in school or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they were just like doing their weird kind of. It's
Similar
really
to Devo,
great
Yeah.
stuff. I
similar
love
to the
that
way that
stuff.
Devo started out, is that they weren't necessarily a band as much as an art project. I think.
Yes, exactly.
Boy, Devo was great, huh?
Oh,
Guys, ever
yeah.
see anybody ever see Devo live, like when they
Yes.
did their stage shows?
Oh yes.
And I saw him. You remember when working in a chain gang? I think you know the song that was in the
working
heavy
in a
metal
coal
movie?
mine.
Working in a coal mine. So when
Yeah.
I forget what was that Duty Now for the Future, the album that. So I saw that tour, and they had an incredible stage show for that tour. I saw them here in San Francisco. They were great. About
Yeah,
1981, about 81, I think.
Yeah, they that song they also performed. They did. There's a scene in a movie called Human Highway, and it's Devo and it's Neil Young. Neil Young and Devo collaborated on this freaking movie way back in the 80s, and it's this strange sci-fi kind of comedy musical, and they do Working in a Coal Mine, as characters in the film.
I know that. Heard of that.
It's an obscure film. It's called Human Highway. Highly recommended. It's
Yeah, it was
just for the
also in that heavy
weirdness.
metal movie.
Yeah, it was used in heavy metal.
They used
You
it
know,
in heavy
somebody just
metal.
mentioned Guar, and I want to give a shout out to Sleazy P Martini here on YouTube. I don't know if you
Guar,
guys
yeah,
ever
Sleazy
watched
P.
him, but he has a
Yes.
great show on YouTube. I think that you would like him, Gratu. His name is Sleazy P Martini. He's the
Yeah,
manager for Guar.
Yeah, Gore, this guy that I knew in junior high and high school is in Gore or was in Gore. Casey Orr, he was in Rigor Mortis. And
Sleazy Martini is like us, okay? He's like on our side of things, and he does a show just about every day that's like a
oh
I
yeah,
don't know what you want to call it, a live stream. He does a live stream that is current events and news and politics, right, Mike? Is that what you would say?
Yes, that's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah.
on
He's very
YouTube.
funny, and he's on the side.
Pardon. Keith has got it was the Devo New Traditionalist album with
There you
Working
go.
in a
New
Coal
Tradition.
Mine.
Exactly, with Beautiful World too.
Yeah,
So
that's
at
right.
that same concert, when they played Beautiful World, the drapes closed, so you couldn't see the band anymore, and a giant television screen came down, and they played this video to the song, and the video was this jump cut propaganda type stuff, right? Where
Yeah.
you would at one moment you're looking at a beautiful sunset, and then the next moment you're looking at a decomposing animal, like in slow motion. It was really bizarre. It was like they were doing this propaganda bit just for this one song, and then the screen went up and the drapes opened up, and the crowd was just like kind of dumbfounded. It was like this really cool moment, and their shows were filled with all these moments. Like they had a giant crib on stage, and they brought out the Bougie Boy, right? Remember Bougie
yeah.
Boy was like this big human baby. They were great, man.
Yeah, those early Devo videos are just so great because they're really crude. You know, I mean, they shot them like on Super 8, 16 millimeter, you know, and very low budget, but really creative stuff. You know, I just love that, man. And I've got some bootleg Devo from back from 1978 where they were doing live gigs. Man, they were like totally different. They were very much a different animal when they started. A much more like punk, you know. They kind of got more new wave sounding as they went along. But their live shows were really.
Girl You Want is one of my favorites, man. I love Girl You Want.
Oh yeah.
Hearing you guys talk about this sleazy people, I just went and took a look, and I thought, my goodness, he doesn't drive anywhere with that big hair, does he?
He has a giant pompadour.
I couldn't fit in the car.
Pompadour. Hilarious.
He's a character, man. You'll like him. He's funny as heck.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, Keith he brings up it's a great channel. There's a channel, I've got it on my Roku, called Night Flight. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a show.
USA Network.
Yeah, it was on USA Network. Yeah, and they had the coolest stuff. They would show like weird animations and so forth. I mean, just just a mixture of really great stuff. You know,
it was a real avant-garde type of feeling, and there was there was this kind of counterculture even in the late 70s that was very cool. Like we had a movie theater here in Monterey that was called the Dream Theater. It's now closed, but at the time of when it was open, the idea was to make a hippie art theater that was like an old classic 1920s or 30s movie house. And so it was beautifully decorated on the inside. They had different seating. So the back row were all double seats with no armrest in between. So you could make out with a girl, and there were walls on the sides. So it was like a tunnel of love ride. The middle seats were all rockers, and then the front rows were all these recliners. And this theater was open to the consumption of alcohol and marijuana by underage people, and it was widely known that this happened. So this theater, I saw tons of stuff there. Like I saw Clockwork Orange there. I saw Song Remains the Same there. They showed Rocky Horror there every Friday night at midnight. It was real edgy, and it was a very cool thing that could never exist nowadays because of over regulation. So at that time, the people that have turned into these Nazis were not Nazis. They were hippies, and they were perfectly fine with like doing this counterculture thing. But now the people that kind of used to be counterculture are now like authoritarians. It's really strange, but it could never exist nowadays, sadly. But the Dream Theater, you guys might be able to look it up. There might be pictures of it on the internet.
Well, it's kind of like a lot of hippies in the 60s became yuppies. You know, in the 70s and 80s, they became millionaires. That was basically, I mean, that was a classic scenario.
You just described my three older siblings. That's all they were. That was all of them. And now they all have like these crazy, ridiculous obligations and money worries. And they used to like love Joni Mitchell and Cat Stevens. now now she reads the New York Times every day to get more worried and depressed about what's happening to her money.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Real Wild
Yeah.
Cinema.
There was another movie theater as well called the 812 Cinema. This was
That's
on
right.
Henry Row. This theater had no chairs at all, and there were these giant pillows that had like these Indian tapestry prints on them. And when you went into this movie theater, you would go to the side of the theater and pick out whatever pillow you wanted, and then just find your spot on the floor and then sit there and watch the movie. I saw the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour there. This was also a weird hippie movie theater that I'm not even sure how they were able to get the copies of these movies and like show them in these like, I don't know, theaters that obviously weren't a part of the theater chain or something. I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Yeah. That was yet another thing that was very popular, at least in the 70s and 80s, the revival cinema houses, where
Exactly.
they would show like 2 films for 3 days and they'd switch them out. So they'd
That's
have like a
just
calendar of all kinds of films. Usually like
It's
one
called
month would be like a science fiction theme. One
or
month might be a horror.
Popo, or what was the one called was it called The King of Hearts? The Queen of the movie about it's a World War II movie about a French town of that is taken over by the Germans, and there is a psychiatric hospital next to the town, and all of the patients escape, and they take over the town and pretend these crazy people are pretending like they are the townspeople.
What,
I've heard of
was
this
that
movie.
Queen of Hearts?
I think Queen of Hearts or King of Hearts. Somebody. Anyway, there were these foreign art films that were always shown at these theaters, just like what
Yes.
Mike was talking about.
That plot Meyer just described sounds like that happened like a couple years ago, didn't it?
I think it did happen a couple of years ago, but they made a movie about it in the '60s. It's a foreign film. I think it's called.
where all the crazy people take over a place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called Chicago.
Yes.
That Real Wild Cinema series was a bunch of clips from movies put out by Something Weird Video, and Sandra Bernhard hosted it and made little supposedly funny comments in between them. But
Yeah,
it was
that
all
was-
edited, and they cut out all the real R-rated. Well, those movies were before the rating system, but the more extreme nudity and violence they would cut out. But it was
That
basically,
was that the 90s and the 90s, Gratu?
man,
Real
was it that
Wild
far
Cinema.
back? I was thinking it was more early 2000s. Well, Mike
No,
Vrain
maybe-
was still alive, the guy that ran Something Weird, I'm pretty sure, unless his widow was giving all the footage. But it was all Something Weird footage.
Right.
I've got a couple of VHS Something Weird tapes.
Yeah.
I have a lot of DVDs from Something Weird of various horror movie double features, and they have a lot of short films on there as extras. Really
Yeah,
cool.
that's the kind of stuff they'd show in Real Wild Cinema.
Yeah, weird.
I
stuff.
think they would have an edited down, like Reader's Digest condensed version of one of their exploitation or films, and then they'd show little short films, usually cut a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the local theater that was like that in Dallas was the Granada, and they ran amazing stuff for a while before the landlord ran them out.
Yeah, Christopher
thinking-
Snyder mentioned Adrian Belew and King Crimson. Now, Robert Fripp was just a great guitarist for well, I think he was one of the founders of the band. He may have been the founder.
I saw him with Bowie. I saw Robert Fripp and Bowie in concert together
Damn.
about 1990. It was when that song China Girl was out.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I saw the last time I saw King Crimson, it was it had to have been early 90s in New Orleans. And that was Well, Adrian Ballou was there. It was also, of course, Fripp, and I forget who the drummer was. They had Bill Bruford was in there, but I don't know if it was still him at that time. Great show, though. Really, really quite a hell of a show. Ed Wood movies were the funniest.
The theaters that I was talking about, just like what Gratu said, were here. Everything that used to be old and cool was bought up in like the 90s and 2000s and turned into this ugly, like touristy type stuff that is like has no character and no, like the architecture is all shitty, and they like completely tore down the structures that used to house these beautiful old businesses, and now everything looks the same. And it's they had terrible, like really bad foresight, these people that had this money in the 90s that thought that they were doing something good by making things new, tearing down an old theater and then putting up a new one. And it was a terrible idea. And yeah, so now the area lacks character, and it looks just like a tourist town, and all up and down the coast of California, they all kind of look the same now. They're slowly losing their character.
Yeah, any place where there's an explosion of new money and lots of people show up there,
yeah.
then everything gets gutted. But if you've got a place where people don't move into that town, or maybe, and then just everything just kind of stays the same, and you magically have this time machine of a town there, everything preserved the way it was. But Arlington, where I used to live in Texas, between Dallas and Fort Worth, we moved there in '76, and I remember that half of the main street was still there. On the other side was like a '70s public library. They'd torn, the old towns would have a main street with the old shops on either side. And then they tore down the other side to build the city hall. And then they just kept tearing stuff down, because they had Six Flags Over Texas. They had the Texas Rangers. Then they got the Dallas Cowboys. But by the time they got the Dallas Cowboys, they I guess someone realized we've torn down all the old structures, the old mineral well where people would come and get mineral water. And so they'd have to, then they started building new buildings that looked old to try to give the downtown area some character, because they decimated it. So they got architects that would build the Texas Rangers baseball park to look like an old timey baseball park, and it all looked very wrong and phony, and because they destroyed the whole character of the town. It became a sea of strip malls.
In Europe, if you want to build something new in the middle of the city, and a building has to be torn down in order to build something new, you have to keep the original building facade, and you have to build the new structure according to how the facade looks from the outside.
That's great. That's smart.
Yeah, my bank in my hometown, it was built on it wasn't a very old building. I mean, it's a 3-story building from the late 19th century, and even so, because the entire area around it is surrounded by buildings from the 18th century, it couldn't be torn down, and they had to use all the original structure. And because it was a 3-story building, it was not cheap to keep up during the 3 years it took to rebuild the entire structure.
Yeah, well, the United States doesn't have the history of Europe, nothing is that old. And so people think, well, that's a building from 1910, just tear it down. But,
Especially
in Europe, buildings that have been there for 400 or 500 years.
There was very little respect. So California is really young. But there was very little respect, even 30 or 40 years ago, for the architecture that was already standing. They wanted new stuff. They thought that the old stuff was out of date, and I don't know. It's messed up, but that's how it turned out.
Well, one good thing, I don't like hippies, but one good thing about them in San Francisco is they were too stoned to want to go in and remodel the beautiful Victorian places they were living in. They just kept them the way they were and tacked up some war is not healthy for children and other living things, posters and stuff. And then it stayed the same, and they didn't mess with things. They weren't industrious enough to.
Yep. That's a funny thing about the Haight-Ashbury district. It was that, so at that time, what was happening then is just what we're talking about. So in the 60s and 70s, like normal people didn't want to live in those old Victorian houses in the Haight-Ashbury district. They thought that they were antiquated and didn't have modern conveniences. So those old Victorians were being rented to poor people, like the Grateful Dead. They were being rented out to hippies and to just like lower income folks. But now those homes are $3, $4, $5, $6 million a piece, and the people that live in them are all overeducated techies that make tons of money that have like a $12,000 mortgage. I'm not kidding, and that's
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, I knew this couple that was living in Oakland, you know, I mean, right across the bay. They had like a micro apartment, and this was back in the early 2000s, and this was like it was a very small 1-bedroom apartment, not in the greatest part of Oakland, and they were paying $1,500 a month. And I was just like, no, thank you for that. Forget it, man. You know,
it just goes up every month. It gets more and more.
Yeah, it's far worse now. I could only imagine what that apartment is renting for. You know, I mean, 15, 20 years later, God, you know.
You guys ever look up on Google Earth? Do you ever look at old houses that you used to live in, or old schools that you used to go to, or old streets that you used to be familiar with? And I do that. I like it when a house that I used to live in is up for sale, so that you can look at the pictures of the interior of the house to see how it has survived over the last 20 or 30 or 40 years. It's like one of my favorite things.
Yeah,
like,
I did it with my old grandparents' house in the countryside, and yeah, the place needs a renovation. My grandma moved out when my grandpa died in 1989, and it was a fairly large house. But in the 1980s, the upkeep kept going up, and the agriculture production that they did was not enough to make money off of. So I actually thought that my grandma only sold the house because my grandpa died. But I found out later, I was told later, that both my grandparents were looking for an apartment in a village near the sea, so they could sell the house. When he died, it just made things go faster. They sold the house for a song, and nowadays. A land like that, that you can have a small farm, make a small farm on, and you can use part of the house for commercial purposes. It costs about 8 times. You can get the same value, about 8 times the value that they were paid for it. Wow. The money that they made out of selling the house at the time barely covered a 2-bedroom apartment in a tourist village, but nowadays it would have been incredibly expensive. So, but the house is for sale. They want something around $400,000 for it. But given the renovations that it needs, I think if you show up to the owners with $300,000 in cash ready to go, they take it. And we used to talk about it with with our cousins and say, hey, when we win the lottery, let's buy the place. But no, it's actually too much work unless you want to live there, because it's 120 miles from where we live. So you need to move there in order to properly make money off of it, because there's no point in living there alone. It's like a family house for a large families that you used to have in the countryside. Having 7 brothers and sisters, and the uncles and the cousins all live nearby. But for a couple of people to live on, it just wouldn't work. The last time I was in the area was when my grandma died, and we went to actually a little bit after. We went there a couple of times. But most of the people that my dad, and he left the place and he left it. He basically left in 1958. The people that he used to know when he was growing up, they're dying or they moved out, and there's been an influx of new people, but they don't have any specific connection to the village. So it's kind of weird that way. But if you grow up in the city, there's really no point in going to look at the places where you lived at, because there's a good chance that your parents are still there. We don't have that thing about moving out several times during the course of your life. We grew up.
My dad was in the Army. We moved all around, and we were in Virginia one year when I was in 2nd grade, and so I thought, well, I'll look at where that townhouse was in Virginia. And then I look at it on the computer, and it's like no one ever told me that maybe 2 football fields away was the ocean. I could have walked to the ocean, but I was a kid. I didn't drive. I didn't know what was beyond where the elementary school is right next to my house. Like, how was I to know that we were that close? I probably would have been scared of hurricanes if I'd known that. But they closed the school has just been closed, because that's usually a bad sign for a neighborhood. When they close the school, it means that it's really bad test scores, and it's crime and horrible stuff going on. Sorry if I was in a really bad mood last night, Graphic Man. Sorry if I was an asshole on your show. I was just. It's like,
No.
all comic books are terrible, and they're never coming back, and they're meant for kids. Screw, and I was insulting Killing Joke and all these things that are sacred text, But
Well, speaking of Killing Joke, I loved Killing Joke except for those 2 areas that you mentioned.
yeah, that's how I feel. But when you look back on it, you realize those were signs of all the horror that we're experiencing now.
Yeah.
And then you read the writers of all of these major events from back then, Watchmen and Killing Joke, are saying, hey, we didn't mean to change canon. We didn't mean, for it to have this negative impact, and
I thought of a third thing I didn't like about the ending of Killing Joke, when both Batman and Joker are having a good little chuckle. Part of me thought, Batman really ought to just pound that guy's face in for all the crap he had to go through in that story. But
It was implied that he did. I thought that it's like implied that Batman kills the Joker. I thought at the end.
the Dark Knight.
Like there's blood or something on the ground or something.
you're thinking of Dark Knight Returns.
Oh, I am thinking of the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
There is an indication that the Joker kills the Batman because the laughter kind of morphs into
A bizarre shadow, yeah.
yeah. So but according to the script, it's not. There's nothing there to point at it. And if Alan Moore puts everything in a script.
Yeah, I was in a bad mood because the house guest that was here was just a real diva, and I'll say that because he'll never watch 4 hours and 43 minutes into a stream. But it's just like, can you turn the sound down on the TV? I'm walking out of the room. I can't take that. You know, it's just like, what are you, a character in Edgar Allan Poe's story? You know, and then he walks in where we're doing the live stream last night, and he goes down and tells my wife, yes, there were 9 nerds on there, and I should have sat down and started roasting them. And he's like, what are you? And then this magazine I did in college, you know, I've got 2 copies left of this one issue, and he was wanting to trade for one of them, and it's like, I don't know, maybe if I can find another, it's just a photocopy, I can make another copy, but he wanted that one, and since he's got a lot of money, you know, he's like saying, well, I'll give you $100 for that. And I said, well, plus it's got such, I was so influenced by the National Lampoon. It's filled with the most horribly offensive stuff. I don't even know if I want it out there. I mean, any more copies of that magazine out there? Yeah, and then he starts counting like 3, 2. It's like, no, you don't treat me like that, mother. And then we had done a show earlier in the day, and I was in a bad mood, you know, because, you know, he said, let me show my George Clinton records. And it's this funk music, and that's fine. And then he says, well, George Clinton was influenced by this satanic, no, he didn't call it, he said the Church of the Final Process of Judgment. And then he starts showing all this satanic literature. And I watched it this morning. My faces are classic. But then at the end, he says, I would like for you viewers out there to put down in the comments what you think of how I got his goat. And he acts just like Peter Strzok when he was up on the stand. You know, the same fucking demon inside. And it's like we've been fighting. I've known this guy since 1990, but it's like, keep your fucking demonic shit out of here. I don't want to have like an hour of talk about Robert de Grimsdyke and his satanic church of hippies on my channel. You know, I think you watch it and you
are just nerds.
What?
Parliament Funk, they were nerds. You know the way that they dressed up and they did all that sound. It looks spacey. Nah, they like science. They like.
Very science fiction.
So Lovecraft,
very comic booky.
Pulp nerds, Lovecraft pulp nerds can look down on people into comic books. Is that the pecking order? I don't think so, because most of his contemporaries are fucking dead. The people that collected pulps, you know, it's just.
I think what Paulo was saying, in case the audience didn't hear, he called us nerds, but yet he liked all this. Mm-hmm. Satanic guys that would dress up in weird outfits and do all this, and we, you know, we don't do that. You know, we didn't show up in our little robe and our hood.
Yeah, you know, it's the funniest thing because with Parliament and Funkadelic, I listened to them back in the day. I never got any satanic vibe whatsoever.
No, he didn't. He was picking up on the probably the literature put out by this group that was like this hippie group that tried to seem sinister, and basically their thing was that Jesus said to love everyone, and in the end he's going to make up, either he and Satan or Lucifer are going to reconcile, and they're all it's basically all this morally relative satanic shit, and I
George Clinton was just, I mean, he was way out of it.
He put a bunch of stuff in his liner notes, you know, on a couple of albums that were in this guy's magazines, the Satanic Church. And then there was a book that came out by Ed Sanders. So I think was the Fugs, the guy in the band, the Fugs. And he put out this book called The Family about Charles Manson, and said Charles Manson was influenced by this process church. And you know, then people say, no, that's not true. And anyway, so So
Huh.
George Clinton was basically indirectly involving himself with Manson because this book had linked Manson with this church. It's kind of like when the Beach Boys recorded a song by Manson. You know, it's
Yeah.
just not a good look. So because he was
So-
into George Clinton, he's gotten like he had I don't know how many books and magazines on this stupid church. I in the 90s, in the 80s, 90s, we were I was reading this stuff about serial killers. I grew out of that shit. I you know, I don't give a shit about that. It just pissed me off, man. And I've been in a bad mood since. I don't like being treated that way, man. It's just like, and then the dog barks, and it's like, are you going to do something about that dog? No, man, this is the dog's home, man. And he comes down wearing headphones because he can't take the sound of the. I was playing some science fiction cartoon. Oh, the sound! Can you turn that? Can you mute that?
Okay, I missed some of that. I saw some of it where he was just talking about the albums.
No, you got to get to the end. You got to get to like the last hour of that.
Okay.
Because Gotham
Go
City
back.
Comics put a pretty good little response on there. I don't know. Where is that? I guess.
Sleepover from hell. This reminds me of like when you would invite a friend from school to come and stay the night, like on a Friday and a Saturday, and you're going to spend the whole weekend or something, and they're going to come, and it's the first time that you're going to hang out over at your house, and it doesn't work out. You know what I mean?
Wake up in the middle of the night to this horrible howling of the dog, and then there's sounds downstairs, feet walking around, and doors opening. What's going on? Why are there doors opening and walking? What's
Weird. That is weird.
Let's see.
When I stayed, I didn't cause you a bit of trouble.
No, and that's what my wife and I were saying. You guys are like Christian. It's inviting someone that's all into that crap. It was a really bad. I don't know.
Opposite sides of the spectrum there.
Gotham City Comics wrote, "We don't like the devil or evil. We fight it." And I wrote, what did I write? I wrote, "Hooray for Carrie Lake" underneath it because she's running for governor of Arizona. He's in Mesa. And he apparently loved that comment. I wish I lived in Arizona. I could work in his store because he seems like someone I could really get along with. And let's see. Lead Paint wrote, "Well, that escalated quickly." He obviously watched the whole thing. Oh my God, man. Well, you know, it's just, I don't like someone just saying, "Well, look, I'd like you to write what you think that I got his goat." You know, you know, he didn't do that Peter Strzok thing, you know. And it wasn't just Peter Strzok. That same demon came out in Christine Blasey Ford when she was accusing that Supreme Court guy. What was his name? She came in there and Kavanaugh. She came in there with this totally made up story, and this guy turned out to be some insane nerd that had kept a journal of everywhere he went back to the 80s, and he knew where he was every night, and she had made up what he had done to her at some party. He says, "No, I was here." It's like, who the hell documents their whole life? That was maybe you need to nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, they tried to crucify him for liking beer. This is what I remember.
In college.
Anyway, I'm sick and tired of dealing with satanic shit. That's why I came out here. Maybe all this nuclear war out here too. I don't know.
I don't know if you guys caught that, you know, during that period of time when that whole thing was going down with Kavanaugh, and there was like a protest outside of the building, right? When they were having the hearings, and it was like a Night of the Living Dead scenario. These people were like pounding on the doors, and they're like, you know, they were protesting against Kavanaugh. And I swear to God, they were like brainless zombies trying to break into the building. It was creepy as hell. And I was like, okay, this is the cult mentality right here, you know?
Did he mean to say Gratu's keyed up? Because he said Graphic Man's all keyed up.
I don't know. You sitting there calm as hell. I think that might have been a mistake.
Man, ever gets keyed up. I've never seen him keyed up.
Yeah, if that's keyed up, man.
I think he meant Gratu. And
Yeah, that's all right. We're all senile here, man. Just not
Well,
as bad as Biden.
he gets to the GR and it just says graphic instead of Gratu. So
Yeah. You're the hardest person to find. Whenever I recommend your channel, I have to say, make sure you type in Graphic Man comic book, because if you just type in Graphic Man, it's going to be Graphic Man hit by train, Graphic Man hit by truck, splattered everywhere.
I did
getting
that.
a little bit.
I did at the beginning.
Did you get a book or two? Because you were wanting the one book, Big Planet.
You talking
From your house guest, did you trade anything?
Oh, he had a bunch of duplicate books, right? So I pulled out 4 that I liked, and I thought, well, I could do a painting for you. I could, give you some money when I have some. I don't have any now, and I just put them in the closet, and I thought that was going to be okay. But then when I think I didn't go for selling him this magazine I did in college, he. This morning he says, well, since we didn't come to a deal on those books, like I said, well, I have them in the closet, and I was about to go up and get him, and he was already in the closet. Like if I went to his fucking house and went in his closet, oh, brother, like, what the hell? I mean, it was like, you don't go in my fucking closet looking around for books. Of course, there was the magazine that I didn't want to sell. I could use $100, and it's just a photocopied magazine, but the way he was doing it, like, it's like it's just like what was that movie where the guy Robert Redford or whatever is like, pay $1 million to sleep with your wife or whatever. What was that fucking movie?
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't like some rich guy, treating me that way. Like, I could go $100 because he knows we're hurting for money. It's because
Indecent Proposal, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was. And then he starts counting backwards. Oh no.
Well, Gratu, in hindsight, maybe it was a good idea that I didn't sell him those books.
Oh,
Good
yeah, well,
God, man.
So I'm guessing the answer was you didn't get that particular book you were hoping for.
Pictures of those four ace. Well, there were 3 ace doubles and one Robert Heinlein book I wanted. I think it was. I took pictures of them. I'll find them someday, or I'll get on eBay. I don't need that.
I've got Big Planet, but it's not a one you turn over and it's another. But it's just
I like that horse with the skull head that was crazy. Like that's what I really. I just.
Paulo knows what I'm talking about. You should run over to Instagram and see my latest.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you this. This is what I did when I was. This is a magazine I put out in college. The Shinhorn, the only newspaper in the United States. This is 19. This is volume 1, number 10. This later evolved into the Sophisticate.
Love that. This man earned over $700K last year.
And so it's got.
What's his secret?
Make sure these comic strips are appropriate. Oh, it's like. I drew this is, being influenced by the next. See, I could have easily just photocopied this, but yeah, let me turn this light back on. Richie Rich is, what does he do to her? Oh, he sets his girlfriend on fire. You see that? Let me get this light better here.
Now, who drew this?
I drew those.
Oh,
and
good.
that's from a Jack Chick track. I think I changed the words there. And then here's another one I drew. Then I had this column, Ask Batman. And I altered this ad. Torturing lost souls brings me up to $1,220 a day cash.
Wow.
Step into this booming $19 billion a year industry in hell. How about it, friend? The Lake of Fire. I just combined. It was just me with scissors and rubber cement. The original doesn't exist to this because I used rubber cement. It turns everything brown. Everything falls off. So
This
you're
is
a bad
great.
motherfucker, Charlie Brown. In 1957, the people of North Carolina feared 2 things: the Mountain Chain Gang and a man named Charlie Brown. By
Dude,
the
this
Masters
is
of
a-
Blood Feast.
This is an Indiegogo pitch, Gratu.
Yeah.
This is really funny and good.
Oh, Gratu,
This is
why don't you
really
just
good.
make copies of these and sell them?
I could make copies of this. This is an ad I created, parody of the Charles Atlas. Are you a pussy? I have an ad for this
Very
here is
direct.
that Surf Ballroom is up north of here. I should go see it. I don't want to get caught in that same kind of cold that Buddy Holly got caught in, but that's his final concert. So yeah, so anyway, I'm in for one of those winners, I guess. So anyway, this is back when Reagan was president. I wasn't making fun of. I liked Reagan. Oh shit! I better stop some of this stuff, man. That's one of the things, man. This was fake letters. We altered that ad that used to be in the comics in the Darling Squirrel Monkey. We made it the Darling Elvis Monkey.
Wow.
And I think all through the ad, whenever it said squirrel, we glued Elvis over the
Dude, I
word.
want an Elvis monkey so bad now.
You know, he's got the
Yeah,
only
Elvis
cramps. I was
Monkey,
really
yeah.
into the cramps back then. Oh, and there's a comic strip of Otis and Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole. It's this is one a friend of mine drew back then. And then I've got a death comic strip, and this is Godman, and so
This is
then
looks
there's
very
Clint
fun.
Eastwood's autograph and from his high
The
school.
real dick. Get a job, Clint.
Anyway, I don't know. He wanted to pay me $100. I have 2 copies of it, but I have 2 copies. I didn't really want to sell it. I said I'll make a copy for you the next time I get out of town and go up to, which I've got to do somewhat soon. And then, but don't start like I'll give you $100 like I'm some dog or something. Don't do this shit to me. But anyway, I've got my grandfather, so I was still in a bad mood when I was on your show, and but I wasn't directing it at anybody. I was directing it at the comic industry and direct distribution, but then I was saying real blasphemous things like, well, Frederick Wortham had a fucking point. I mean, those comics were pretty extreme to be selling to little kids. Let's face it. I love the comics, but
any little kids buying those. People have this strange idea that comics in the golden age were selling for 5-year-olds. The average age of the comic book reader in the 1940s and 50s was probably closer to ours than it was in the 60s.
Well, those statistics might be skewed by World War II when the GIs were reading a lot of these comic books just out of boredom, because combat isn't all the time. There's a lot of stretches of boredom broken up by horrible shit happening, and then there's and they're reading comics. But the comic books then were on the lowest shelf. They really, adults read them, sure, but they were bought by 10-year-olds. That's what they were. But here's how you know the market. You look at the ads in them, and they're all for bikes and candy. And then then they know there's some retarded or stupid adults that read them, because there's ads like shamed by your English, didn't finish high school, obviously, because you're reading this. It's like, here's our correspondence course. It's like, the target market of a TV show by the commercials during it. You know who they're aiming it at. And comic books have ads for Tootsie Rolls in them, and they're down at the bottom where the little kids can get at them. And as much as I love EC and all the other, they were really pushing it, selling the crimes comics to these little kids and all of that. And some of the stuff Wortham said, that Wonder Woman is a degenerate comic, it promotes lesbianism. And you say, well, that's ridiculous. Batman. But then you realize, well, the guy that created Wonder Woman was he was promoting S&M, and he really was into all that. I'm not knocking Wonder Woman or EC or anything. I'm just saying, as you get older, you kind of see what he was driving at, because you see how the society degenerates, and it's a creeping thing. And I've seen it in my lifetime. When I was born, adult movies were naked women with beach balls playing volleyball. And by the time I was 6, it's Deep Throat. and then every year it gets a little worse until we're living where we this
Now you can make
Marxist
your own
wonderland.
you can make your own sex tape and sell it. But have you
Or
ever read
the president's son could make all these, can have a laptop full of all this, and the FBI goes in and it's like you download those videos into your iCloud, and then they go in and surgically take them out.
I'm not surprised.
From your phone.
I don't expect the president to be a moral rectitude. If you go into politics, you're already a criminal. The only reason people go into politics is because they're already criminals.
Many of them, yes, but it's like this. Are there people that go in for noble purposes? Biden never did.
They never do anything more than put up posters.
Here's how you know the truth of someone. If they go in as a regular person like us and they leave as a multimillionaire or a billionaire, because they're not paid that amount of money, there's a problem. If they go in rich, of course you have to be rich kind of to get in, and they donate their salary, which Kennedy did, which Trump did. Trump got poorer while he was president, and then he left and his wealth started coming up again. So, whatever you want to say about Trump, he wasn't like taking money, and he was not someone they could bribe. They had nothing over him. They made up things to be over him, and which were really things they were doing, but they couldn't bribe him because every salacious thing about Trump had been all over the National Enquirer and People magazine. Everyone already knew it all, and he didn't drink. He was just like this guy. You couldn't touch him. He cursed and he insulted people that were worthy of being insulted, and he called them made up garbage pail kid names for them. That's all they could get him for. He had mean tweets. Now we're this close to a nuclear war, closer than we were at the Cuban Missile Crisis, and no one's even talking about it. It's like, who cares?
I came up with the perfect definition for a political party.
What's that?
I came up with the perfect definition for a political party. It's a consultation firm specialized in facilitating access to public funds for private corporations.
Yeah. Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot is I really never thought of having Wonder Woman with an accent. I guess that makes sense. The first one was great. The second one was rotten. I mean, it was bad, and it was the same woman directing it.
The same thing happened with the latest Conan movie. It looks great as Conan, but the story was so boring.
Are you talking about the one with Aquaman playing?
Yeah. That was perfect.
I never watched it. It looked like the opening couple of minutes were promising, but I just didn't accept it.
It's pretty run of the mill. There's nothing exciting about it.
And I thought that what's her name would be a great villainess, but then they shaved her head and made her ugly. Rose McGowan. I mean, she'd be a perfect Conan sorceress because she was beautiful at that time, and they had to uglify her. I mean, they did everything wrong.
Mm-hmm. And I still maintain that the best comic book movie ever is the 1968 Asterix and Cleopatra animated version in French.
Okay, well, we don't really know that because that never really broke through here, but I believe you.
Graphic Man knows what I'm talking about.
The best Batman movie was probably Mask of the Phantasm. Possibly.
Man, come on, you guys. The best comic book adaptation film ever was the 1994 Roger Corman Fantastic Four. Come on. Let's
what was great was Captain America Winter Soldier. That was great. Another comic book movie that wasn't based on a comic book that was great is The Road Warrior. That felt like a comic book.
That was good.
In the Darkman movie, that when I saw that, I thought, okay, this guy could do Spider-Man, because there were scenes that really felt comic bookish. What was that Batman? The Batman trilogy, not the Tim Burton one, the second one, the Dark Knight Rise, the one with what's the American Psycho. That first
Christian
one,
Bale.
Batman Begins, I guess it was called.
Yeah.
He's on an airplane and he's actually kind of doing that comic book soliloquy about something like, you know, the criminals are a cowardly lot. When you start talking like that, it's like, this is a real, because it's, again, written for 10-year-olds. And when you start doing that superhero talk, it brings tears to my eyes. And Darkman had that, it was really the unknown soldier. That's really mixed with the Shadow. That's what Darkman was, fused together. But there's a record I've got from MGM Records that it was done in the 60s, and it's got Aquaman's origin. Fantastic. It's just like an old radio play from the 40s. And on the other side, it's got the Flash and Green Lantern, Golden Age origins. Then it's literally all the dialogue is straight from the Golden Age comic, and when it's acted right, it doesn't sound corny. But boy, the end is so great when the guy who is now supposed to be gay, right? Whatever, Green Lantern. He's like realizing, and he says his oath and everything. The first time, it's great. I mean, I wonder if I could play it without getting copyright zapped. But it's great, and that Aquaman origin's fantastic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Sam Raimi's the first two Spider-Man films I thought were really great.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the
second one especially was a Silver Age comic.
Yeah, that was really, really well done. Also, you know, the first Iron Man.
Yes,
I really loved that film.
Yeah, the Marvel Cinematic Universe for the first 10, maybe 12 years was great. And then all of a sudden, Captain Marvel is like, well, you know, okay. And then, and so this guy here was played by Glenn Close. That looks like Glenn Close, right? And then,
yeah, but the problem is that they kept making billions. It didn't matter how crappy the damn movie was.
Eternals flopped, but they kept going with the woke stuff, and they gave us Loki. Yep. I couldn't even finish that series.
Aquaman made $1 billion.
But that was DC. That wasn't part of the Marvel.
Yeah, but DCU, MCU, I don't care.
No, Aquaman was very different. Aquaman was a very comic bookish movie. It was a good. The only problem is he didn't look like Aquaman. If he was
the only problem is the crap CGI throughout the film that just looks like a video.
You know something? I've got to rewatch that movie. I enjoyed it, but here's what happened. We were coming back from Houston, and it was the horrible thunderstorm. It was the day after Christmas, and we thought, well, let's stop at this drive-in movie theater and wait till the storm's over. So we stopped, and we're watching Aquaman, and the water's pouring down around us, and I have windshield wipers so I can see Aquaman, and it's like we're underwater and watching this underwater movie, and then the water's rising up around us. It's just like we were watching it in 4D, where we were about to be in Atlantis. And that was so a lot of that movie. I didn't hear much of I bought it on Blu-ray, but I need to rewatch it because a lot of that dialogue I didn't hear because it was a violent thunderstorm.
Did any of you guys see that Vampirella movie in the 90s?
Yeah,
that was terrible.
Yeah, she didn't look like Vampirella. She didn't, the costume wasn't right.
And that there was going to be a proper Vampirella movie in the 70s.
Yeah.
With what's her name? Lee.
Barbara Lee.
Barbara Lee. Yeah, and it's going to be by Hammer.
Right.
And that would have probably been really good,
Probably, although Hammer in its late period, but it would have been much better than that. You know what? There was a movie that no one remembers that felt very Vampirella-like to me. And it was a John Landis movie called Innocent Blood, and she was this Italian woman that I think had been in, I forget what movie, but she was a vampire, but she only killed gangsters and mafia. She only went after mafia guys because she was trying to clean up society. That was, I really remember loving that movie. It had Robert Loggia in it. I just don't remember her name. It's called
And-
Innocent.
Yeah, and Paryad. Paryad? That was
I don't know.
the woman.
I don't know, but Innocent Blood felt like a Vampirella movie to me.
It was, Robert Loggia was in that, Anthony LaPaglia.
Yeah.
You guys remember the Fearless? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh, that was a good film. I mean, it's been years since I've seen it, but as I recall, that was real. I'm going to have to check that out again. Innocent Blood.
If you can just
1992.
imagine that she had the Vampirella suit on, then it would be a Vampirella.
Yes. Yes,
Um,
indeed.
You guys remember the Fearless Vampire Hunters?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Such a
Classic
good movie.
Polanski.
Yeah,
this movie.
and
Innocent
Sharon
Blood.
Tate too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
What
Yeah,
is
that
it?
was big fun. Fearless Vampire Killers was big fun, man.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was hilarious when I was a kid when I first saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would have been on Creature Features when I first saw it, I think.
Oh yeah. So that he was the weirdest horror host because he was just an ordinary guy. He looked like the first victim in Night of Living Dead, that got his head bashed.
He looked
Oh.
just like that. Yeah, he had a
But he was
resemblance.
an expert on horror movies, right? And interviewed people. I've got a DVD of him.
Yeah, he had connections in LA as well. So he would have people from LA when they would come up to San Francisco to promote movies or to do work in San Francisco. He would have them stop by the studio and he would film segments with a lot of famous people like Anthony Daniels from, C-3PO. But I mean, every week it would be a different, he had a lot of good guests.
Right.
Well, the new guy does the same thing. Vincent, he gets people coming up from, Los Angeles, and he interviews them. He had some guy that he was involved with Fiend Without a Face.
That's a great
And
movie.
it's a great film. I just love that film. In some capacity, I think it may have been special effects, but he gets these, he kind of carries on the tradition, right? Where he gets the people, he interviews the various people, on his show. But of course, he looks more like what would you say, like a goth metal guy or something.
Yeah, he kind of resembles
Vincent.
Ozzy Osbourne in a way.
Kind of like Ozzy, and he's got is he really British?
I don't think so. I think it's an accent.
Yeah,
I think it's a bit.
he's doing the accent. Yeah, I
I
guess.
like the girl that he has with him. That girl with the flat affect that just sits there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I can't think of what her name
Tangella.
is. There you go.
Tangella, I think
Tangella.
is
That,
her name.
that's it.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
looks
pretty
like
funny.
a dead bride. She kind of looks like she's supposed to be. They both look dead.
Yeah, and then they've got the black guy, the butler.
Look,
guy.
Fiend Without a
my
Face.
God.
Oh, there it is.
Refrigerator
That's
magnet.
pretty
Hey,
great.
check that out. Wow, where did you get that, Michael?
I got it from a guy on Etsy.
Etsy.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
he made a
Uh-oh.
bunch of stuff out of it's kind of like PVC. I forget the exact name of it, but yeah, it's a refrigerator magnet.
Magnet. That's really great, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about making doing a sculpture and making a mold and casting some of those things and selling them, because that's just a classic creature and it's fairly easy to make. I've got I think I've shown you guys. I've got the
Yeah.
Ooh.
creature
Yeah.
from the Deadly Spawn here.
That's
It's like
cool.
the same
Hey, Michael?
manufacturer.
Hey, Michael, did anybody ever make like a 1-to-1 scale tingler, like a 12-inch or 14-inch
Yes.
tingler?
Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
did.
my friend Tom had one.
Ooh, cool.
I've
By
got
the
a
way-
small Tingler. I'll go up and get it.
It was like this big. man.
Gratu, you have a bot in the
Oh, I do?
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Let me get
Corn
rid
bot.
of them.
Oh no, that's Sex Find Pro. It's I think it's
Block user.
Hornbot
Thank you.
your gender fluid.
I didn't notice
I
it.
haven't been looking at the damn chat.
Chris-
That's my problem.
I wouldn't have noticed it, but Christopher noticed, and he spotted
Okay.
it. So
Yeah, Alex Jones is. They're not going to get $1 billion out. He said this. He was laughing hysterically. He said, "I've only got $2 million." Yeah, he said they're not going to stop him. First one was really good. Which one was really good?
That's why you have to keep looking at the chat. Otherwise, you're putting stuff from 30 minutes ago. We don't know what they're talking about.
Life 2 was better, I think, than the first one. That was good.
Yeah, that was
Very
another
interesting
good adaptation. There were some pretty good ones back in the day. Of course, in the 90s. Now this kind of skirted between the Golden Age comics and the pulps, but I really enjoyed the Phantom a lot. That was 90s. Zorro, at least the first Zorro, was, I thought, really, really decent. You know, with
I didn't
Catherine
see it.
Zeta-Jones.
Yeah, I like
Probably more because of her. And also, what was the other one there? The Shadow, with Alec, shoots him up Baldwin there. The thing there.
Yeah, those. Yeah, I remember those were. There was a little brief. I think that there just been just enough time after the '89 Batman, and everybody tried to throw old things into production, and then they came out right about the same time. The Shadow, the Phantom, and something else.
Zorro and the
Yeah.
Rocketeer.
Yeah, that was all because of Batman's success.
Unfortunately, yeah, Rocketeer didn't really do that well. I
It's the
can't
same.
believe it. It was, to me, it was like just such a well done, a pulp film from the era that wasn't from the era. I
Yeah,
guess
the same thing happened with the '66 Batman. The same production company said, "Well, let's try doing the Green Hornet." The only problem is kids. There was no comic book at that time of the Green Hornet, and that was something the kids' dads or uncles knew about from the radio, and so it wasn't a big hit. And then they tried to do a Dick Tracy series, and they filmed a pilot, but it had a cool theme song by the Ventures, but that didn't make it. But they thought, well, Batman, how about Dick Tracy? And they tried to do a Wonder Woman one they only did like a 5-minute thing where she was an ugly girl, but she thought she was beautiful when she put on the Wonder Woman suit. It was just going to be played as a stupid.
Watch the sci-fi the sci-fi channel Flash Gordon TV series.
Oh, that was a Saturday morning cartoon.
No, not a cartoon. No, it was live action.
That live. Oh, I never watched that. No, that didn't. It didn't look anything like the comic strips, so I couldn't even.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I might have watched 30 seconds of it.
But it was so subdued.
Yeah.
It had nothing of the flair. I mean, they turned the different animal peoples into totems that they wore. So the Hawkmen were not Hawkmen. They were just It was like they were an Indian tribe, and the hawk was their totem.
Well, the 1980 movie, the Hawkmen weren't really Hawkmen. They had artificial wings. Unless that was a real bad special effect, they weren't organic.
No, that was a special effect. That's the best they could do.
Well, they could have done better in 1980. They just spent the budget the wrong way. I thought that those wings were not part of them, that was something they put on. It kind of looked mechanical, but I think the thing is, people that aren't into this stuff, they figure, oh, it's a comic book. We need to kind of like make it. People won't accept that. It'll look stupid. We need to like play it down and not have the, let's not have them wear that suit. That's just not going to work. And I think Christopher Reeve proved that you could have a comic accurate suit, and no one laughed at that unless they were, but they just still are like that. We can't have Hawkeye with the big weird man. It would have looked cool. I mean, good cosplay people show that it could look cool. And
Yeah.
if you have that actor that played Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, was great. If you put that mask on him, he still would have been great.
Yes.
Even if you make one movie that done right with a proper costume and a good adaptation, you know that in 10 years' time, somebody's going to come up to the studio and say, "Oh, comic books are silly, right? So we have to make it's the fourth in the series, but they're going to make it stupid because there's a new executive who thinks comic books are stupid."
Well, that's what happened with the fourth Batman that started with Tim Burton when they got to that point where that idiot director came in, the one with Schwarzenegger and Alicia Silverstone as Batgirl. That was just an atrocity. And because they thought, well, let's make it like the 66 Batman, but that wasn't what the 66 Batman was like. The 66 Batman
and
looked like the comic in the 50s. What they created for that movie looked like nothing that had ever been Batman.
And all those motorcycle races way up high on all these giant statues all over Gotham. No, they would fall to their death at some point.
And the Green Lantern movie came in the wake of how successful the three Dark Knight movies were, as well as the Smallville TV series. So it's like there's no communication in there. If you know that if you treat the material right, it works. Then why would you? And you have 10 years behind you up until you arrive on the scene, showing you that it works. Where you're going to go, oh no, comic books are silly. We need to make this movie silly.
The Smallville TV series was great. That guy that played Lex Luthor was great. I love that he wasn't really a bad guy, at least at first. You know, I love that. But that series would have been the same scripts, the same actors. If he put on a Superboy suit, it would have been. I don't think it would have been a bomb just because of that, because he should have been Superboy at that point in his, and you know, maybe the girl was fine, but she really should be a redhead. That's the beginning of getting rid of all redheads. I think that was the first one. They hire a Hawaiian actress. How many Hawaiians live in the Midwest and in the middle of the United States? And oh well. So yeah, and now you're not allowed to have red hair in Hollywood. Any character that has had red hair is completely changed. From Jimmy Olsen to Lana Lang to Mary Jane Watson to the Little Mermaid to anybody that's ever had red hair, it's forbidden. I don't know. I guess Ireland must have done something bad to somebody.
The Irish have no soul.
Oh, they say redheads don't. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. But yeah, I never dreamed we'd see as many great comic book movies. There's been some great ones. More than, but now they're just taking a bad turn. Oh, wow.
Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to eat something.
Yeah, I've been about to pass out. I need to get. See, my wife. We need to get over. She sent me a text that she didn't want to go out to eat, so I need to probably figure out what we're doing here.
5.5 hours. Wow.
Oh, has it been? Well, I just been in a bad mood. She couldn't sleep last night, so she was actually sleeping now. So I just thought, well, I'll go on and see if I can talk to people and cheer myself up. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, Greg, great chat today too. A lot of really great.
Oh yeah,
comments.
yeah. Oh
chat.
yeah. I'm sorry, I've been ignoring it. The Mask of the Phantasm. That animated series and that movie based on it, that was really great.
Yeah, it was.
I would say it's right up there with Johnny
Snyder.
Quest, possibly equal as far as the greatest adventure comic, cartoon, rather animated series, I should say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
All right, guys. Well, I guess let's all see what there is to eat in the refrigerator then.
Yeah. See you guys
All
later.
right, take care, guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks so much. See you guys.